Hey, John.
Hey, I heard Kyle and folks on somewhere, but I can't find it. It was I had a live audio on one of the Azure accounts, and so I was getting audio from them, and I couldn't find where it was.
Oh,
So I'm looking around for. It looks like they were getting going on something.
were you looking at an old recording or this was live?
I'm embarrassed to say I'm not sure, because yeah, we did have to recycle, but I could have sworn it was thought it was real. Let me see if I can find it again. I've got all these virtual desktops running, and
Hey, is there anything for this session I need to do to kick it off, like recording or anything, or that's all happening automatically?
Yeah, no, it's all, you just start talking. It's we're on live right now.
Okay, cool.
So I'm just looking across the sessions to see if, no, it must have been, yeah, but why? I wonder why it started like it did. Yeah, there's you and me. So I've got all the sessions running in a different virtual desktop in Azure remotes. Yeah, it must have been. Yeah, it must have been a recording. How strange. Anyway, I'll clear the line and see you on the other side.
Okay, sounds good.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Doing well. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Teach us about persistence.
Yeah, should we go ahead and get started now? Or this is my first session here, so not sure how these go.
Yeah. So hey, it's our gang. Nick pinged me. He's like, "Can I have just another hour of sleep?" And I'm like, "Yeah, you can." I got up at I set my alarm for like 5:45 to get make sure everything's still working. And I slept right through it. I was in a lovely dream, and I woke up with a jolt about 6:40 and had 20 minutes to make sure all the systems were up for the 7 a.m. Oracle session, which was pretty good, by the way. If you go into that live stream playlist.
I was up at 6:50 or 6:30 to catch it, and then I looked at the schedule, and the schedule said it started at 8. So I was like, "Oh, okay, I'll make breakfast."
Yeah, that's why I dropped in at 8.
Oh my! Well, that was a mistake, but fortunately, you can time shift it.
All right, cool.
It was good. I thought it was really useful and had a lot of detail. So, I think I suggested that we return to it after the plenary around after 10.
Yeah, and I didn't see that Andreas and Kyle were like on till like 7 yesterday.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Andreas and Kyle were on fire. They were all over the summit. And Andreas, yeah, it was a marathon. I got to go in and pick pieces of that live stream out. That's going to be they were on constantly. There were no breaks.
Wow.
It was good. It's been great so far. I mean, the amount of content, it'll take forever to dig through it all. But I mean, I don't know if you saw my favorite moment was I turned on all the audios from like 4 or 5 different live streams, at the same time. And I heard everybody talking about different stuff at the same time. And
Awesome.
it was really cool.
Yeah, very cool, man. Oh, we're live streaming now, huh?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
are.
sure.
I didn't realize that.
Do we
Yeah.
have an audience?
I'm glad I didn't say anything inappropriate.
Yeah, no.
It's us, but it's not just us.
Hopefully everybody is fairly warned not to say anything too outrageous. What stream are we in here? Let's see.
Should we go ahead and
Yeah, we're in
discuss
three.
some persistence topics? I expect Kyle to join at some point, but it does sound like he was.
I mean, if it's recorded, man, just
Yeah,
shoot.
let's fire away. But yeah, it's mentioned in the conference. I'll rocket chat it.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, they added rocket chat. It's pretty cool.
I'm gonna share my screen here. So yeah, Brian, I don't know if you had a chance to look at this, but Kyle had kind of, he had created this skeleton interface within the core persistence package on the repo. So these were the methods within the interface there. Just pretty generic CRUD type of interactions. And then he went ahead and defined a few of the providers. Persistence providers is what he called it, but basically the systems of record you'd be connecting to. So Dynamics 365, Excel, Salesforce, SAP. I think Google Sheets should probably go in here as well. So I don't know. I guess I had some questions. We can brainstorm on this, but didn't know if this. I guess if this package and baseline should be allowed to have write access to some of these systems of record, or if it should solely be reading from those systems of record and then kind of separately as a side service storing information related to baselining those systems of record.
Yeah, is there any other information provided about like the context for that? Is it like subscribe, unsubscribe? Like those methods, like you're supporting them in this interface that you're writing, or the implementation of this interface you're writing, and those are set up in the source system. So like, is this like from the baseline perspective, you're subscribing to a particular field or object or data or whatever in the source system?
That's kind of what I was thinking, but yeah, this is the only information I have to look at the moment. This was from Kyle's brain. So I tried doing some coming up with what I thought if we looked at it more as baseline, as you know, as a sidecar running alongside of your system of record, had come up with kind of a document format for all the information you would want to store related to baselining a system of record. So this is what I'd come up with so far, and this was just brainstorming, so this hadn't actually been added to the code or anything, but was thinking, you know, you'd want to know the exact location, what database, and I guess what collection and document ID within that collection that you're actually trying to baseline. And then I guess maybe a step further is if you're baselining individual data fields within that document, not the entire document, specify that as well.
We were, I think it was TJ, we were talking about you know, the experience of a lot of companies like you know, in the food industry or in the bottling industry, and yeah, how they're working off spreadsheets. So it struck me that I could imagine like just picking a cell in your spreadsheet and saying, yeah, this is my price, and I want to make sure you have the same price, and you know, that could be a really, you know, cheap and dirty way of doing it. Yeah. So that could be, yeah, not just the whole document, but just that one cell.
Yeah. Yeah. So
we used to have this back in the 90s. Sorry, we did a lot of like, we're really besotted by the idea of publish and subscribe. You publish and subscribe everything. I'd publish a cell in an Excel database and then subscribe to it from another database or from another spreadsheet. We thought that was the coolest thing in the world. This would be like complicated version of that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So maybe from one party's perspective, this, document location information would drill down into a SAP system in a specific data field within that system, and the counterparty could be an Excel cell on a spreadsheet. But yeah, anyway, I guess that probably needs some refinement, but you have to know where the data is that you're actually baselining, and then the possible states. I only came up with 2 so far, but I guess you have a baseline state, which I was thinking your current hash, so the hash of the underlying data that you're baselining, is equal to an on-chain commitment. So basically, your local data matches what's on-chain. That would put you in a base state, and then a debased state would be if they're just mismatched. I'm sure there could be some other ones, like if you're waiting, if you've created a commitment and signed it and sent it to a counterparty and are awaiting their return signature, that could be another state. Not sure if that should live here, or maybe maybe that's abstracted one layer and doesn't belong here. Then you have the current hash would be a hash of the underlying data plus some salt to give you some entropy. Then you need the on-chain location. So I guess the shield contract address, which leaf index it's stored within the Merkle tree, and then maybe like a timestamp of when you last checked on-chain to see what that commitment was that was stored there. And then all the values you need for verification. So if you wanted to asynchronously verify a proof and a commitment, this would be all the data you'd need. So the commitment value, the proof you'd store here, and then any public inputs associated with that proof. So you could rerun this as many times as you wanted. You could rerun the verification step using all this information. And I don't know if you'd want to, you may want to keep a history of all these things too. As the commitment changes, maybe you push a new object like this into an array, so you have the whole history you can look back on and see when commitment values changed. I guess that could help in an auditing situation.
Yeah, that's true. I wonder how much you get just from the mainnet own state that you don't maybe, how much you would need to persist in this cache. That this is for one or more fields, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And then it also depends on the structure of the, like if this is using the shield, well, if it has a shield contract, then you're assuming it's got some kind of ZKP service behind it, or sorry, circuit behind it, that actually is verifying some business logic. So I wonder if you might need more information about the circuit itself. Is that where the proof? Or
yeah, the
like
proof.
If you have just one field, and it's the whole, like, if you have just one piece of data, like how do you even, what's the circuit? There's no, it's like, is this value not null? Like, is value between max and min,
Yeah,
looking
yeah, you could definitely do some boundary checking with max versus min. I think the very basic generic circuit we have on the baseline repo right now is pretty much just checking. The circuit would have to be compiled and created knowing the identities of all the counterparties involved. So like I would have to know if it was a if I was trying to baseline a document with you, I would create a ZKP key pair, and you would do the same. And the circuit could check that every time we're trying to push a commitment into the Merkle tree, that commitment both has my signature and your signature. And I think that's pretty much everything that the generic ZKP circuit is doing at the moment.
Mhm. In that scenario, like we would have to agree on each state change on chain. So like I update it in my source system, and then it gets privately sent to you in your source system, and then you accept it, sign it, send it back, and then if you're the source, then you would have both your signature and counterparty's signature, and then you could call the shield contract with that information to update the public state, right? Or I suppose the other party could do that too. If you send along your signature, they could sign it and then update it on chain. I guess you could do it that way.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think the order of signatures matters.
Well, it does to the circuit, but like order, it sort of depends on. It only matters if you make it matter, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't matter on some level.
So,
I like
yeah,
this one. I like this conversation. I mean, this is what a lot of the early part of yesterday was, presentation-y, the people kind of coming, presenting different things. This one's pretty interactive and getting down into the work, which is great. It'd be good to kind of think of where could we define an issue and bounty it.
Yeah, I think we need to make some decisions before we can define an issue.
Sure.
The way Kyle has envisioned this interface, it seems like he would be interacting and updating and need write access to the existing system of record. I'm making some assumptions because I haven't talked to him about this, but the fact that he has create and update here.
Mm-hmm. And delete.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would kind of be different from this way where I was imagining it, where you would just be running alongside of the system of record and storing all of your state information there, and just need to be able to read from the existing system of record. So I guess one concern is if you, it may be a tougher sell if people are trying to baseline their systems of record to convince their information security officers that you want to have write access to their important databases that are storing valuable information. If you're reading from it, still a security concern, but maybe not as much. You couldn't mess up as much, I guess.
Yeah, I would say that's a hard no.
Okay.
As I said, like, you want to do what to my data? Okay. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. That's why I was kind of going down this path.
Yeah. So maybe there's like multiple flavors, or there needs to be a concept of like the provenance of the data, whether you're the originating system or you're just a downstream system. Because if it's not data that I originate from my system and it's not driving any logic that I've set up, in this scenario of like, I've got a running system and, as, projecting myself into someone who's got a system that they've spent time, and certainly their livelihood depends on it continuing to run successfully, and so does the business. Having an external system that can potentially inject unknown state into my system, I'd be very, very, very hesitant to like do that right within the critical path. So I might do it in a secondary system or a downstream system from my primary system inside of my IT environment, right? So you could like still maintain your primary system, but thread something from baseline into like a warehouse or data lake or something like that, and use it for sort of kind of like longer cycle analysis of what's going on in your supply chain or your business context. But to have, a value that change that some of the counterparty makes in their system propagate up mainnet, and then immediately change some value that I find as a critical, or I have as a critical data point that I'm also originating in my system. I don't know that.
Yeah.
I have some hesitations, or I want to put some guardrails around that.
Yeah. What do you, so if you and I are both tracking, we've decided to baseline a particular document, and you make a change to some data field in your system of record. I assume the way the baseline system would work is that then maybe you have a listener to your database setup or something, and when you edit that field, it's going to do a query and say, is this document baseline?
Mm-hmm.
And if so, it's going to automatically send out an update notification via the messaging service to all the counterparties that are also baseline on that document. And then I guess I would need to somehow accept that change. You wouldn't want to like automatically change my database or my data, I don't think.
Yeah, you need the awareness, and then you would, as a end user, you would need to propagate that, sort of bubble that context up into the appropriate interface, such that like when I'm looking at it, assuming you want to put a human as the decider of like accepting this external state, or at least being aware of it, you need to thread that all the way up to the interface. So like when I'm looking at that, the source data that generated the document, that somehow visually I can see like, oh, this is now not the correct value anymore, or it's changed somehow. And then of course, being a user in that position, you want to know like why and what happened and what's the new value, and then you can use that information to make your decision if you want to accept it or not, or pick up the phone and call the counterparty and want to know what's going on.
Yeah, I guess another field or data object to store in here would be something related to incoming messages or updates from a counterparty that they're still pending your approval.
Yeah.
And then maybe when you pull up on the screen, like if you pull up a PO or something in your ERP system, you pull it up on the screen, and when you fetch it, it would do a check to see if it's baselined. If so, it could query that kind of pending update or incoming update from counterparty,
Mm-hmm.
and just show you some sort of emblem on the screen, like, hey, you're in the debase state at this point.
Yeah. Do you suppose that there's a way to know the counterparties for a particular document? I'm trying to think of like how you would discover that.
Yeah.
Data that you have, like,
I don't know. I don't think that would be stored. I guess you would just store that maybe in this document as well up front. You could store.
there's a certain amount of like, I guess you want to, it's like there's only so much you could do with the on-chain information because it's designed to be privacy shielding, privacy protecting. So like if you had the source data and then you went and queried the smart contract, like would you know how many other counterparties there are? I guess you'd have to be listening. I guess if you had somehow identified a piece of data that you had in your system that was baseline, you would then start listening for events. Yeah, and then I guess you could go through the event log and starting from wherever your system, what block number, actually block number probably be something. Actually, I would put block number instead of last checked. Because
Would
that's
there be
probably,
any, unless there was something deliberately put into there, is there any way of ascertaining the number of counterparties in a proof?
well, no, I don't think.
I don't think so.
Well, that's what I was getting at. Is like if you have a system then that is allowing you to see when this document has been updated, and then the smart contract that is managing it is emitting events when that happens. That's how your system is becoming aware of it. In theory, you wouldn't want to put any revealing information in there. I mean, as to who is doing the updating, because that kind of defeats the purpose of the privacy layer.
Yeah, that's right. But it's an interesting.
You still need to know. So there have to be through a private channel, which you have anyway, because but it's like if you have one counterparty sharing with another counterparty and another counterparty beyond.
Do you guys mind if I ask a quick question?
Yeah, actually, I was going to say there's a bunch of folks joining. We should probably welcome everybody in. We've got Ron, Philip, Jack's there, Ashley, Dan, and Kiko Chat support. Very quiet person there. That's our robo host.
Best listener in here.
Yeah, everybody should feel free to comment and talk and use the chat.
So just a quick question here, everyone. Good morning. I jumped in here and I'm probably missing all the context, so I apologize if this is coming out of left field. But I just heard you kind of going through if there's a way to know who the counterparties are. And I guess I'm having a difficult time conceptualizing that because I'm just in my mind going through, for example, the Radish 34 demo that we have in D365. And as a buyer, you 100% know who are the repliers to your RFP.
Right.
Yeah, because they replied on the
document. And I mean, just to take it into the UX a little bit deeper, I was going through this yesterday. So, for example, in D365, when an admin gives role permissions of a purchasing manager, that enables a module called Manage Replies. So you can actually go and manage the replies for the RFP. Maybe what you're talking about with regards to the state tracking belongs in a module like that. But I guess I'm missing as to why it is that you said that you can't track your counterparties. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, I can be completely, blockchain purist, and I could say that in a perfect world, you can actually, I was actually talking about this with Jason yesterday, kind of as we were debriefing. In a perfect world, you should be able to send out RFPs, get replies without even somebody there. I mean, it could just happen. And there's actually all the privacy that you don't know who the buyer is and you don't know who the suppliers are.
Mm-hmm.
That's in like a crazy futuristic world where we're all replaced with blockchain and AI and automation and all sorts of fun stuff like that.
Everything is a commodity and you don't care.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's all you want is the commodity, and then you have the buyer, and then you have the suppliers of that commodity and whatever that inventory is or commodity is. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I mean, just if you don't mind, just take half a step back as to why it is that you think that you can't see who it is that is the counterparty.
Well, you can't see it on chain, right? So the proof doesn't tells no tales, right? There's nothing in there that, and only one, the initiator is the one that will send that proof. So it's not even like you could, as Brian was saying before, you couldn't go on and look back in the blocks and look for how many people did something, like in the event log, because it would only be one party, right?
So another thought that I was thinking about. So you still have to, for example, right, when the signature happens and the transaction goes, I understand how Vault works. That it's kind of like, forgive me for just being funny right now, but it's kind of like a new age burner wallet. Like it's not, but it is, but it's not, but it is. It just keeps on rotating signatures, and you can't, yada yada yada. But you can theoretically still store that off chain so that you do know who it came from.
Well, yeah, and forgive me for cutting in. I mean, I think Sam and Brian were on a roll. I don't want to go too far away from the roll, but yeah, we were in the cookbook session yesterday. We were talking about how if you had a baseline record, you'd want to be able to like mouse over it and get fancy tooltip that would say, this is the number. Here are the people, and oh, look, one of those guys wouldn't it be nice if you could say, oh, there's 3 counterparties and one of them is no longer baselined on this record. We can't be confident that everybody in this is consistent anymore on this, right? Mm-hmm. Now that involves a lot more tooling than we have currently today. Yeah. But I thought it was an interesting issue, right? I mean,
agree.
And how you would instrument that in the protocol is a question, because it's certainly not going to go on chain that way. But maybe there are cases where you would want to put something like that on chain, but that there be dragons. I don't know, Brian. What do you think?
Well, I think what Sam added here just now was kind of what we were getting at, is as we were talking through the state tracking, and part of the discussion drifted into like knowing the counterparties and trying to understand like how you go from an originating system, understanding like the provenance of a piece of data, and what counterparties could potentially change state or not, and understanding like what is there needs to be some context for understanding what your role is in this exchange. Is like, are you, if the provenance, I guess maybe provenance is enough to track what's going on, because it's like if this data is originating out of your system, then I guess there's no provenance. I guess that system is local. But if it's some other counterparty, then that kind of allows you to think about how you're going to react to state changes inside an operating system. Our running system is like, okay, well, so this data changed. It's like, okay, is that something I just need to consume, or do I need to take some kind of secondary action on that? What's the life cycle really of that data as it changes over time? And is it expected to change? Is it not expected to change? Like the qualities of how the data, I guess, for a particular value, like I think that's something that we need to kind of flesh out in our state tracking a little more to understand like how to best present that. Because ultimately, like either a user or some, if we want to get fancy, an AI support system or machine learning support system to kind of assist humans, because potentially it could be a lot of data, deciding what to do with the fact that a counterparty has changed data.
It's that debasing, rebasing issue.
Right. It's like, is that, because what was the term we kept throwing around yesterday that I wanted to qualify? I was like, consistent. It's like, okay, consistent on what scale? The universe, eventually everything's going to, entropy will win. So versus, a day, a week, a minute, how consistent do we need to be, right? Maybe that's another thing we need to keep track of state here. So it's just like the expectation of, it's like, yes, okay, this value changed on chain, but within an hour I should be getting a private message from these counterparties that gives me the real field value, the private field value, such that I can update my system to have
it's one thing to say, okay, we all at this point in time we all had the same stuff, but then how do we are there cases, and I'm sure there will be, where we need to know that stayed the same, right? And do we need to have some kind of a something there where it's continuously checking each other, right? I think that's yes, that should be written. We should write that specification.
Yeah, could that be, maybe that's a stupid point that I'm making, but because I cut in the middle of the conversation, so apologies if this has been addressed. So if I have a given record with 10 fields for the sake of the conversation, am I setting those permission in terms of update at field level, and can I define for each field what field can be changed at all, and maybe for this specific workflow, field A should or must not be subject to change. So it won't, regardless of what happens, and consistency should be even almost enforced, if that makes sense. But for field B, we have this mechanism that says, yes, the field can be updated by one of the other counterparties subject to those conditions. And if those conditions are respected, or are verified, then we update the value for all other parties. So that could be the kind of ideal scenario where we have the level of granularity required to ensure consistency where it matters and to update where it matters. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Yeah. We're speaking to like the quality, or speaking to qualities of the data and what affordances, I guess, to co-opt a term, like we want around that. Is it something, it is updatable? Is it changeable? Is it something I have to just accept? Are you active or passive in the participation of the workflow? Something we talked about early on in some of the brainstorming was, I think this is something Wolpert and John, you were talking about. At least I remember back to a diagram where it was like you had, I think we used the token to represent like who kind of had the ball.
Yeah, this was Sam's original design, right? And we won't go back into that, but I mean, yeah, that was the whole thing. Was it basically you use the owner attribute in the token itself as the ability to set who can force a change to the data across. Yeah, so that was a state change to that actual data as opposed to like a work step where you're creating some new data.
Yeah. And what's interesting about that idea was like it allows for, we talk about provenance and all that, and like, where is this originating in my system, or am I an active or passive member in this workflow? That allows something like it to change. So you have people in the case of like the supply chain, there are multiple documents that humans have created to like reflect that there are multiple parties and steps, right? So we came up with names of like PO and invoice and MSA and agreements and RFPs. And it's like, those are all terms around just sort of like, that help us all frame this data that represents like what needs to be purchased and what the item is, and then as it moves through the business process. But if you just look at the data as sort of something that changes and can aggregate and be added to over time, there are different parties that can kind of tack on, and different parties that can have the ball, so to speak, of a core set of data that moves through a business process. And sort of guess framing the state tracking in that light, without examples, it's kind of hard. We're just kind of brainstorming here, but
I think that makes sense. I mean, there are definitely some strong use cases for which I think that would be perfect. If we assume that sequential ownership, so I have the token now, therefore I can submit my changes or impose my changes to the other parties, and now you have the ownership of the token, so you can do the same. So this addresses perfectly, I think, so those type of back and forth that you are trying to discuss, like the document goes from one party to the other. So in addition to that is really, do we envision that there will be use cases or instances where different part of a document can be owned by different parties within the same work group? Mm-hmm. And in that case, if the token applies at document or record level, we have an issue. So how do we have a mechanism, either we add a mechanism that is complementary to what you described, that allows to say block A of that record or that document is operated almost by counterparty A. Block section B is operated by counterparty B. Mm-hmm. One example could be if we have many suppliers working together on a given project. So the project is, 10 million, and they are each accountable for, their bits and pieces. And this is all documented and tracked within the same document. So that is this could be an example, another example.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, I think, it allows us to kind of rethink kind of like how we're structuring the data, and I don't know how far we go down the path, and I think of creating that implementation, because I think we need to kind of keep ourselves checked to reality of like what's actually valuable to businesses. But yeah, you can allow for some really interesting, like, I guess, rethinking of, and I'm sure there are folks out there doing this now. I just I'm not in the supply chain space, but rethinking that the terms that we've associated with different states that represent these physical artifacts that we've kind of created, but really rethinking it in terms of the data that's actually valuable, and how that's the data that changes, and like we don't really need to issue an RFP document as a separate entity, and a PO as a separate entity, and an invoice is a separate entity document that's a source in itself. Like, we can just represent that whole flow as one continuous document, right?
Is another example. I'm just trying to think through, and Anais, I'm just trying to add on to that one. Is this case kind of what you're talking about? Like the supplier is sending to the buyer after the purchase, right? They're sending them, I don't know, 10 oranges. They're all tokenized or something like that, but they're coming out in different shipments. Maybe there's one shipment to 5 and another shipment to 5. Is that what you mean, right? Because then how do you account for that if the first shipment comes out and the second shipment doesn't come out?
Exactly. That is a perfect example of what could happen. For a given purchase order, we have 2 deliveries, and we need to reconcile those, exactly what you described. So that could be an.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Sam, give me a screen share for a second, if you could.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I was thinking this. I mean, this is probably obvious to people, but if you have this screen of POs, right, and you've got this one in a different color that indicates its baseline, you mouse over it. I've got my counterparty 1, 2, 3, and I see that counterparty 2's got a problem. This one's fine. Obviously, assuming that me is in here, but then maybe some other icon that says this is the person who has the ball on who can change the record, that sort of thing. I mean, there's a lot more sophistication that can go into that. It also opens up a bunch of logic issues and questions, but this is where you really want to have distributed systems, folks, like we have. There's a lot of edge cases that could throw this out, but that was what was in my mind. Does it make sense?
Yeah, well, that makes sense to me. And then what I do want to just say, I guess what I was trying to communicate before was like, you have in there in your diagram like a list of POs, right? And you have that idea of like, I'm imagining that as like, okay, so if you do want to say a list of your POs, that's sort of almost like a cross section. You're taking a cross section of a whole continuation of documents or workflows that are in process, right? So you may have some that are in the early stages and some that are in the later stages of a relationship. So you can imagine those kind of going through time, left to right or right to left. But then you want to see all of them that are at the PO stage. You just sort of slice it this way and look at it cross-sectionally, and you're seeing, okay, in a different angle, the data and the workflow. So like, you wouldn't necessarily have a particular PO being a unique on its own entity. You would have that in the context of the thread that represents like the start to finish or continuation of that relationship with those parties, as they're all involved in a continuous workflow. I think that's what Denise was kind of mentioning. Like, then you could, if you do it that way, you have this concept of a continuation. I don't know what the right word might be, but different parties can have ownership over different parts of that document as it continues to live. And document is probably the terrible word to use because it's so many things that are physical. So I don't know, maybe we need to. Maybe folks have had
torn on that one.
Thought process and invented this, but like it's sort of like just a.
I mean, that's certainly in the EDI world, a document is the term.
Yeah, 'cause
Um,
that's like when you cleave the data off your system and send it off into the ether, and then someone else, takes it and absorbs it and does what they need to do with it. But like
it's always it's this. Yeah. Sorry.
has it's like this ability to. You don't have to have that cleaving, right? You don't have to necessarily do that. You can.
It's this endless round robin of choices about, and it's always whack-a-mole, because I remember Lotus Notes, right? Everything was a document. And so you could trade like you could easily turn a task into an email or into a calendar entry. They were all just documents. But then of course that had its own mess. So, you choose your poison.
Yeah, document it to an email, right? Yeah, I do see that. With that kind of flexibility, you could kind of shoot yourself in the foot, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, with Lotus Notes, it was just, I mean, it was great, right? Because you had complete flexibility over, you could take any record, as it were, and turn it into any kind of thing within the Lotus Notes world.
Yeah.
And that was awesome, but it also allowed you to make real messes.
Yeah. I would think if we were to take that analogy and apply to this, I would say like we probably want, maybe this would be defined in, where I should put this, but like you could start with calling it a document, and maybe it is a draft of a RFP, but it's like once you sort of cement that this is an RFP, you sort of now have certain fields that are locked in, and then certain attributes of that. And so once you go from RFP, you sort of then apply the rules of branching and state change. It's like, well, it can only either go to this next state of, issued RFP, or it can be deleted or left in draft mode. It can kind of fall off. But then every point in those transitions, maybe there's rules that define who and what can update the fields and what it can be.
How difficult would it be? Because now we have a generic circuit that enforces consistency between records, right? How difficult would it be to evolve this, to have a generic circuit to enforce consistency at field level?
Well, see, that's the thing. I don't know. I guess that's the short answer.
That's because and I obviously don't know.
Maybe people on the call know, but like,
yes, we have people in the call who could answer. How challenging would this be? Because this will solve, I think, a big pain point that we are basically discussing now.
Because when I look at some of what, and I'm just, I'm no expert, but understanding like what something like a Socrates Socrates does when you're writing your circuits, like on some level, it doesn't make sense to write a circuit for one field.
Not for one field, is an entire circuit.
To have like one value, it's just a lot of machinery for one thing. So you need to have it do more, right?
Okay, what I had in mind is like one circuit, but the level of granularity that is not at record level, but it addresses every single field. Almost, I don't see in a dynamic way, but let's say I have by standard, I agree with my counterparty that our RFP document has, 20 required fields, okay? Can I have in my circuit something addressing every single of those fields and their states, not as one document, but as individual, like in a very granular way?
Yeah, I suppose you could do that. Yeah.
So so if we could do that, how difficult would it be to do it?
I don't know. Well, because it's like then the circuit almost needs to understand like which fields at which time are valuable or need to be enforced or need to have certain rules. It's like
So if let's run through an example together. If we say that the first section of my RFP has 5 fields, and those 5 fields can never be changed. So could be creation date of the RFP, I don't know, department, things like standard things like this, that the counterparty should not be able to change. So we agree that in advance, like those are standard this is from the initiator of the workflow, will never change and should never change. Okay, so consistency, once you have it on your other side as a counterparty, you won't be able to change it even if you wanted to. So that's what the circuit should say. These are 5 fields. Yeah, I can only, as the initiator of your workflow, change them. Then we have another block of 5 fields where I say the other counterparty can have access and edit right to this. And would this approach help? So it's not randomized, like we know exactly what are the fields that can be changed by whom. And we build the business logic in our circuit like this. And because this is standard to the business process between those counterparties, unless they change the RFPs and things like that, but this is a different conversation. So this is where my mind is going with this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think it's a good place. And yeah, it would be worth trying. I mean, I'd like to see what that would look like, because it's, my immediate thoughts are like, well, we probably want to decompose some of the logic into, I think what Karthik was talking about, gadgets, which I don't know if I fully understand the right usage of that term. But, if I was to abstract a little bit or extrapolate a little bit of what I think it might mean, like, you would sort of have these circuit gadgets that you could compose into that workflow that you're talking about. So it's like, it wouldn't be necessarily like one literal circuit, but you could compose the circuits, segment the gadgets in a workflow that enforced what you were talking about, right?
That would make sense, like reusable block, because it means that if we're able to do that for RFP, like for record types equal RFP, if I have a record type equal MSA, I can reuse this, right? And say that block. So if that's what was meant, I wasn't part of the conversation, so I don't know. But I have very generic kind of circuit block that manage consistency and edit and write permissions at field level will add, from my point of view, business level, it will add significant value. And we are basically starting the first step into talking about circuit library, to be honest. As far as I'm concerned, this is where this is going. Mm-hmm. So, because once you have that, boom, I build my circuit with the blocks that I need. If I know that for a given record type, it's only about consistency and never about edit at field level, boom, I use that block. If I need to add this additional functionality where I want counterparties to be able to edit, boom, I add that block, etc., etc. Those are the 2 standard obvious ones that I can think of. Mm-hmm. But then we can think about, because we had a conversation with Chainlink before, as part of the process, if I want to start getting information from the outside world and putting that on chain when I do tokenization, okay, maybe I can have something that verifies that those data sets coming from oracles, and that should make their way to my system of record at some point. Boom, another block. And that could be an approach.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Definitely worth exploring. I don't know what the first step is. Is there any other? Well, I guess that's
Ashley's got something here.
Oh, what have we
got? Can you use a shared password at each event stage, like an individual marker, to pass over ownership or receive responsibility at each stage in the process, like accountancy, supplier, receiver, etc.?
Yeah, that's an interesting idea.
Oracle, with row level locking and all that stuff, I mean, is reminiscent of this sort of thing, right? When you've got but maybe at a deeper level. This is more almost user access control kind of thing, right? Who gets the ball.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope too, because you're like, well, now we've introduced the concept of roles with names, and then those roles have things that they can and can't do at certain states, and it's okay, well, who manages that, and where's that data live, and what if someone needs to override it or has multiple roles? It's like, wouldn't you if you could have all the roles, wouldn't you want all the roles? You could do whatever you want at any time. The
Yeah.
system
I think at very simple
kind
level.
of undermines the whole idea of roles if everybody has all the roles. So then who sets the
Well, and you know, it
It-
comes back to we're blockchainy, right? And so the idea of this is sort of the domain of permanence, right? So it's not like you'd want to use this for things that are changing a lot. You know, you'd want to use this for things that you kind of want to tack down. So we can err on that side. Because that is down the rabbit hole for sure.
but can you,
yeah, go ahead.
sorry, can we not say, without getting into too much into the role conversation, like there are only two roles: the party who initiate, like who creates the record in its own system of record, and the other parties. And like,
Yeah,
I
that's
initiate
the
it's mine.
simplest
Yeah,
thing to do.
it's
Yeah.
like the simplest. Like that's why I say, because it's very easy to start and to get, oh, but we have to see, and we will maybe at some point. But if we try to focus on the simple, like straightforward, obvious issue, I think that would be the one, right?
Well, Daniel, you're here. You do a lot of work with dynamics. I mean, you know, it seems like there's two ways to go at a even higher level than what Anis you were saying just now. There's the level of who gets the ball and just simplifying it down to if I initiated it, it's my ball. But then at a higher level, there is the question of does any change become simply another record? Right, because that is the blockchain way of doing things. That's the general ledger way of doing things. You say, once we baseline it, you know, you're not putting it on the blockchain because that's, you know, too much exposed. But you have a similar sort of regime that says, you have now written this in ink, more or less, and maybe there's, you know, some edge cases where you get to change the state.
So just answering you specifically, John, I think this one of the
hold on,
things
just to finish that out, to change the record, you would create a new record. The question is, would that wreak havoc in a typical ERC system or something like that, ERP system?
No, the answer is no. And I think what I could do today is when we go to experiencing baseline, just to dig in a little bit deeper and maybe to tie this conversation with that, one of the things that we implemented on the back end is it's native to D365. It's called number sequencing. And what that is when you create a custom entity, for example, like we had to do with the Radish 34 module that we built, any new record that's created, we needed to create a GUID for it, a unique ID. So therefore, you can take that concept and extrapolate it that if there's something that needs to be tracked and it's not showing the next step, you can always create what they call a number sequence that gives it a unique identifier.
So I'll just jump in. Hey, John, this is Jason. So I kind of joined a little late and I apologize. And I was just kind of briefly chopping it up with Dan just to kind of catch up to speed. And I apologize for any setback here, but just out of curiosity. So as it relates to tracking state, let's just stay in the world of, I don't know, let's say inventory, right? Because we established, let's say, tracking of state between PO submission and PO signature, right? Like you have a purchase or an MSA or an RFQ that goes out and, you know, a proposal that's signed, so on and so forth. So that state is tracked, let's say, between those two parties. Is this problem statement tracking beyond those two parties? Like theoretically, if that's inventory, and if company A transfers inventory to company B, are we looking to understand if company B transfers to company C, how that inventory can be tracked? Or am I missing something?
I don't know if you guys heard that.
Did we lose John? Was the question for John?
No, it's, I guess, just for anybody who's listening. Anybody that wants to answer.
Yeah. No, so you're saying, like, I guess this is a party that's beyond the baseline context, or something outside of the baseline.
Well, I guess I'm just, and again, I apologize, I'm coming in late, just a little confused. So
we're just kind of
yeah, so
about state.
so currently it's like to track state, right? Where are we, let's say, in a workflow, if you will? So if two participants are, involved in baselining, realistically, that workflow is done in whatever sequential order. Those two parties should know where they are in that state.
Mm-hmm.
I think my confusion is why are we concerned about tracking state between those two parties, unless we're talking about tracking state once you involve a third party into that work group, so to speak, beyond the initial workflow. So in the event that,
like an auditor, for example, or third party logistics or something.
Yeah, or if company B is now doing business with company C, company A is hidden, so we can't. So company A, or I don't know if company A is going to have access, if that makes sense. But I'm pretty sure that's the point of baseline. I might be terribly confused.
Wait, I think I'm a little bit confused too. You start again. So we have company A and B.
Right. So let's say company A issues an RFQ.
Yep.
And company B responds with a proposal.
Yep.
Both companies understand the current state.
Yep. Of their business process.
Kind
of implicitly, because they've got these documents that are the state management artifacts.
So now let's switch that up and say company A transfers company B inventory. Company A and B still understand where they are in that business process, correct?
I guess so.
If company B now transfers that inventory to company C, does company A understand where we are in that business process?
It would be out of their purview, I would think. I mean,
So is that the issue that we're trying to address?
No, I don't know. That's an interesting issue. That would be like, I guess, if company. Well, I suppose that's interesting. Yeah. So if company C is not in the work group, manage or paying attention to what's going on, the workflow that's managed on chain, then there would be no.
I guess
they wouldn't know to update, and they're not using. If they're using baseline, are they using? Is this in the baseline context, or is this like they've kind of taken? You have two companies who are using baseline and a third that it's not, or? Let's
assume this works and everybody uses baseline.
I think actually I'm just gonna jump to a solution. Just hearing this, it seems like in this case we would need another role for like observer within a work group. So they would still need to be part of the work group, and we would need to give them another role as observer.
Well, because I guess if there's no value to the process, I guess I don't know. Like in the auditing case, like what you can always, I guess it depends on how they're participating, right? Like, so in the A to B workflow, where you have both parties baselining their documents and created a work group that they're participating in. There's some circuits that are managing the exchange, right? What you can always bring in third parties as companies, and all you have to, and if it's an auditing use case, like the company has its private data, an auditor needs to verify like the rules were followed and that the things happened when they said they happened. The auditor has access to that company's either A or B, their private data. So they can use that private data to create the artifacts they need to verify what happened on chain. Right? That can happen at any time. You don't have to introduce them as another party. The only thing you need access to is the private data. And if, so I understand auditor relationships, is that they generally do have access to the private data. Now, if you had some auditor that wanted to oversee both companies. These are not. This is maybe auditing at a federal level or like a governmental level. Then yes, you would need to introduce this concept that they have some observability that's beyond, the private auditor. And maybe there would be like an observer role, something like that. Again, but like, you would still need to send them, the observer, the private data. What they would just be able to do with that private data is then, verify that you're checking the boxes and putting it on a chain. And you're supposed to. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So I guess my question was, is that specifically what we're looking to address in this discussion with respect to track?
Well, Sam, I guess started us off talking about what we would need to store in a source system or a baseline system to be able to track what was going on in the external context of everything that's related to baseline. So it's like you have your legacy, it's called legacy system, and you're bringing in baseline alongside that legacy system, and you're participating in workflows and you're tracking data and things like that. Like, what do you need to store per field, per document, per whatever that unit of data is that it makes sense in your context. What do you need to store alongside that, the metadata, to be able to stay up on what's going on, right? Because there's nothing on chain that you can use. You can't like query mainnet for like this particular piece of data and get all the history. I mean, you can get some history, but not anything that makes any sense, which is the whole point. So you have to persist that somewhere. That's kind of where we started. So I guess try to connect the dots here. Another example, like I guess then it would be company C. They would have to be kind of folded into the work group to be able to participate and kind of track. And then I guess it really depends on the
I think it
logic.
would be use case specific.
Yeah, it's like if you have company A and company B, and now you introduce company C.
Well, it's almost like
it would be up to whoever brought them into the work group to decide like how they wanted to expose them to the rest of the people in the.
On another thought, just thinking out loud over here, in the event that we do need a third party in order to show provenance or something like that, realistically, like if you can recall the SAP and D365 demo, the data points that are relevant to the business case is still stored off-chain in Dynamics or in SAP or in Salesforce or in the system of record. So it's like that data point that's stored off-chain according to the business process is the actual zero knowledge proofed immutable data point that can be shared to the third party that needs to from it's off chain. It doesn't need to be queried from chain, right? It's still a legitimate data point that they can use.
Yeah. There's all that private data is stored on chain, so you do need to have it all off chain.
Right. All the important data, like where your product is, if it's in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, for example, that's not going to be stored on chain anyway.
No, yeah. All of what the machinery does is would take that data, can run it through kind of logic circuit to verify that it is the shape and form and qualities that are important to the business, and then reflect that computation in something that's totally incoherent to anybody on chain that then can be verified, right? So it's like.
So then tracking of inventory state changes, for example, is business as usual, nothing to do with blockchain state change.
Wait, say that again?
So for example, let's say that you're tracking the inventory state change.
Inventory state change, yeah. If for your business.
Like you have an asset and then you just transferred that asset out.
Yeah. So
therefore you went from 1 to 0.
Yeah.
And then someone else went from 0 to 1, for example.
Okay.
in the context of baseline, that information and that inventory level and all that is not on chain, but rather that maybe that transfer is on chain, so maybe the provenance is on chain, but
Yeah.
rather when you want to track it, you're not necessarily tracking on chain data, that's still off chain data.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like you
Tracing, not tracking.
right. Yeah, you. I guess the weird bit is like if you wanted to, from a technical standpoint, you could put the inventory as part of the fields that you make, as required for your circuit. And then like as your inventory went from 0 or 1 to 0, you reran the circuit and put your commitment on chain. That would be a new commitment that your underlying data changed. And then the other party could, as run the same circuit, but their inventory goes from 0 to 1. Again, new commitment, new change to the data state. It all depends on how you're looking at it. But you wouldn't be able to determine, unless you knew the inventory at that point in time, you wouldn't be able to like recreate that commitment or look at the commitment that's put on chain and be like, oh, I see, they went from their inventory changed here. You wouldn't be able to tell,
Unless if you sent the verifier key to whoever needed to prove that inventory.
Well, the verifier key needs to be, yes, well, you'd have to give anybody the verifier key and then also the data that's used to kind of create that. Well, the verifier key is actually just, I believe that's what's put on chain. That's what the contract uses. So that would be public.
The verifier key is public. It is written in the chain. It's written in the smart contract.
Right.
When it's first deployed. I think that's what Karthik was talking about yesterday.
Yeah, like the way, right, yes. So the verifier key is, and as part of the magic of what the Socrates library does and the computation that's on chain is that you can have a very computationally intensive and a lot of data that's done off chain, but then what's on chain is actually a lot simpler. So it uses less gas and is within the capabilities of the EVM, right?
Yeah, the proving key is what you need. It's separate from the verification key, and proving key is what you need.
Proving key. Thank you, Sam. That's what I was talking about. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
proving
that's
key
what
is
you
kind of,
need to generate new proofs.
yeah, to calculate the witness, right? So,
Mhm.
Yeah. So Daniel, in your example, I think it would make sense for each transfer of inventory, you push a new commitment on chain, which would reflect, the updated numbers of inventory or numbers of product for each system. Like, essentially the commitment would be proof that both parties agreed that transfer happened.
yeah, and I wonder though if you'd have to do it. I mean, yeah. So if they needed that level of management in their business process, right? That's the big caveat. They don't need to do it, but they could if they wanted. And then, there's the question of like, well, this is a physical good. There is no instantaneous transfer. So what's the state as we go from company A, like putting their commitment on chain of like, well, now I have 0 inventory. And then time passes. There's no inventory anywhere technically because there's an intermediary. We didn't talk about the shipper, but now they possess it. So their inventory goes from 0 to 1 as then they hand it off to the, party C. So unless, what was it, A and B? I've lost track of A, B, and C, but
That's
you know what I mean? Like there's that other
that's
like
interesting.
facet
That's like literally
two
showing.
companies, unless like company C, let's just go with it, picks up, drives the truck, owns the truck, drives the truck, picks up the inventory directly from the manufacturer B and now possesses it. And as soon as it's like put on the forklift, and I'm imagining it's quite large, and the door closes and someone autographs some paper, or digitally does the transfer there with their smartphone on the loading dock.
It's interesting. It's like in that scenario, there still is only 2 counterparties. For example, you have the buyer and the supplier.
Mhm.
And then once the purchase is made, then the supplier transfers that asset over to, let's say, the transporter. So now there's really just the transporter and the buyer.
Mhm.
Because once the supplier gets rid of the inventory, they're like, it's out of my hands, bro.
Sometimes
Right?
depends, I guess. Like
It depends. It
the
depends.
laws and who owns what is in transit. And it's like, is it on delivery or is it on, whatever? What would be the beginning of a delivery? You hand it to deliver. Now it's not on your books, no longer a legal liability, or is it when it arrives? And it's all that gray area of like. Anyway, we don't have to figure that out here. But there's a flexibility though that if you needed that, you could. Yeah. And that's something that we talked about early on in some brainstorming with Ernst and Young about why having this idea of inventory represented as a token, but then also the idea of the legal. There's sort of a split there where it's like, I'm not going to use the right terms. Where you have physical possession, but you don't have like legal possession, right? Like a shipper would not
consigning or something like consignment.
You have legal possession once a bill of lading is transferred, for example.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I guess that's what I meant. So it's like, it's interesting there. There's lots of nuances.
Okay, well, I don't know if we took you guys down a rabbit hole, but that's some of the things we've been chatting about here internally.
Oh no, I think it's all good.
Yeah, no, this is great. Daniel,
Hey, TJ, what's
I'm just being a fly on the wall here, but I was wondering if I could at one point just kind of have a one-on-one with you to kind of talk about, your project, what value your customers feel they're getting from it, and just get your old general sense of where, you feel baseline is heading for your business. Would you be up for something like that?
For sure. Let's catch up.
You're on live streaming, so if you said no, you'd look like a big jerk.
In that case, absolutely not.
No, I'd appreciate that though. Just to, give me another line of sight from another aspect, I should say.
Yeah, for sure.
The plenary is happening right now.
Yeah, no,
So
I hear
half listening to you guys and half listening to Nick and John.
Okay, yeah, I heard the audio there.
I'm gonna go jump out of here, jump into plenary.
Yeah.
All right, I'll catch you guys later.
All right, thank y'all.
See ya.
I think I'm gonna hop over to the plenary as well. We can always come back in here if anybody has any more comments or some thoughts come up. Feel free to ping me on.
Just an off discussion? Sorry.
Pardon?
Was it just an off discussion, or is there like actually a session going on in this room?
This was a session. It started about an hour and 15 minutes ago.
Okay, I'm kind of late then.
Yeah,
Okay.
no worries. If you want, you can go on the YouTube live stream and you can scrub back to the beginning of the conversation if you're interested. But this was more of a brainstorming, less of a presentation or demo.
Okay, perfect, man. Thank you.
No problem. See you guys.
Thanks everyone for your patience. I'm trying to track down our session leaders. Kyle should be here. Let me see where he is.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How's everybody doing?
So far, so good, man. How about you?
I'm doing well.
Waking up, Kyle.
Getting there. It is pretty early over there.
It's not that bad. It's only 8 o'clock.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
It's 5 p.m. here.
So you've been up for hours.
Many hours.
Well, thank God it's Friday.
Exactly.
Indeed.
All right. While you're getting teed up, Kyle, I'm going to let everyone know you're getting ready to start. Is that cool?
Yeah.
All right. The word is out. The stream is on. You have the con, Kyle.
Thanks, man. Give folks a few minutes. See if we get a few more. So the purpose of the session is to talk about messaging and formats. There's a couple of the messaging package and the types package. Really, we want to figure out like what sort of design, like why certain decisions were made when we set up the core packages, and what implications that those decisions have now. So I'll share my screen here momentarily. We'll go through what a protocol message looks like. I think that'll be a good starting point. Looks like maybe we're going to get a few more folks. Hey, David. It's a nice background you have there.
What's up, buddy? Yeah, thanks.
It's a nice shirt you have there.
Dave has all the best swag.
He does, doesn't he?
Swaggerific.
Swagged out, man.
I just sent you a quick note on Nick, on Slack, Nick, as an aside. There's too many exciting things going on. Everybody's got so many places to be.
No, they don't. Everyone has to stay in lockdown right now.
Well, you mean,
I'm kidding.
So Dave, I hit that link, but I need access. What was that? Is that something that I should have access to already that you ran into?
no. It's just a little side pet project
Oh,
thing.
okay,
Why
cool.
didn't access?
Right on. I'll check it out.
Here is, you guys see my screen currently?
Yes,
Or
sir.
a window? At
We
least?
see the GitHub repo.
GitHub repo, indeed. All right. So let's take a look at a couple of these directories here. Let's look at messaging and types. So all of the packages, well, all the packages use this sort of provider pattern, meaning you can sort of use a factory pattern to initialize a messaging service, and the very similar thing applies to many of the other packages, including persistence, including the API package, including the privacy package, and that's all. The other package, the types package doesn't support that. So what I mean is, in the, I suppose perhaps maybe we should also look at ERI1. Maybe that would be helpful. You can see how this is actually getting used as well. Okay. So when like when you want to join a baseline work group as a participant, you have like a certain minimum set of infrastructure that you need to run in order to do that, and that really it really starts with you've probably already got a system of record that you're running, and you need to establish connectivity for point-to-point messaging with the other peers in the work group that you're joining, or maybe you're creating a work group. So really messaging, that system of record that you're running and messaging sort of are the two like cornerstones, or of the setup process. And so every participant runs their system of record and a messaging provider, which in the case of our current 0.1 release is essentially NATS. And so you essentially call this messaging service factory. And so you see here we have the baseline service factory, which is the set of APIs that implement the baseline, the iRegistry and the iVault. We'll talk about that a little bit later today. But really, this .NATS equal await messaging service factory. So what that does is it uses this factory to initialize NATS with a configuration, essentially with the configuration of each participant. We'll Bob, and Alice in the case of BRI1. So a participant stack in the BRI1 reference implementation represents a single participant in the work group. And when NATS is initialized using this messaging service factory, when a participant stack is spun up, a connection is made, or the NATS endpoint is made for each participant, and you're then able to exchange protocol messages, baseline protocol messages. And what the real purpose of this session is to really look at those message types. And there's a couple of extraneous opcodes that have been defined in the types package. So the types package is meant to really set up, what the anatomy of a baseline protocol message looks like. And so really there's two key messages that we're using today. Two opcodes rather. One is the baseline opcode, and one is the join opcode. The baseline opcode is used to indicate some sort of operation has happened in the system of record that requires a baseline. It's basically a baseline operation where you need to make sure that there's consistency within the workflow. And the join opcode is used when one participant has been invited to a work group and needs to complete basically accept that invitation. And so the way that this has been currently designed it was just sort of a naive way to say, look, we're going to just pack the message bits into we're just gonna pack the message, these fields, side by side across the message, right, to form a message. And so there's no protocol buffers yet. I think that would be a really interesting, to do for the community. It would be to really establish some form of protocol buffer library so that there's a little bit more interoperability and backwards compatibility within the protocol. So I'll pause there and make sure that everyone's following along. Does anyone have any questions so far?
Yes, Kyle, this is Alex.
Hey, Alex.
I've got a couple of questions for you. One is, you've shown us in the current BRI1, there is a Whisper and a NATS provider stacks, effectively, for the messaging part. Is my understanding correctly that if one party used NATS and the other Whisper, the two solutions would not be able to baseline?
Yeah, that's correct. So Whisper is deprecated, and Whisper is a gossip protocol, and so yes, those two protocols would definitely not be compatible.
But it's probably more accurate to say, wouldn't you say that? Am I in the right? Yeah. I'm monitoring so many different chat sessions. It's probably more accurate to say that Whisper is not what we would call compliant. Once we have compliance as a thing, it's not that they don't work together compatible with each other. It's just that Whisper is not something you'd want to use. Would that be more accurate?
Yeah, I don't think you'd want to use Whisper at all. But I also would say that Whisper and NATS would not work with each other. I think they're not.
Right. But like NATS and AMQP, or
that's where I'm headed. Right. Yeah.
Right.
Is that those two things would certainly.
So this is what I wanted to come to. But
right.
Forgetting Whisper for the second. Let's say you had, you're using NATS and somebody else does an AMQP implementation and somebody else does a Rabbit implementation and somebody does maybe a Kafka implementation. All these.
Yeah, I see NATS being able to bridge with those other protocols.
But what if Kyle? What if it wasn't just just to be sure, that could be taken to mean you're sort of basing in NATS, and NATS would be able to work with these other things. That would place NATS central, which I love NATS, but I wouldn't love that particular.
Oh yeah. So it's not. I guess I'm a bit of a partisan when it comes to NATS, obviously. So you certainly would.
Any to
certainly
any,
not
right?
locked.
It's not NATS to any. It's any to any.
Right. That's
okay.
Right.
Cool.
Yeah. Except Whisper.
I have a question.
except Whisper doesn't count.
Yeah, Anise.
Hello, Kyle. How far are we from saying that?
Hello.
If a client implements the iMessaging service, it should not matter what messaging protocols they use. Are we very far from saying this?
That's not the case right now.
Yeah, I would say that we're not like extremely far, but I would say that there's work to be done in order. There's work to be done, to get that there.
Can we agree?
This is a hackathon.
Yeah, can we agree that? That sounds like a good issue for the hackathon right there.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Somebody please write that one up. Next time we do this, Nick, we'll have to have prizes for people that actually write stuff up.
Exactly.
Yeah, the next one's going to be even better than this one.
This one's going pretty well.
Oh yeah, it really is.
So just to go back to my question, so you said we are not that far. So what are the key things?
I said there's work to be done. I think that I don't think that we're I think it's doable. The iMessaging service is certainly the iMessaging service is certainly a nice interface for this. I think there's some work to be done around figuring out how to make things interoperable in the cleanest way. Meaning, if you are using NATS, you're going to need to bridge to these other things. I think we need a bridge interface of some kind that is abstract enough to use. Because some folks might use NATS and some folks might use AMQP or something else, and figuring out how to most elegantly represent those bridges in our in this messaging package will be the bits of work that are that I see. For example, NATS does have support for various bridges like Kafka and others, and so I think figuring out how the similarities between how those bridges work in NATS and how bridges against other in other protocols, what those sort of look like, and coming up with a common interface to represent those bridges, I think would be fantastic, because then you could sort of do during the handshake phase or during the peering phase, you could establish which how to make that bridge happen, so to speak.
Thank you. Yep, that's very helpful.
But just to come back to my original question, Kai, so we agree that these are not interoperable. So it sounds like, and there's a big difference between NATS and AMQP, because AMQP is a standardized protocol. It doesn't refer to a particular vendor's product, like NATS.
Right. No, of course.
So my understanding is that the majority of messaging systems do have a bridge with AMQP, but they might not have a bridge with a particular other implementation. So would it not make sense to base the interface on AMQP and then let anyone take that AMQP message and bridge it to whatever they want, rather than the other way around?
I don't have a strong opinion on that. I don't think that it's a bad idea.
Okay, and the second part of my question was, irrespective of the fact that there's a lot of moving parts, behind the implementation of all the baseline interfaces, what you are describing to everyone today, isn't it effectively a set of application messages that can be sent over some messaging system? And what I'm trying to get to is, would there be in the future perhaps a way of baselining without using an API, but just using the application messages?
Well, I mean, I think you have to have an API of some kind, right? In order to, but how would you actually interact with the public blockchain if you don't have an API of some kind? I think that the API, here, let me rephrase that. I think that we could see the API as something that is protected on the inside of the baseline stack. I think that's maybe a fair way to say, to make the point that I think you're trying to make. Does that make sense?
Yes, but at the end of the day, the protocol semantics are based on these application messages being received correctly. So if I manage to send them to you and I haven't done it via the API, but I have done it through some other.
Oh yeah, if you send me a baseline message, then yeah, that protocol, it's just like if you look at it as a wire protocol, I think that's reasonable. But at the end of the day, you have to have some sort of internal, at least API on the internal side of that, where the message terminates, so you can decide what to do with it. So yeah, I would say there does have to be an API, at least on the internal side of the protocol. Because if you get a baseline message, what does that mean? Like you have to dispatch it somehow. There has to be an API, I think, in order to really to decide what to do with it. And when you do decide what to do with it, you have to be able to call these APIs. Right?
Okay, yeah,
or do you
thinking of
see
it from a different perspective.
Or do you see it differently? I mean, please challenge that. Prove me wrong. Don't ask.
No, I agree that there is some sort of API needed at various points, but what I'm trying to consider here is if we have a data flow that involves sending messages, could we just enhance it with baseline messages and have that system baseline without having to integrate an API? And I'm kind of thinking more in terms of IoT use cases here rather than.
I mean, what happens when the IoT device sends the message over the wire, right? And we're working on IoT use cases currently. When messages come over the wire from, for example, an IoT device to what system of record are these messages being sent?
It doesn't matter.
Exactly. Okay, we're on the same page.
The messaging system is the system of record.
So okay, so you're saying persisting the messages within the messaging system itself. So how do you know when you receive a message what state that baseline process is in?
Through the baseline protocol messages that we will be enhancing this flow. All I'm trying to say is, imagine we have an IoT data ingestion set up and it uses AMQP, whether we could perhaps publish additional baseline protocol messages within the same AMQP, obviously on different topics or different endpoints, it doesn't really matter. Refer to the other, rather than referring to records in Salesforce, they refer to AMQP messages in a queue.
Okay, yeah. So you're saying so what you're actually saying is you want to create an additional system of record that is the AMQP queue itself, right? You're actually saying that
I'm thinking if it's possible.
That would be possible.
Whatever the persistence mechanism is that's actually storing those messages, that is the system of record at that point, and it is 100% possible. but it would still need all of the, it would work out of the box with the way the APIs are set up. That would actually touch what we refer to as persistence, actually.
Kyle, here's where I would throw that code don't lie sting in and say, code don't lie. Show us where that is so we can figure it out.
Right. So recently, so the persistence package wasn't created with the 0.1 release. It was a skeleton of it was stood up about I don't know, a week ago, just for this very moment. Sorry, that was bad. So really what we want to do here is show some learnings from some of the research that we've done so far on projects, to show that what you're talking about is actually an AMQP message store, like persistence provider, AMQP message facility, or whatever that provider would be. That's actually going to conform to the API as well. I would say, and I do think that's a really interesting idea and premise. At the end of the day, the message handler where those IoT messages are flowing from, you've got to have some way to check the consistency of those messages. You still have to be able to talk to the public blockchain. You still have to be able to query the data store.
Absolutely, everything remains the same. But all I'm saying is that rather than make RPC calls, you could exchange messages between the various entities that do these things.
Well, I mean, I think I would argue and say that we're doing that currently, and that's the way that the state of the base. So we're actually passing messages today. When records change state, it's actually a message that triggers the base. Like there's a baseline protocol message that's sent that actually does trigger this trigger some activity on the other or on every counterparty's stack that they're running. That's a cool use case. It's something. I mean, we've something I've been thinking about in a slightly different context. But yeah, I think that would be a pretty cool hackathon project in and of itself.
I have another question.
Anyway, I don't want to hijack the session, so let's carry on.
No, I think that's a great. This is all good. Keep it coming.
Kyle, can you go back to the iPersistent service? I would like to give you a description of that service, and if you could correct me. So it's for everybody.
I'm not used to hijack the session. No,
I won't. It's a quick one. So would it be accurate to describe this interface as providing the functions to like query, store, and update the data in system of record?
Yeah. So what we've found is the persistent service goes, and so like we haven't implemented this interface per se in our projects. What we've learned from our projects, we've implemented it in a different way, right? We've implemented it with, for example, the Unibright connector, and because through our learnings with that and our understanding of baseline itself, there's essentially this alert interface, and what it does is it's meant to when something needs to get dispatched to the system of record and actually show the user something on the UI, that's what, like, this is the most important method in the persistent service, because it's the thing that can tell the user you cannot do that because the baseline, it would break the consistency of this record. You would be no longer in this record would fall out of compliance basically with baseline protocol. And then there's these sort of CRUD methods that are absolutely for reading and writing data. I would say those are there's a little bit more care that's needed around those methods, but that is your assumption, I think, is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's really great. Thank you for so alert is for don't update the record, or you cannot update the record.
Yeah,
and that's a primary.
Yeah, it's a way to basically to give the user the UI in a native way, so like SAP, Dynamics, Salesforce, whatever that service or system or product is. It's a way to like tell that product that whatever the user just tried to do, it either maybe it worked or maybe it didn't. And there's a native way to dispatch those notifications essentially to Dynamics. There's a native way to dispatch those to SAP. And so this interface allows those provider implementations to be built. Like, so we've just basically stubbed out these, like none of these are implemented in this package. This is just a skeleton to show, for illustration purposes. But based on our findings and the work we've done, with Kona and others, this is the right pattern.
Okay.
And that alert message really, this alert function here is really critical in order to actually give the user an experience that doesn't suck.
Yeah, this is great. Thank you.
No problem.
Hey, is this? And I apologize if I'm kind of
This is supposed to be.
here.
This is supposed to be as interactive as they can.
Yeah, I know. I was apologizing for the fact that you guys might have been discussing exactly what I'm going to ask.
Oh,
I just missed it. But just to be sure, Sam Anais, is this reminiscent of what we were discussing earlier in terms of that having being able to say, okay, like imagine mousing over a baseline, purchase order and seeing, oh yes, there are 3 other counterparties in this. Oh, one of them is actually looks like it's debased. And this is the other one. This is the one that has the ball on being able to change the state of this record. So we got into a lot of that kind of stuff and went down the rabbit hole a little bit, Kyle. But it was interesting.
Awesome. Yeah, we could go back down there. So yeah,
we don't have a facility for doing that right now. I mean, basically it's a fire and forget kind of thing right now.
Yeah, that's what this is. It's absolutely for that. It's meant to bring a rich user experience to the user interface, even of products that baseline has been built into.
So it's kind of like a periodic ping, like, hey everybody, are we still baselined? Hey everybody, are we still baselined?
So it's not like that. It's more like the messages, the baseline protocol messages that get dispatched across to each participant in a work group, receive them, and then there's processing that gets done. And at the end of the day, if signatures are all valid, then the processing can advance to the next step, which is, hey.
Oh yeah, right. So yeah, so your check is right now. Your check is. You're going to fail at the next step. But what if you wanted to know, or what if there was a case?
Well, that's the case when it's outbound, right? Like when
no. It's simply you're at rest.
Yeah.
Right. Everybody's, it's weeks past the PO, right?
Yeah.
But now you want to look and you want to basically get a report on how many of these records that we've baselined. Am I confident everybody is still consistent about?
Yeah, that's absolutely. So it's not a poll.
Yeah, there's no workflow step to initiate a new fail, right? Or you want to double check that it's gonna, you don't want to spend the gas if it's gonna fail, right?
Exactly. Well,
there needs to be something in the you might want to have an option. And I'm not saying that we build this right now, but you might want to have an option where you say we're gonna persist this. We're gonna have some kind of long polling or something that says we're gonna keep in touch on this one. Make sure that we're still connected.
Yeah, I would call it like a dry run. That's actually what we're doing in our middle-ware. And so I would just consider this middle-ware between the system of record and the baseline protocol, and being able to absolutely query records, the state of records, and subscribe to updates. What I'll say is that we've designed how we've sort of gone about this is in the way where no changes are strictly required to the system of record, right? We don't want to go in and customize SAP every time we do this. We want to be able to use the existing APIs that exist natively in SAP in the most broad, distribution. So we can just call that API to show alerts when we want to, and query data when we want to, without having to go in and make any customizations to the actual system of record, because that can be very, very time consuming, expensive, risky, and potentially not even allowed or frowned upon by.
And also, you're to do that, opens up a whole bag of tricks around having to manage all those
Yeah.
connections and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So, somebody might need to sell somebody some tools for that.
Yeah. I wonder who's going to do that.
Kyle, that apply at a work step level for a given record, right? In the system of record. So
Say
when
that-
you have
say
the
that again.
update function, so the high persistence service here
Yeah.
monitors the state on a given record in the as a cell source or SAP, etc. Right?
Uh-huh.
So when you have your update function before how do you manage the permission between the counterparties? So let's say I am party A and I created the record. So I assume I have the update function like automatically, authorized. I don't know what the right wording is, but I can update my own record basically. But other parties also involved in the same workflow who also have their interest in that, who are also in a state of consistency, they have access to the update function as well, right?
No, they're not necessarily. I think
How do you
that's-
manage it
yeah.
then?
Well,
Because
you have it's gated by the circuit, right? Like the business process, like the state machine itself, it guards against state transitions. One, another thing is how you design the business process and the workflow. You may not be sharing that entire record. You might only be sharing the bits that you intend to share. Like you map the record internally on your end, right?
Yep.
Like you know what your baseline record, like what a baseline message, what record that corresponds to in your SAP system, and that mapping happens on your end, sort of in this middleware, and so it's a matter of checking the consistency of the record, and if you're able to, if the record is in a state where the update that you're proposing is valid, then you can consider changing the record.
Okay, so it's in the circuit, all of it, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
okay, yep. Okay, okay.
It's probably instructive. Sam, and Kyle, I'm not even sure how much you're aware of this, but way back in the middle of last summer, Sam and Brian and I, folks were working on an approach to baselining, and Sam came up with this smart contract. This was one of the earliest designs. Sam's on here. I don't know if he's live. Sam, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, you want to explain? So the way we handled this in the past, and this is not the way it works today, but it's probably instructive, I think, is, the smart contract had a table in it. Yeah, this was the data structure was the smart contract had a table in it. And you imagine, if you had three counterparties, you had three rows, and one of those was the owner, right? So the owner of the contract, and that's how we designated who could, I guess what we call now, rebase the record. So if you were owner, you could change the data and force the state of that contract to go back to all the other rows in that table would go to null, right? And so basically, if you had three hashes in three rows, you were baselined, right, with those three counterparties, and the smart contract would return a state of not consistent if you didn't have three hashes in those three rows, or pending, right? Or if the hashes were different, you would have inconsistent, and if they were all the same, you'd have consistent. Frankly, that's when I decided I would be a huge fan of Sam Stokes, because I thought at that stage of our understanding, that was a brilliant way of putting it together, and that's why I continue to love working with him.
Yeah, Sam's a pretty cool guy. I like him too.
So is. But
thanks, guys.
Sorry for saying nice things in front of your back there, Sam. Yeah. So I mean, Sam, you might want to elaborate on that. But the cool thing about that, now it turned out to be like Lucas from Ernst & Young came in and had took that and took turned the crank once again, and then Kyle, you come in and turn the crank once again. We've evolved the structure, but let's look back to how that worked, right? I mean, that way we don't have today a way of changing the record after you have to basically create another record. That might be okay. That might be the way you want it.
We have a way to change the record.
How do I change the record and have everybody reconsistentified?
You send the baseline message after it's been changed. So like if the workflow step works, it goes, if the circuit allows the delta, everything's consistent and you can update the record. If you try to update my record,
you'd have a new proof on in the Merkle tree, right?
it's gonna push another proof, and you know what? I'm not gonna countersign that proof if you change my record.
Okay, and then the proof wouldn't go.
Yeah, it wouldn't work. The protocol would work. So
okay. So what that means is that you could have a griefing problem unless we decide, right?
Well, what's the griefing problem? Like just people just pushing bad updates?
No, I refuse to change the record. I refuse to sign this.
Yeah.
Right. So you could have, and so this, let's pivot the conversation from that. You're right.
That problem exists today.
Oh, it totally exists. It's a fundamental problem of all distributed systems.
Yeah, I will not pay you. Well, just if you look at it at the business level, it's that the griefing really is, I'm not going to pay that. I don't agree with it.
Yeah. So it's worth, yeah. So right now our default is everybody has to agree or it doesn't happen. And that's fine. But is there a time in the future where this is more mature and you could say, but you could create different, you do that in Fabric right now. You can have a transaction in Fabric. And I mean, this is part of what sucks about Fabric is every single transaction has its own transaction policy that you write to determine which peers get to do which things. You could say, well, in this case, I need more than half to agree, and I don't care if the others don't. But I don't know, maybe that's not relevant for baselining because the whole idea is you're consistent or you're not. I don't know. What do you think?
No, I mean, I think that you're, so say that again. What would be say it here, say that one more time.
Okay. So right now, the only way a perf gets written to the chain is if everybody in that work step, party of that work step is returning the same signature, right? Or signing that proof.
Yeah, if the proof is countersigned. Yeah.
And you explained, I'd love to see where this works in the code, but I won't bother you with that right now. You know me. But right now everybody has to sign or you can't change it, but we do have the ability to change, as you just said, which is cool. That ends that conversation there. And the messaging happens, but say somebody's time has gone on, their messenger is no longer functioning or something's happened. You've got a liveness problem.
Yeah. That's definitely another sort of problem. And that could be done on purpose or it could be done, just completely accidentally. How do you mitigate that? And I think one of those mitigation strategies is, you could have redundancy in your on your base for your baseline stack. You could have some redundancy in multiple data centers potentially, even to mitigate the accidental liveness problem.
Yeah, you could definitely do that. But say that there's do we want to contemplate? I guess, and this is a question for Anais that she could note. You could note in the standards team is, do we want to even contemplate the idea of a baseline policy like a transaction policy in Fabric that says, I don't know, not everybody needs to return. In this case, I want to protect against by allowing a change to the record or allowing the record to go through, even though not everybody agrees.
So we're absolutely contemplating that, but really more so in the context of what does the architecture look like to support N of N versus N of M, and like multi-sig, and having a way to define not only what that ratio is or percentage is in the number of signatures required. If you compare it to a multi-sig, maybe it's not a great example.
It might be like information rights versus confirmation rights or voting rights. So you say, you're the regulator. If you don't return because your computer's down, I don't care. We're still going to write this.
That's right.
But these counterparties need to agree.
Yeah, that's right. It's more about specifying which counterparties, need to actually agree. And I think that's done in part with the DID and like you can sign permissions into the DID, which is how we actually allow you to write messages in the first place, right?
Let me recommend something. Either we go and find and reach out to and get some time with Gary Singh from Hyperledger Fabric, or somebody who's a student of like David Yellen or others we should get them involved. They are the best at this problem. They know how to
which
write
problem?
that kind of stuff.
The pluggability stuff?
No, the policy, basically modulating
kind of
each, they've had to be as efficient as possible at modulating who, the different, every single transaction has a different policy. I think that makes
total sense. I have some opinions on that, and I would be happy to talk with anyone.
Yeah, we ought to get them roped in, or at least find somebody that has been really studying that work for a while.
That's very interesting because the same topic was raised yesterday during the tokenization process. As part of the prerequisite, there need to be a permission model, so the data sharing. If the owner of the token, in some use case, they will need access to the off-chain record. So how is it managed within the system of record and things like that? So it's definitely a conversation that within the summit, different tracks have touched upon this. So yeah, we should definitely follow that from a specification point of view. There is definitely something to discuss here.
No, this is a good discussion. I think that my opinion right now is that there, just to sort of level set, is that there's not going to be ingress into any system of record ever. That's just not the way. That's not the way it will work. You cannot make an API call and say, "Let me see that record." You might be able to send a message and say, "Can I please see that record?"
Yes.
In the future. I think that's possible. And then the party would have to say, "Oh yeah, you can see this record," and then act and send the record potentially. But I guess I'll stop there.
Yeah, but that's exactly what was discussed. So yeah, it's good that you raised it. That's why I probably didn't phrase it really well. But it's all about, because when we talk about invoice tokenization, there is the assumption that the end investor does not need to see the detail, for example, of the invoice, which is perfectly for this use case. But another use case was raised that what if we do project financing? And the end investors, actually, they need to have access to the project details and all of those things. So at some point, they need to be able to request access, as you said, not directly to the system of record of the initiator.
What kind of investors?
You can think about retail investments. So I work on the bit. That was the example, and I need financing for that project. So this is how it started. So I wouldn't, as an investor, I would not, it's not, I will need visibility.
You're not just going to fork over money? What?
Sorry?
You're not just going to fork over money?
Well, yeah. So we were talking about all the different, from a legal point of view and all of those kind of things. So how do we accommodate? And this is when we realize that from an authorization and permission point of view, we cannot really have a standout generic way of working, because different use cases will require a different level of permissioning to the
I think we can have a standard. So I think we can have a generic way of thinking about it. And I think we can have what that looks like is, I think, to what John and I were touching on briefly, is there's a way to represent these things as I don't want to call them policies because that doesn't exist yet, but they're policies kind of.
Yep.
And we don't have that concept of a policy beyond what we have one, but it hasn't bubbled up and been baked into the baseline protocol yet. It's been sort of iterated on,
I think focusing too much. I mean, I brought it up, but I'm focusing on it too much right now.
I agree.
In this time, not today, right now, but I mean, in this time frame, I don't know that the maturity of the baselining world has gotten to the point where adding that layer of complexity would not confuse a lot of people. So that, but we might want to park it. You could also argue it upside down. You could say, no, baselining is sort of tantamount to ledgering, which means if you want to change something, you have to write a new record. We talked about that earlier this morning as well. You don't get to change it unless you debase it.
Well, that doesn't make sense though. In the context of the business process automation stuff that we're seeing right now, that you definitely
that wouldn't work
for
like what you're doing with some of your clients. That wouldn't work.
No, we got to be able to change the records. But the good news is the way the protocol and the circuits work is it just works, like if you decide that that's a valid record. The cool thing is it's kind of self-sovereign, right? Your system of record is yours, and you get to decide if those records get changed in there or not right now. And that's not a bad default state, right? Like you are in control of your data, which is sort of the whole purpose of blockchain and this whole movement, right? It's to give you control of your data and keep it in the system of record that it lives in. That means you get to decide if it changes or not. That means you get to decide if you act on those baseline protocol messages and what you do when you get them. Does that mean you actually say, yeah, I accept that update? And really, it's not just not only you, the circuit has to accept the update as well.
Right. The circuit has to. Yeah, that makes sense. But and you're right. I can see now how that would work. And yeah, that's elegant. But
it works
the question
as it
is,
stands.
What sort of record requires that kind of mutability in your experience right now? I mean, you've got a lot of experience with clients at this point in this stuff.
I mean, honestly, like any record, like if a PO or an SO, like if you have modifications to that order,
but shouldn't that's actually exactly the point. And we were talking with Daniel about this from the perspective of like traditional ERP systems. They absolutely are set up to say, yeah, if you want to change that PO, you don't change the PO, you create a new PO and reference. So it's kind of like a general ledger, right? You say, look, if you're baselining it, if you're taking the trouble to baseline something, you don't want it to change.
That's still an update, right? Like if you have to update that record, like a lot of stuff in the process before things are finalized, can change. And even if you decide that you want to move on from that record, and you just ledger a new, like you just voiding a record is updating it.
Well, you can nullify it. You can nullify the proof. You're not voiding the record.
Yeah. No, I mean, if you're talking about nullification. I'm just saying in the ERP system, if you cancel that one and create a new one, you're still updating the first one.
You're still updating the record and pointing to the next one. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
No, that's true. Boy, we're down the rabbit hole now. I'm glad Brian showed up. Now we have some really smart people in the room.
Well, if you want to tie it back here, right? all of these state transitions are governed by baseline protocol messages, which are governed by the message types. This baseline protocol message type right here. So action item would be really great to see protocol buffers in the very near future here. I think that would be a really awesome issue. I think there may be one already. I can take a look at that and see if it's what needs to be done to update it. But I think we should get that going. Maybe that's a hackathon bounty. Kind of love.
Yeah, man. That's yeah.
Let's hackathon.
I am so geeking out about this format right now. I gotta say, I'm compelled to say right in the middle of this. I just tweeted Gary Singh and said, "Hey, we're saying nice things about you." And I tweeted it out and showed it and gave him the timestamp for this live stream. So, it's just that's like great. We're in a new world of connectivity. Wow, the internet. It's cool. Anyway, sorry.
The interwebs.
The interwebs.
Yeah. So I think we should bounty the protocol buffers. I think that would be a good one for the hackathon. Low hanging fruit.
Right now.
Hey, Kyle. I posted several actions to be taken, at least ones I could come up with if I want to update a baseline data field. I was wondering, I was kind of trying to think of it as in terms of like a sequence diagram.
Where did you, oh, you posted this in chat? Oh,
yeah, in the chat, like A through E. What are kind of the steps, or I don't know if you've thought about this yet and gotten this far. What's kind of the order in which these steps would occur?
Yeah, so update the data field in my D365 system of record. That would actually, before you do that, it would be updated, and then the persistence package would receive a notification that had happened. And then what you'll do in the persistence package is actually you'll actually determine if that was a valid state transition right there. You'll do the preliminary verification against the shield to say, hey, like, well, if I propose this, will it actually work? And if it won't, it'll short circuit right then and there if it won't, and it'll send an alert back to the UI.
Okay.
If it doesn't short, yep.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, just so I stay with you. So you're saying you have some sort of listener on the system of record that picks up
in a persistence package. But yes,
right
against that system of record.
So I think in your persistence interface you have like a subscribe. I'm assuming that would set up some sort of listener.
That's the intended illustration, right? Like the way we're doing it is not using that interface specifically yet, but we're basically using that interface. Yeah.
Yeah.
Subscribe would be the thing.
Okay.
And so you would receive an update. And the implementation, for SAP or Dynamics or Salesforce, maybe the subscribe method actually does have to pull. If there's no way for the system of record to dispatch messages to you, so the subscribe actually will deliver messages back to the persistent, back to the thing that you're using the persistent service, one way or the other, if that makes sense. And so then you'll get the message back. You'll say, hey, is this state transition valid on this record? And if it's not, it'll call alert and short circuit, and basically tell the user that that didn't work. And at that point, the persistent service would revert the record. So it's actually the persistent service is reverting the record internally. It's not updating. We're not calling update yet. That's that would be if it actually will be a valid state transition. We then we generate the witness, we generate a commitment, and we send it over the wire to the other party. And if they agree with it, they look at it and say, hey, will this transition be valid? And maybe part of that check on their end is, do I want to update this record in my system of record? You take that, those decisions together, and you say, okay, this is valid, and then you send they countersign the message and send it back, and that's when a baseline, the commitment is written to the blockchain on the side that initiated the transition.
Okay. All right. Cool. So does
so to say when iPersistence.update, for example, would be called, that would be called based on the decisioning of the counterparty who received the message initially, that then had to make a decision if they were going to countersign it or not. So essentially, the way that I would look at it is, because that process is automated, if that process is automated, I would say that the update record would be called once the actual baseline proof is finalized on chain.
Hey Sam, you got a live mic there, just so you know.
If it's not, if the decision is actually manual, meaning it requires user input in the system of record itself, which it very well could, it's essentially going to happen when the user updates the user might actually have to update the record, right? Like themselves, or confirm it on the UI, like actually confirm the delta. The more things we can do to let users continue to do what they do on the UI is the best thing possible, right? So we might just dispatch an alert and say, hey, do you want to accept this change to this record? And they can say, okay. And that is what triggers signing and broadcasting of the baseline message back over.
Okay, gotcha. So would the baseline system need write access in order to update the system of record, or?
I mean, I think not, right? Like in that case, right, the user is actually updating the record. The baseline system only needs write access if there are automated, if there are baseline messages that can result in automated updates to the system of record.
Right. Okay. Okay. I guess I'm confused by what the update method would do then.
No, it would update the system of record, but I'm saying you might not have to call it yourself, because you could just call alert. You could just dispatch alert to the UI, and the user would have to do something.
Okay, I'm with you.
I think the best situation is when we have users using the system of record without really changing their workflow. except maybe having a notification come in to tell them, hey, you have an action item here. Do you want to modify this record? Because then you have users who are responsible for signing. Which make it all legal. I think that's helpful. Sam, was that clear?
Yeah, it sounds like you're saying the update method would not be used if you're kind of manually making the accepting and making updates.
And what we've and so like in the IoT use case, I could see a lot of potential automation in terms of accepting those deltas. That Alex brought up IoT, the Fraunhofer case. There's IoT messages. In terms of the procurement case, though, I think the best thing is to dispatch a notification to the user and just let them decide what to do.
Yeah.
And let them click a button in SAP, and that triggers the counter signature and the baseline message back over. That's how we've implemented it for other use cases.
Okay.
It seems to be the safe way to do it.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Cool. I think we've sort of hit the wall on additional content. Unless there's, we can continue. We can probably talk about messaging for. I know we can get Alex.
Yeah, we got like 8 more hours to go, man. No, yeah, 4 hours to go. Look, I think this is good conversation. Let's turn it into real stuff. That's the even in live conferences, the unfortunate thing is we don't have pages walking around behind us writing everything down. But at least we're probably a couple of years from having good enough AI that we actually have great transcripting of all of this stuff real time that is intelligible. Let's make sure. Do you want to take a little time? By the way, Andreas's session is starting up the ZK stuff again. I hear.
Oh, cool.
Just heard it going off.
The scaling, I'm gonna hop over there. Yeah.
Quick question: Did we want to talk about message formats, or did we cover that already? Okay, I just want to make sure.
And it's great. Alex Criticos is here. Boy, 2 Criticoses in the same room.
I know.
That's really cool. You guys aren't related?
Probably are somewhere.
Well, sure, we're all related. 40,000 years back.
We haven't really been able to find the connection yet.
Right on.
I'll do a little swag promotion here.
Yeah.
Nice.
And I'll do a little more swag promotion here. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's right. That is a very unique one, by the way. That's the only one they made that didn't have a name on it. Seriously, they made a couple for like a few people, and they aren't making any more. And the only one they made that
it's an NFT.
Yeah.
I'm going to take the baseline logo, get the embroidery files set up, and share them with the community. So if you want to make some, high-end swag like Kyle has with his embroidered Provide shirt.
Well, I've got to take no credit for that. That's all David.
David's
the swag man.
Definitely on the A game, that's for sure.
Yes, he is.
So
all right,
yeah, just to belabor the point, right? I will be sad if I think look, I think pull requesting is during the summit is are we going to see new pull requests that have been merged and approved during the summit? No, but I sure do want to see that contributor list go up.
Sure.
And I'm looking for we're looking for the next Kyle, right? Who's going to be just I want somebody to take to challenge Kyle's crown for the most commits, and so hopefully the summit will catalyze somebody to multiple people to really get in over time. But the one thing that we can get before the end of the summit are at least basically sketched out issues, so that next Monday, not this coming Monday, but the one after that, we can vote in the steering committee. Nick, I was just thinking about this, that we need to. We can take it offline somewhere else, but we should, and Anais isn't here anymore, but we'll talk with her about this, get issues up and then have the steering committee and the TSC vote on which ones we bounty. That way it's not just like,
That's cool. Yeah.
it's not just like a couple of us who happen to work for, say, Consensus or something, bountying the things that we want to bounty.
Yeah.
That said,
That seems fair.
we did pay for the bounties, so maybe
Yeah,
we should be allowed to do that. But,
yeah. Fine. And Alex, you know, we've connected once at least already, and I think we have plans to connect again next week. You know, I'd love to work with you on figuring out how to make, you know, AMQP, and I'd love to expand the reach of the messaging package, and even in the context of our NATS implementation, you know, I'd love to figure out how to create interoperability and another provider there for AMQP. So I think that you and I have a standing meetup sometime next week, if I recall correctly.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, yeah,
maybe
so we'll
the
do
two
that.
guys can get together and write an issue under, and if you do write
All
an
right,
issue,
cool.
and Kyle, I'll say this again for maintainers, because it's so hard. If you've got issues in pull requests and code in /baseline, make sure to link those up into the epic so that we can track them around. I know that's so hard. The hygiene on that
I'll look at that.
sucks, but
Yeah,
let's try to do
I
it.
created a few issues yesterday. I'll try to link them.
Sweet.
I'll make one for this AMQP provider. I think that'll be fun.
Okay,
Yeah,
I think we had another one on. Yep, go ahead. Sorry.
One other thing that I had mentioned in our very initial long thread on the messaging channel, Kai, was whether if you did go to protobuf, you kind of moved it one level up from TypeScript, such that protobuf is the payload format source of truth, and the stub for TypeScript is what you use, but it allows people to write APIs in something other than TypeScript.
Oh yeah, no, we actually have written APIs in .NET and Golang, you know, already, and so so we've done this a few times, and it makes sense to be able to write APIs in other languages, and yes, I think.
And it would be good if all the stubs for the messages are generated by Proto-C rather than handcrafted.
Exactly. Yes.
So maybe that's another hackathon.
Agreed. Yes, I violently agree with you. Cool.
Right on. See you guys. I'm gonna switch over to the other one.
Yep. Thanks, everybody. I'm gonna sign off as well and hop on another session, but it's been good. Yo,
Hey, how's
how's it going?
going?
How are you?
Doing well, thanks. Anton's here too. Hey, Anton. I think he's here.
Yeah, it looks like it.
How was the cookbook session?
I'm not sure. I not been in there too long. I'm sure Dan's doing a good job with it. I haven't. I'm in there, but I haven't done a whole lot with it yet. I mean, it's. I mean, honestly, Dan's. I think it looks like there's quite a bit of engagement.
Yeah, I was watching, like, I was thinking people would kind of hop over here from that, but I don't know how long that goes, actually. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's just get started and present this, and yeah, I think that'll be good.
That sounds good. Put you on. Let's see.
Oh yeah, I got to get my background set up for this. Here we go.
I need to like blur the awkward.
Oh, I got my swag and my background on. Here we go.
Oh, we need to get one of those. Oh man, you're all decked out. I could put like a piece of paper. Never mind. Thomas,
Yeah.
we need a.
Thanks to David. He's just got that enterprise sales spirit, and he's our swag guy. Cannot take credit. I can't take credit for the background.
Yeah.
So let's get started and present this. Let me. Do you want me to share my screen?
Yes, that would be great. Thanks.
All right. No problem. All right, what do you see? That was muted. Do you see my screen? Oh wait, hold on, I can't hear you.
Sorry, I was on mute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, cool. Cool. So I'm Kyle Thomas, founder of Provide.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go. Yeah, I see you.
I'm Gina. I work with Nethermind. I am head of marketing here.
So Provide and Nethermind have been working closely together for going 6 to 9 months now, somewhere in that range. We partnered by way of the Baseline community. We have just found a lot of synergy and like-mindedness when it comes to how we get stuff done, and it's been very productive. Nethermind has created the first Baseline compliant Ethereum client, and we've been working together on a commercial offering to enable Baseline as a service for large enterprise clients. So really, like the purpose of all of this is to synchronize everything, so to speak. So just to give a little background on Provide. Provide is an enterprise integration middleware that uses blockchain with the goal of making legacy systems and integration suck less. We basically allow systems of record to become synchronized using the Baseline protocol, and we've created a commercial offering around this.
And I'll take it for Nethermind. So we've been around since 2017. We're building Ethereum solutions for developers and enterprises. Our flagship product is a .NET Ethereum client, and we are also building a P2P data marketplace, which will be available very soon. We're launching on XDAI and mainnet within the month, so keep an eye out for that. In relation to Baseline, we're actually the first and only Ethereum client with integrated Baseline support, which is a pretty big deal.
Indeed. So Provide has a couple of offerings. If you look at it from a logical perspective, there's a core API offering, which is essentially a way for developers, enterprise developers, to build blockchain applications, with a very friendly API in their programming language of choice. It provides orchestration and transaction, for example. Any enterprise developer using our core API can sign blockchain transactions. The other offering is Shuttle, which is sort of the Baseline as a service offering. So the core API offering is a low-code framework, and it looks a lot like a Web3 API, but in many different programming languages, allowing programmatic interaction with smart contracts, and peer-to-peer like container orchestration across clouds, and it is provided a chain and protocol agnostic platform. We also have a vault service, which offers state-of-the-art key management, similarly to what you would find with like a HashiCorp vault or an AWS KMS or Azure Key Vault. However, the reason why we created a vault of our own for this offering is because our ability to quickly support new elliptic curves is very critical to supporting advanced privacy applications as these underlying privacy technologies mature in a way where other KMS or key management vendors would not have support for these elliptic curves. Our vault also, I mentioned how it makes it easier for developers to sign transactions. The vault also offers an HD API, an HD wallet API, where developers can, without thinking about it, sign transactions in a way where no account or no address is ever signed two transactions. Every address only signs a single transaction, and this enables out-of-the-box anonymity in sort of a best-of-breed way. Shuttle is, as I mentioned, the Baseline as a service offering, and it uses the core API. The core API provided is used by Shuttle, and really Shuttle has given us positioning in the Baseline community to offer the first commercial baseline as a service offering. And because baseline is really maturing, and this event over the last few days of the summit event really has shown just what the level of interest is in this community, and really how vibrant the community is. I think it's a really good positioning, and we're excited to work with companies like Microsoft, UI, Consensus, and Accenture, and Nethermind. Whoa. All right.
Cool. So yeah, kind of back to what Kyle was saying in the beginning, we actually started working together with Provide in May. We officially partnered, I believe it was early July. So we came into it working together to create a new standards for enterprise blockchain integration by the way of baseline and by the base of the baseline initiative. So we've brought advanced privacy, messaging, and key management to our .NET client. Kyle kind of touched on how Provide automatically configures and provisions the Nethermind node here as part of its shuttle baseline as a service offering. And then together, we've really worked on designing the first client native implementation of the baseline protocol JSON RPC specification. So that's allowing developers and organizations to build that support for baseline into their own products. And then it kind of goes back to what we were saying before too. So the mission of baseline is really making the Ethereum mainnet safe and effective for enterprises without sacrificing that data privacy, which is so important. We have our .NET client, which is favorable here just because enterprises are always looking at .NET. They favor the flexibility and the size of the developer pool. So having that .NET client with first class support is very important for baseline and mainnet users. Kyle, if you want to jump into a bit more about Shuttle.
Yeah, sure. So, for Provide, we were in the right place at the right time for baseline. We've been developing our stack for a few years. It had matured over that time, and we had really created an offering for turnkey proof of existence, and that was around this time last year. And the timing was very well. It was just very good timing for us to get involved with baseline and take that what we were calling shuttle, which was that turnkey proof of existence, which would basically for every party, every work group, every participant, they would deploy an IPFS node using our core API, and then hold on just one second. That was my son. That was sweet. So essentially, okay. So as I was saying, our turnkey proof of existence offering, really was well positioned to instead of deploying an IPFS node and for each participant, it became the entire baseline stack, which is a set of core services that Provide offers. Ident, in-chain, and Vault. Each of these services is responsible for an important part of maintaining enterprise security, signing transactions, and interacting with multiple configured blockchain networks, sort of across that trifecta of services. So every single counterparty to a baseline process now can use Shuttle to automatically provision essentially the baseline stack to their own infrastructure, whether that infrastructure lives on AWS or Azure. They can use this tooling, and it's a custom container runtime. It's actually, there's two modes of operation to it. We have a custom container runtime that will provision all the infrastructure, and we also have support for Kubernetes as well. And so with Nethermind support, it was really important, from our perspective at Provide and working with large enterprise organizations in such an emerging space, right? The blockchain space. There's really no more room for POCs. Like things have to move into production at this time in the blockchain in the enterprise blockchain world, and having a partner like Nethermind to provide commercial support. I think that it's such a key part of going to market is having an Ethereum client or having a blockchain client in general that is commercially supported. So you can gain that trust and be able to move quickly to meet demands, and that's why we're with Nethermind, and we're deploying the first production environments that are baseline compliant in Q1 of next year. So we have Tomasz on the call. I think there's some next steps, and Gina, do you want to chat about this at all? But I'd invite Tomasz to the conversation too. I think there's some really cool. So we've done some really cool stuff. Maybe we talk a little bit about what we've done together, and from a technical standpoint, and what we maybe what we do next, because there's a couple of cool sort of next steps that we see together on our roadmap here. Tomasz, I think, do you want to talk to that?
Sorry, I thought that you were encouraging people to ask questions. Yeah. Sorry, as for the next steps. Yeah, of course.
The question or the statement was, let's talk about what we've done together so far, and what we have in mind, on our roadmap.
No, sure. So as for the next steps, and I think we had on occasion to discuss it also with all the attendants on the calls and workshops around the client infrastructure for Baseline. We'd like to make sure that the enterprises that are embracing Ethereum mainnet have this very smooth experience of going forward with their business process management. So there are a few hurdles that normally they would have to deal with, and some of them are dealt with by the provide stack. So this is the payment for the gas, so you can manage everything via provide payment. Then you have the vault that Kyle was telling you about in more details, but also there is synchronization, like rapid synchronization solutions. And for Nethermind, in the baseline scenarios, we think of utilizing all the things that we've been working on for the Ethereum mainnet things, including beam sync, and including also various scenarios with receipts and bodies synchronization, which is usually quite a lengthy process. So on mainnet, you would connect to hundreds of other nodes and slowly go through the synchronization process. In the enterprise scenarios, we can utilize the fact that we connect it within the entire infrastructure with NATs, with provide. All of that can allow us to download data very quickly, still operate in the trustless environment when you still have to verify every single bit of data that's flowing into the database, and nothing comes that can put you at risk of desynchronizing with other participants of the network. And this is extremely important, right? Because that's why you're going for baseline, that's why you're going for public mainnet, to make sure that your data will always be verified in the same state with others. And with Nethermind, not only you have that, but also you do that with the very fast, rapid download of mainnet, and potentially within under an hour, you'll be able to get new nodes joining the Ethereum mainnet.
Yeah, so why is this important? It's about the user experience, right? When ecosystem participants come in, and they join the network, if we have this seamless experience where we've done the R&D and we've done our CS homework on how to deliver the blockchain in its current state in under an hour, right? Like that's a user experience that's kind of unparalleled in the space, and that's with just clients in general. But when you add the element of the enterprise to that, it's a fantastic experience. And so the other next step that's listed here is, sort of on our roadmap is democratizing always on access to critical services and streams. Like, what does that mean? You know, what it means is creating having every single baseline node in the ecosystem that's connecting to the public blockchain and also to these private systems of record. Having each of those have the access that to all of these to all of the blockchain data, right? You know, in real time, so that something like rapid receipts can actually be accomplished. Also, looking at one of those nodes, one of these baseline nodes, as kind of a phone, kind of like a cell tower, one of many cell towers. I think is a good way to sort of consider it. And then, you know, from that perspective, the network, like the availability of the network, just will continue to improve. And we have some interesting relationships around the NATS ecosystem that I think will, in the coming months, show some really good progress towards towards making baseline a public utility. You know, I think next year, I think one of the sessions at the event asked the question, what will baseline look like next year? We are going to make baseline a publicly available utility within the year, and it's really exciting. I think that one thing that you know, Tomas, you guys have jumped in and helped on immensely is the Merkle tree, the iBaseline RPC Merkle tree stuff. And I think that what will be good is to you know, to maybe dig into that a bit today and really come up with some action items for the community where we can you know, create some issues in GitHub and maybe come up with a bounty for the hackathon in December on one or two of those, if we can come up with that. So that's sort of the goal, I think, from this part of the presentation onward, is to really to dig into the technical bits a little bit and identify some action items that, you know, we think could be really helpful to the community. Does anyone have any comments or questions about our, like, how Provide a Nethermind work, or just in general, like how Nethermind has you know, supported the community, or anything else for that matter?
Hey, Kyle, I have a question.
Don't say anything. Oh, Sam. Okay, good.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I have a question. Earlier you mentioned message. I know messaging is a component along with the Nethermind client. Is messaging kind of integrated directly into Nethermind client now, or will messages get relayed through some other intermediary services?
This is one of the next steps that we were discussing, like further integration of ensuring that we use the power of all the components that we have at hand. So NATS, Provide, Nethermind, all of them doing their best, and I really can do a lot, to deliver that great experience for the enterprises, to synchronize quickly, to use it smoothly, to extract the data that they need without hassle, in a way that is familiar to all their existing integrations with the Ethereum blockchain, if they have any. So the approach that we take is that any specialist that was working with Ethereum will be able to help to use the existing stack between Provide and Nethermind, and they will feel familiar with the tooling via JSON RPC, with the approach taken.
Okay, yeah, that'd be really cool to have it fully integrated like that. Would it be? Are you specifically looking at integrating NATS as the messaging client, or any others?
Yeah, so most likely there will be abstraction of this messaging interfaces, but when you think how the Ethereum nodes operate nowadays, it's all via DEF P2P and TCP protocols, which is prepared for this decentralized mainnet infrastructure. on the side, you can introduce things like NATs to just speed up the things massively. And we see already that movement among the Ethereum mainnet clients when they look for solutions like BitTorrent, some various storage places for the historical data. And we think, okay, so when you're in the public space, in the decentralized space outside of the enterprise community, or we call it, then you don't have that many choices into who would pay for storage, because you have to ensure that everything is fairly split, and the community, the open source community, doesn't really have the capability or infrastructure to maintain a very expensive storage. Within the enterprise world, you can do that. You can assume that your company will be able to serve other nodes that are being spawned across various hubs within your network to use that sources, and at the same time not to have to trust each other between the hubs, so you don't have to create some database replication mechanism, some backups, verification if everything was initiated properly. Everything will be managed by the nodes by providing Endermines together, ensuring that you have both trustlessness even between the hubs and rapid setup. So yeah, NATs, to answer your question directly, NATs will be integrated and most likely will be abstracted, so you can actually use any other messaging systems that will be coming as the solutions as soon as baseline says, okay, they're ready to be used within the baseline space. So now it's NATs, but maybe in the future it's something else.
Yeah, okay. So in our relationship, like I mentioned with in and around the NATs community, there's some really interesting opportunities to, I mentioned like democratizing access, and what that really means is persistence, right? Like a cellular network doesn't drop messages. Well, it does. It depends on who your carrier is, I guess. But on our network, the way we see it is not dropping messages, because we have this public utility that's cross cloud. It's on every continent. It's in every data center. And so wherever you are, you're gonna be able to sync, using the provide and Nethermind infrastructure. You'll be able to sync, your client within the hour and be processing work steps within that time. And so that really creates a user experience of stickiness, we think, for enterprise and for smaller ecosystem participants who may be using Excel but want to, pay not 10 or 20 bucks a month to join, a really big ecosystem, and really creating that access, is critical and a huge value add that Baseline brings to the table. And just to piggyback on a more technical note to what Tomas said, like Provide has our NATS infrastructure with Provide is a bit custom in the sense that we look at it as kind of a leaf node, a NATS leaf node, and that's like I guess a technical term to mean it means sort of like we are our own custom cell tower, but we have the full ability to integrate with the backbone of the public NATS utility, and we also on the Provide stack have some built-in niceties around chunk like packet fragmentation and reassembly, which will parallelize the delivery of the blockchain, essentially get reassembled on the Nethermind side, and then really the choke point will be verifying all of the receipts. But this is sort of just a peek at on the technical level why the integration is teed up, to be interesting, to say the least, and probably the most performant implementation, in the enterprise space.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, thank you all for sharing. That's really exciting news. I'll be following along closely, seeing how it comes along.
Thanks, Sam.
Hey, I was just going to jump in and give a big thanks to Thomas and Gina and everybody at Nethermind. You guys have been great supporters of the Baseline protocol and really embrace the community and are huge contributors. So I just want to take a second to recognize you and at least give you my thanks. It's been awesome to see, and love the support.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah, I second that.
It's a pleasure to work with such great community leaders as you, as John. So.
Yeah, really awesome work on this event, Nick.
Work sets the bar high. Sets the bar very high. That's for sure.
It's gone really well. Congrats and thank you.
Yeah, it's been great to see this all come together, and it's happening, and here we are. So it's been great to work on this with you all.
Yeah, for sure. So I guess the next step here is to get a little bit more technical. Tomasz, do you care to lead the discussion for about 15 minutes? I need to step away for like 15, but I'll be right back if you wouldn't mind. That would be great. And then I think the goal will be, let's get some action items that make sense for the hackathon next month, and what we might be able to bounty. Is that all right? Are you able to take over for 10, 15?
Sure. If we assume this is more in the workshop model, I mean, if we plan to. If we plan
I think
or something might be harder, but yeah, I can throw some ideas and talk.
Let's try. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Let's switch over to the workshop model, and I'll be back in like 10 or 15 minutes tops, and I'll rejoin the discussion here.
Sure, no worries.
Cool. Thanks, man.
Okay, so before I start trying to be more creative here, I'll be happy to hear if at this stage, when you hear this Merkle tree, Vault, and you think, okay, so how can you start working with Nethermind and Provide Stack? Maybe the questions appear here, and I would love to hear this from the audience and on the workshop. Look at the list of names here, how likely it will be that the questions will appear. All right, let me be creative a bit then. So I know there's 2 or 3 main components at the moment, as we said. So there's Vault, there's the whole flow of transactions, and I think obviously those integrations to the enterprise models, to the enterprise solutions, will be done somewhere, like when enterprises will be looking at how to start, they'll be looking at both components, so the Provide and Nethermind. And it's all about making it smooth. So it's Provide ways like low code, just a simple steps deployment. But maybe during the hackathon, community would like to start introducing some additional tools. So when you think about the circuits, the tree, the storage, so for sure some kind of visualization of what we are tracking, how much data we're storing, what or at what rate maybe the data are coming. This might be interesting, like any kind of chart statistics that will allow the businesses to measure what their activity is. So as I said, I'm creative now here, and I think this might be the tooling. It might be very fun to build. Something that automatically comes to mind is just building some Prometheus Grafana dashboards, allowing the enterprises to monitor the nodes and their activity. As for the flow of transactions, again, I mean, like adding visualizations to how exactly those processes flow through the organization, where the control is over them. So now we have the infrastructure stacks, so they're very technical, setting up everything in containers. So it's a bit of a black box, and it's designed to be a black box in a way that you don't have to worry about what's happening inside. But to make it a bit more user-friendly, you would like to start visualizing what transaction flows are there, what data flows are there, and creating this kind of interlinked components that show how the processes flow. And even visualizing infrastructure, when we think about the diagrams that are built there with our examples, how about making it a bit more interactive, more dynamic, like showing it live, if the components are alive, are acting, how they are integrated together. So mapping those. First of all, we have the public mainnet, and we will be connecting to public mainnet. But also, when you have an enterprise with many hubs internally that are interacting with each other, you could create this visualization of the topology of the network internally and how it interacts with the outside world. I'm pretty sure that some of this tooling will be coming from us, and it's maybe already there, and much more will be coming. But anything that will be spawning over, like if we have more clients in the future, the baseline clients, so as Bezu is coming, Hyperledger Bezu, and other solutions, we could show how those tools are interacting within like two organizations working together more closely, or within a single organization that's just after some kind of merger that brings together two bigger entities and trying to integrate these processes. I was always thinking that while you have baseline as they going to the public mainnet, there is always this very often failing transition period when two big companies are merging together, and almost like the level of trust internally can be comparable to the level of trust that you have to the external entities. There's much uncertainty, problems with the IT systems integration, and during this transition period, you would like to have, you can potentially have two enterprises merging that have baseline solutions in both entities, and you would like to maybe visualize or provide solutions, deliver ideas of how to define the merger process that is based on baseline and slowly transitioning out of baseline. Again, I'm sorry, I'm just throwing ideas at people who may watch this video later to think of what they can do at Hackathon. The node, like Nethermind node, existing in the network, so it is wrapped by all this orchestration from provide with identity, with account management, and so on. Yeah. No, this is the wrong path. I'm just thinking, is it worth to go that direction? Maybe not necessarily. It comes back to my previous ideas of the visualizations. What else you can think of? Like anything where the community comes from the public mainnet perspective, and they want to look from outside into the enterprises. Maybe like so we have the registers and the phone books, but maybe we can bring all of those things closer. Maybe some experimentation of how the phone book relates to the ENS from Ethereum mainnet. These are quite different concepts, but maybe community would like to play with it, especially for people who come from this. Okay, I've tried public mainnet, I've never done enterprise. I would like to see how the enterprise feels. Any questions now?
I have one quick question for you, Tomas. Are the baseline RPC methods, are they automatically included in Nethermind clients, or is it like an option that you turn on and off?
So they're coming, they are always in the package. So if you download Nethermind nodes, you have baseline RPC as a package, but it's included in the, I believe, in the plugins folder. So it comes as a plugin. You can add it. You can add your own plugins, and I think that when enterprises use any solutions, they will very often look at the extension points. So how they can start building something that will even more closely represent their internal processes. And it was important for us to expose this functionality for enterprises to start building on. And this is on because only when you can allow the enterprises to build plugins and to extend solution, only then it matters that it's .NET or Java or something that they're familiar with, because they say, okay, so we can build plugins, and we, on top of that, we can build plugins, we can build them in a way that is very familiar to us and also inexpensive, right? We don't have to look for Rust developers in the other side of the world. We don't have to look at, okay, Go is maybe more popular, but still it's harder, probably harder to find Go engineers. So you can use the resources, the experience that you already have within the company, and start expanding it. And Baseline comes as a plugin. Sorry, Sam, as always, I'm responding with a longer answer than a short yes, no. And the similar way as the Baseline RPC is there, you can also add more and more and more. And we expose the API that just gives you access to practically everything that's happening internally in the node, from the most simple interactions towards some very complex extension points around the block processing to extract some data very quickly, which may be particularly important for those enterprises that not only embrace Baseline in a simple way as, okay, so we use Ethereum mainnet just as this basic layer for integration, for trustlessness in the operations of other company, but maybe they start to become more blockchain native, that they have some processes that actually generate huge amounts of transactions that are interacting maybe with the centralized finance ecosystems or some other supply chain management tracking, and they would like to build in the plugins that would introduce them some real-time analytics or interactions, or maybe even automatically generating transactions based on events happening on blockchain and so on.
Okay, cool. You don't have to apologize to me for extra details. I appreciate it.
And I think obviously I'm trying here to think of what else people could ask if they start asking more questions. But it's much easier if you ask questions. I encourage you. For sure, things that I would never think of. Yeah. Any other questions? No. Okay. So I think like when you look at Provide and Unibride working together, introducing the various like invoice tokenization, generally assets tokenization that simplifies the participation of the businesses via business processes into the markets. I don't know, let it be factoring markets, invoice factoring markets, and any like debt management facilities on chain. That will be growing in popularity, and more enterprises will probably be reaching out for the liquidity and services that are available on mainnet. So I think this might be the area that will be extremely exciting in the hackathon. And for sure, like when you play with Nethermind, just setting up this small, we call it SpaceNet, like it's space for your creativity of like experimenting very quickly. So our documentation for Baseline shows you how to very quickly spawn 2 nodes in memory and just play via console with various like deployments, transactions, contracts. So anything around that would be great to play with on Hackathon, just spawning something that represents Baseline nodes and maybe delivering better testing tools for enterprises, something that they can build without setting up infrastructure. Like so, while infrastructure deployment is easy, still for a single developer within those enterprises, it will be much better to just very rapidly launch something with one button in their IDE and be able to deploy things, and maybe some visualizations for these, maybe extensions to the way they interact with Web3, debug things, how to combine the Solidity debugging capabilities with debugging of what happens underneath Baseline circuits. So taking the circuits and actually visualizing the flows from the business processes inside within Nethermind tooling. We've seen some people playing already and reporting either issues or some discoveries with the quick SpaceNet setups in Nethermind. So definitely will be actively responding there, encouraging, helping people to work with it. And the new ideas here. Yeah, it's also we wonder like how many of these different data processes will be actually tracked within enterprises. I mean, now we start with few or more business processes, and it might be easier to track. Then if our nodes are tracking multiple Merkle trees, then maybe not a single tree visualization, but like looking how those different processes change and interact and connecting them. I mean, yeah, that's, or what else you can do? I mean, on the hackathons, like would people like to look for the level 2 solutions or extensions where you maybe the interactions between the systems that enterprises already have, their private network setups into the public mainnet. So bridging the two and maybe utilizing Tendermint to spawn some subnets for the internal needs of the company. Again, I mean, like, I'm super happy to see Baseline happening as the Ethereum mainnet for enterprises, because I was always thinking that as private solutions for enterprises was just as a first step to teach people how to play with blockchain, but not necessarily they needed those solutions to improve their processes. I mean, they could, but maybe during those transition periods, mergers and so on. But also after you actually build on mainnet, people would potentially want to just create some like mini side chains internally. Also, like when we were talking about the rapid development from some developers adding processes, verifying how it works, how about like groups, units within the company that would like to build something and feel that there is an environment, testing environment within the company that they can then very quickly and easily move to mainnet, like redeploy. And by using some tooling that would just spawn Tendermints in both environments, like this internal testnet and the mainnet, that would be nice to see. Some tooling that simplifies that. Like Ethereum in the last 3 years, I mean, when you think about 2017, when people were building things that were very rough, right? They were building rough things, but also with very rough tools, and the tooling improved a lot. But there is still place. There's still place for the better tooling, and we've seen consensus and Microsoft actually teaming up for the best tooling for developers, and there are some extension points for those tools. So how about adding more baseline to that? How about looking at things like VS Code? That would be a fantastic thing. I don't think there is a baseline extension for VS Code. And a VS Code is, much beloved solution. It has, that's where people write smart contracts in, and having baseline there easily would be great. Possibly it's already there. I mean, I don't track everything that's in baseline. But
The
for sure,
Trouble Suite guys attend many of our sessions, and they've been involved. That's a great suggestion, Thomas. I'm going to add it to our list.
Mm-hmm. It's a brainstorming session for. We see here. Great to see Marek on the call. So Marek was building lots of our baseline extensions in Tendermint in the recent weeks in preparation for this. Yeah, exactly. We see Marek on the call. Great to see you, Marek. Thank you so much for all the effort. So I remember, Nick, when you were starting yesterday and you were saying that it was a rough few days when you're preparing everything. And it's always very motivating when you all have this deadlines. The deadlines really make the world spin. And,
catalyst, yes.
But it's great to see like you're super fresh and happy. So I think everything went well, and I could see that everything was going well yesterday. So Marek as well, so he caught some more sleep after that. That's great. Who we have on the call here is like Gino is talking. We see some guests. So I see TJ Chmielewski. Would love to hear from you. I mean,
hey, what's up? Part of the original Baseline crew. So I work with Nick and John Wolpert. I'm a product designer. So yeah, just trying to find the business case and the user experience, make sure that's all sewn up for Baseline.
TJ did a lot of work on the Radish 34 screens and UIs, and if it looks good, like my background, TJ did it.
Yeah. So actually, I'm trying to hit up some of you on LinkedIn because I'd love to talk about like your product use cases and kind of get your perspective of where Baseline's heading for you, and if I could help out in any way, I'd love to jump on board.
That's great. I mean, like I was always super impressed with people who were actually able to make the things look nice and also work nice, because I think we're coming from the space of heavy infrastructure, low protocol level, and like simplifying the setups, but sometimes it's just a bit more effort to go to the user, maybe outside of the IT departments in the company. So you talk about enterprises, you talk about the business processes, but that's where the product really begins for most of the people. I mean, they want to see that fun that happens when it just like saves them the hassle when they have I don't know, like I guess it's supply chain or like interactions of data or actual financial instruments that they trade with, and they feel more secure, more happy with what they do. Somebody's just clicking the buttons and magic happens. So that's great. Great, TJ. I'm looking forward to work together. We see Bill Glame. I don't know, like maybe I'm scaring people because I'll be just
Bill is one of the leaders in consensus health. Has done a lot of work on secure compute in many other areas. So Bill, glad you're here.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm on the Baseline Specification Steering Committee, and we'll be presenting some of our circuit performance analysis for fairly complex circuits like matrix multiplication, underlying neural networks, and some unsupervised learning clustering algorithms. So we've kind of pushed the boundaries of what we can do with the circuits and assess them in Socrates and alternative zero knowledge circuit specification languages to try to get a sense of where the vulnerabilities may lie as things get more complex. And we'll be presenting that in a week and a half, I believe.
Are you going to do that on the Baseline show, Bill? The Wednesday show?
We plan to do that on the SSC call. I haven't been on the Wednesday calls.
Okay, cool. I'm just making sure everybody that's here knows, because all those things are open, and that sounds like a great topic. Want to make sure we generate a good audience for you.
Yeah,
it already sounds very promising, because usually when people talk about ZKP, it sounds very, very, very difficult. And now it sounded difficult, but also in a way I immediately understood what it will be about. So it's very promising. Like you will be able to understand a very difficult topic very well. These are the best presentations. So as I was saying, like some kind of visualizations of those processes and how they perform, how many of them happen and how much time they take, whether there are any bottlenecks, like whether Baseline actually can slow down any of the processes or speed up. You have to monitor that. I mean, this will be very important to share how exactly those big processes, how they can scale, how they scale with ZKP, how they can scale with various solutions that we'll be bringing in. Because when you think about Ethereum in the last 3 years, we started very slow, but through multiple things that were around. I mean, like you were maybe not scaling the core that much. However, we did like when I think Ethereum is probably like 2 or 3 times more, has more throughput than it had at the beginning because of the block times improvements, the performance improvements, and all be going forward. But there's lots and lots of satellite things that that improve particular use cases. And I mean, it's a bit like with CPUs in the past. They were getting faster and faster, and then people started building like, okay, so then you can add caching or multiple cores and so on. So not everything is just linearly going forward. And
we're back.
Hey, Kyle. So I'm trying to encourage people here to throw questions, to show how the ideas interact together between various sessions that we have here.
I mean, I think. Well, so what do we have? Do we have anything of substance yet to talk through?
Tell me once again.
Do we have anything of substance yet to talk through in terms of what might become actionable? Like, we need to find something actionable that we can bounty more or less in December.
Related. Kyle, hey Kyle. So you missed it earlier. We're going to be presenting a benchmarking suite that we put together to analyze Socrates versus Pequin in our case, for fairly complex circuits. And I think one thing that may be bountyable related to that is analyzing additional circuits, but in the absence of more complex circuitry, analyzing more languages and circuit specification languages, and utilizing that benchmark suite and collecting more data points.
Yeah, that's awesome. Is Hadas working on that?
Hadas has moved on to DARPA, or a supplier for DARPA, and so we're tying that up. We're collecting the last pieces of data and putting that together for packaging it up to present about a week and a half, I think.
That's exciting. Yeah, I look forward to seeing that.
So that's the only thing I can think bountyable related to that.
Yeah, no, my head's sort of turning already on a couple of places there. Is it within the context of the provider Nethermind stack? I definitely see I see 2 places. So let me think about that and get back with you. But yeah, I think it's pretty cool. What other languages would you consider? What about like what elements are you instrumenting right now?
We framed it into
proof generation, setup, like verification, like all the above.
Yeah, all the above. We split it into front end and back end.
Got it.
And yeah. One, I was thinking Zinc might be an interesting one, but I haven't dug in enough to evolve a solid understanding of it.
ZK Sync would be a good one too.
All right, guys, I got to drop for my next call, and it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
See you, Bill.
Pleasure. Thank you. And I've seen Sebastian joined us a moment ago. Would love to hear maybe some questions from you, Sebastian.
I mean, not particularly. I don't know. I'm just kind of looking for, I don't know, just like things that would be cool to build or to contribute.
Exactly.
I'm not like, I'm not too familiar with what's going on here, so
hey, TJ.
It's better for me to just kind of look for something to start doing. And yeah,
I think this SpaceNet is actually the thing to start with. Just downloading Nethermind node, launching like in the documentation from Nethermind, there's like a few steps, like 8 or 9 steps to launch two baseline clients talking to each other. I think we'll be expanding that documentation to show how it works together with the provide stack, so people can actually, it's already there in the BRI example on the Ethereum Oasis /baseline there is an example. So I think that's the starting point for all the people that want to start. It should just download that, Docker Compose, launch it together, and maybe on the side play with, Ethereum is fun to play with, like deploying the smart contract, Solidity, and then looking at this like more complex ZK enterprise scenarios. So that's
if you clone the baseline repo, there's actually a in the breakout too, there's a BRI1 tab on that breakout, and if you scroll to the very if you could go to slide 11 on that deck, you'll see the instructions on how to run BRI1.
Awesome, thank you.
I think it would be good to maybe share this in a broader way. Maybe export it to PDF and share it in the Slack channel or something. Maybe, Nick, what do you think?
Yeah, we're considering how to harvest all of these documents and post them somewhere where people can access them after the conference.
That makes sense.
So, work in progress. Stay tuned. Watch this space.
I think for everyone who's actually just starting as people who play with it, students, or just like people who just want to start with blockchain, there is maybe an expected benefit from the fact that Ninemind is spanning between the world of open source, Ethereum mainnet, and enterprise. That while we provide those enterprise solutions together with Provide, we also have all those open source facing, community facing channels to talk to us. So we are on Discord, we are on Gitter, we are very active on GitHub. It's an open source project. You can play with it, you can report, you can ask questions, you can check it out, clone, fork, whatever. And 24/7, you'll find some people actually talking to you and hearing from you and answering questions or solving your problems. So just embrace that open source part of Baseline, even as it's an enterprise targeting project. This should be very, very cool way to start.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think that BRI1 slide deck would be a good place to actually start to get your hands dirty a little bit, or roll up your sleeves, I guess would be a better way to say that. Yeah, because you can run BRI1 and you'll see a significant number of containers come to life. And I just got a notification from something. Kiko chat blew me up. Cool.
When I first
so I would
know more, by the way.
What's that?
The bells, the notifications.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So I would run that and reach out if you have any questions about what's happening there. This is the basis of the pattern that we're using in the production integration that we've been working on with a couple of notable organizations, and it's this BRI1 will continue to be updated. It's so the latest, so a few days, I guess 2 days ago or yesterday, like the quote unquote 1.1 BRI 1.1 got merged, which essentially added support for a better support for the shield verifier pattern. It added provide payments support, so that when you run this code, it hits Robston and your gas is just paid for. It added a lot better logic to the handling around the baseline messages. It actually had quite a few improvements in it. So take a look at that, and I'd be happy to answer questions about it.
Hey,
Yeah,
Kyle.
also very simple. Sorry, Sam. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to ask kind of a specific question around the gas payments and the way that the ZK circuits are constructed. Do the circuits allow any of the participants to push the proof or the new commitment on chain, or does it always have to be the same party who's doing that, which would be the party that is paying for the gas?
No, anyone can send a proof. You know, if it's a valid state transition, it'll be accepted into the shield contract. Yeah.
So does the
There's no authorization on chain right now, is I guess the better way to answer that.
but the on-chain verification is checking for two signatures in a two-party work group, right? And does the order of those signatures matter?
Well, it depends on the circuit, right? Like if in the create document circuit, that's the case. And I do believe the order matters. I'd have to double check this. I would say the order does matter, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Okay. But it's not authorizing the call data, Stan. Like the signature on the call data itself is not. There's no authorization on chain, I guess, the better way to say it. If the shield contract accepts the commitment and the verifier says yes, that checks out, it will insert it, whether it's the gas service that sent the transaction or if it was you, just that one-off sent the transaction.
Yeah, I guess my question was just, is there one party within a work group that's like the designated one to push all the commitments up after it's received all the signatures, or anyone is expected to be able to do that?
Anyone right now, but the way that circuit's written, it can do it, but it certainly will, the circuit will have to be verified before a new commitment will be pushed. So whatever logic is baked into the circuit that you compile, and that's actually pretty close to being configurable in BRI1. It's actually, like right now, it's commented. You comment out the one line and you uncomment the other. But like the next step would be to just parameterize the test runner, the test harness, and just pass the name of the circuit in, and it would be able to easily resolve that and compile it. So by default, the no-op circuit is actually being used because it's a lot faster, just to see that, hey, you have 64 passing tests or whatever, versus having to wait for, because depending on your hardware, the create agreement circuit takes a good amount of time to set up, to run the setup for. So right now, run the no-op circuit. It does nothing. It works. It does nothing. And then switch to the create agreement circuit, and you'll see it. NPM tests take quite a bit longer. So yeah, I think that would be another. There's some low-hanging fruit. Parameterize the test runner to take, instead of the no-op circuit, take a parameter instead. And if there's no parameter, use the no-op circuit.
Okay.
That'd be a good one, Sebastian.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more person. Yeah.
Well, I've got a quick question for Kyle. I noticed that you added some more time to the ZK circuit discussion for this afternoon.
Oh, yeah. So
I just wanted to make sure you call that out because this audience might be interested in that.
Ah, yes. Yeah, Karthik, Lucas, and I are going to talk again about this is like sort of the follow-on from yesterday. Yeah, that should be a good one. I think it's at 5 p.m. So is that what it's listed at? I can double check that. I think it's at 5. Yeah.
Yes, 5 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, it's a late one. Only the dedicated.
Zero knowledge people, yes.
Indeed. Cool. Well, so I think this has been a cool session. Nick, thanks for helping us get the word out about it and adding it post conference launch, sort of ad hoc. Appreciate that.
That was the idea, and it seems to be going well. So, next time we do this, keep those creative juices flowing.
Yeah, I think this has been good. Thanks, Tomasz and Gina. Does anyone have anything else for us? That, you know, we could talk through some other stuff, but you know, I think next month there'll be a good showcase of our progress together on the commercial side. Maybe expect an announcement about something where we can really show off the progress for the community as it relates to some of these big commercial projects. One very notable, you know, one really big notable one that we're hoping to show some significant results for next month.
Yeah, we encourage you to reach out. I mean, whoever listens here and plans to participate in hackathon, reach out to us to work with us. We can help as mentors. We can explain either the enterprise part of it or the Ethereum part of it. We can help you to set up things. We can help you to build. We can guide you. I'm not sure about the structure yet, whether actually we can team up with some of the teams or this will be entirely independent, but like reach out. We'll see what's possible.
Yeah,
Marek,
I think,
interested to help. I think that's what we were discussing recently. And just to help you with these initial hurdles, yeah.
I think we'll also probably do a bounty of some kind for the hackathon.
And I've seen Ron Pewitz. Do I pronounce it properly? Would love to hear from you, like what brings you to the session. And
yeah, you pronounced it properly. I'm having some bandwidth issues, so I'll participate when I can.
Yeah, I encourage everyone here to ask questions, to share what their experience so far is with Baseline. Jordan?
I was just happy to hear someone pronounce my name right.
Well, this was, I think it was more on the simpler side for me. I noticed, so I assume that you're American, but with the Polish name. Is it right?
Yeah, correct.
But I very often am surprised how the Americans with Polish sounding names, how they pronounce their names. So I can actually make a mistake there because if it's new generations, then
I actually have to pronounce my own name wrong here. Yeah, so people can understand it.
Yeah, I noticed myself that I forgot that I have this like a Polish letter in the middle, and I started writing it in the official documents. I realized at some point that I actually started pronouncing it wrong because I forgot that I have this like Polish sound in the middle because I kept writing it in a simpler way. Strange, right? Okay. So like I was kind of, when you were away, I was throwing here lots of ideas about like a visualization of the stack, of how people can actually spawn testing tools, expand VS Code. I think that flow that Marek and me, when we were working together on the connecting provide full flow, it's important for people to understand that whatever transactions you create for Nethermind nodes that are part of Baseline, because it's mainnet, it's Ethereum mainnet, you can send them any direction, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be going towards the Baseline Merkle trees and Baseline protocol. Really you have freedom to start connecting existing smart contracts, existing decentralized finance, and most of the enterprises will not want to do that. They will just want to use what Baseline brings. But there will be plenty of opportunities on Hackathon to just say, okay, we go a bit further than that. Like we actually provide you the way of using Baseline, but also connecting to something that's there that's becoming popular on Ethereum mainnet. And these are exciting times. I mean, what's happening there, it's huge. And you didn't have it with the enterprise blockchain solutions that were not connected to mainnet. So this is a bit of like uncharted territory. People do not connect yet enterprise with public mainnets that much. And while on baseline we say we use mainnet just to store that data and ensure it works, well, what if we do a bit more? And you have all the tooling. You have all the tooling to experiment with it. So just clone the repository, try baseline, clone Nethermind, launch it. It's literally just a few minutes, and it shouldn't be too difficult. I'm assuming that Kyle is not talking to us here. But
Yeah, yes, I'm not, but I've
no. Okay. And David, you are with Provide, right? I see that you have Provide logo.
Yes, sir.
So, like, what's the direction? What do you think people can do with Provide and Nethermind together?
I keep telling Kyle we're going to change the world.
That's a good approach. That's a good approach, and it will be happening. I mean, like,
Yeah.
You know, Ethereum is so far unstoppable for the last 4 years. It keeps growing, and it's exciting. The developer community, and you know, there's thousands of people. And what's very exciting now is there's just not enough of those developers. I mean, like you want to deliver something on Ethereum, and it's hard to find people, which means there's plenty of space for you to join, to learn the enterprise, learn Ethereum. And change the world, as David says. So that's the way to go. I mean, there's so many problems that we've been seeing in the last few years that can be solved with a lot of work, but can be solved with blockchain. And it's just the time when we start to solve them, because blockchain for the first few years was solving its own problems, but it's really changed. Like we started seeing the proper finance with stable coins, with ability to just finally have the regulation side of like catching up with what we need to deliver. So in many places, regulation is not the problem anymore, and at the same time it's there, which means that it's protecting you but doesn't hinder what you want to build. It's still not everywhere, but it's much more mature. So you really can build products. You really can deliver things that people will use. The user base is growing. People use it. People are ready for it. And as we see, enterprises are embracing it. And we're making it simpler for the enterprises to embrace it faster and to actually open up for mainnet, Ethereum mainnet. And then it means that it's also opening up for all the open source developers, people who are more independent. You know, the times are really allowing people to be more independent and more like acting as freelancers even more than in the past. So if you learn, whatever you learn, you'll be able to find people to work with it. And you have access to that knowledge. You have the examples, download them, clone them. We have Anton on the call. I guess it's not Anton from Nethermind, or it's another Anton, or I'm not sure. I mean, not everyone will hear me when I say.
Hi,
so.
Thomas. It's me.
Yeah, that's Anton from Nethermind. Yeah. So Anton actually has like lots of business experience in blockchain. So like you may want to reach out to us to have the technical questions, but if you reach out to Anton has experience mentoring various teams, startups, and so on. So maybe, you know, one thing is if we reach out and you say how to solve the problem, and then you go to Anton and ask like how to build a business out of it. He'll bring the ideas, I guess.
And also, if someone wants to hear about how SAP doesn't work and does not integrate with SAP or with other systems, feel free to reach out. 10 years of struggles with it.
Man, I need to talk to you.
And this is, I know if everyone, I'm not sure if everyone who's here knows of those early integrations of baseline that are there in the examples folders. So we see Dynamics, we see SAP, we see Google Sheets. That's definitely, if you think about Hackathon, it's how actually bring the, because integrations with those tools were happening independently from our integrations between Provide and Nethermind. So how about bringing those tools closer to Nethermind? Okay. So think about data marketplace. It's like we didn't talk much about it here, but if you try to think how to integrate data marketplace with the enterprise flows, how to enable enterprises to consume or sell the data, or maybe as we've been experimenting with the Excel spreadsheet integration of data marketplace, maybe you can go a few steps further there. How to the tooling that many enterprises use, whether it's Google Docs or Outlook or Microsoft Office in general, if you do the integrations of that, then definitely there will be people using it. Definitely there will be people trying it, and this will be the knowledge that you can use in many other situations. So try it. I'm like, how nice it would be if people could just like open something in Outlook or Gmail or other tool of their choice and interact with baseline this way. I mean, just sign something, launch some signing tool on the side, and interact, participate in the processes. I mean, this will be lots and lots of disconnected tools that people will be adding, building, and that's where the user base can grow very fast. And we've been experimenting, for example, with the newsletters delivered to like Gmail, Outlook with the payment processing. So how to unlock subscriptions by data marketplace, how to maybe invoke those like sales processes via Office tools and make them integrated with the baseline processes. How to detect automatically the opportunities to actually redirect your customers to baseline integration. How to maybe enable rapid integration of whatever the customer tools are with the baseline endpoints, because the whole design is to just allow everyone to integrate, even if they are not a big enterprise. Like if you have big enterprises that have SAP installations, they spend a lot of effort to integrate that solves a lot of their problems. Maybe, as Anton says, introduces some new ones, but also solves lots and lots of very heavy problems. But if you want to integrate smaller players, if you want to democratize that, then you want to use the baseline tooling. You want to use the Ethereum mainnet, and you want to on the hackathon, you want to actually simplify the processes for people. Like, what if there is a small business that wants to integrate very quickly? And how do you simplify that process for some like kind of web app endpoints? Provide gives you the infrastructure. How about this like a point of sale in the initial meeting of the user, the customer that wants to integrate with other companies with baseline? I will see Melanie joined. Would be happy to hear what brings you here, how can help, maybe what ideas you bring, and whether you plan to participate in hackathon.
Hi everyone. I'm on the spot. I will try to participate in the hackathon. I'm here because I'm interested in baseline. I used to work at Ernst & Young and participated a bit. I won't take any credit for it, but probably just wrote a couple lines of code here and there. So just checking in and seeing where things are going.
Great to hear and great to see you here, Melanie. And yeah, like UI is where the things started for baseline as well. And now we have more and more companies joining, right? So this is growing. It's a snowball. It's an avalanche, changing the world, right? They call everyone here. Yeah. We have new joiners. We lost a few. Oh yeah, Kyle asked me here to lead, but I wonder that I didn't keep you. Like, what was the timeline for us? Like, do we stay here and wait for?
What did I do? Oh, you can leave. Though I think we've been adjourned for a while. I mean, I think we can. You can leave. Yeah.
No. Like, I'm open for the workshop, but I don't want to.
You want to write some code, then I don't know. I mean, either write some code or leave. No, I don't know. Like, I think our session is just sort of ongoing, and anything goes. If you want to lead a workshop, lead one. I'm totally fine either way.
As Jordan is without a microphone. That's what I see. But still, great to see you here, Jordan. No, Jordan is gone. I mean, I'll be here in the background, it's like open for questions. I need to check like what's the plan. Let me check it with others.
Thanks, Tomasz, and thanks everyone.
Wait, so Thomas, is this or sorry.
Yeah.
So when I'm trying to run the example, I think the Docker Compose YAML seems to be, or the Docker Compose file seems to be double allocating loopback.8080 or loopback port 8080. And I'm honestly not sure where to look to see where this is happening.
Is it the BRI one? BRI one?
It's in one of the tests for BRI1, yes. It's in the tests for base example. So the Docker Compose is making, so it's making 3 containers. So it's making Alice nchain consumer, Alice stats daemon, and then Alice nchain.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's creating Alice stats daemon and Alice nchain consumer, but then when Alice nchain tries to start, it thinks 8080 is as a port is already allocated.
Port 8080. Okay, let me check.
Actually, no. Sorry, never mind. I just realized I have something else running. Yeah.
Yeah, 8080 is like a port that is.
I have
located.
Yeah, I have another side project that I keep forgetting that Docker starts up stuff in the background when you start it. Okay, we want all of this to stop.
I think there's also BRI 1-1 or 1.1 branch that you might want to try out. Let me actually check, because this is about to be merged.
This should behave. Cool.
Yeah, I think the BRI 1 is already bumped to BRI 1.1 based on the comments to the repository.
Cool. I'm just trying to do some of the examples, see what all of this code is actually doing, because there's multiple layers to what this is. So if I understand correctly, Nethermind is just an Ethereum client that Nethermind built.
Yes, Nethermind is a Ethereum client here, and with some additional extensions to connect the world to baseline and Ethereum mainnet.
So what exactly is it doing? Or so does it expose methods that you can, or does it expose some kind of interface that you can actually call into from applications on top of the client? Does it or does it run separately, or is it it runs separately and you can just send RPCs to it?
So it runs as part of this Docker Compose setup here, and it acts as the gateway to the Ethereum mainnet. So it allows the whole system to ask questions about changes to the mainnet. So whenever you push commitments to the baseline trees, then they are actually included as transactions into the blocks on Ethereum mainnet. And those blocks are then verified and propagated to all the different baseline users. So if you have 2 enterprises that talk to each other, they use Ethereum mainnet as a layer for reconciliation of data and processes.
Yeah.
It's still private.
Sure.
But
they will. So this other code that's running the, I don't want to call it the front end, but actually running this test. So this is all running in a Node.js server that's running in another container.
Mm-hmm.
And then what it's doing is it's sending RPCs to Nethermind to do whatever it's having it do.
Yeah. So first of all, there are interactions both ways. So if you use Nethermind to interact with Ethereum mainnet, then Nethermind itself has extensions that use provide stack to broadcast transactions, right? So depending on the configuration, you can have Nethermind to either use the transaction pool, mempool, to broadcast transactions to the network, or it can send those transactions to be wrapped by provide and then paid for and distributed. So here,
provide as in like Kyle Thomas's company.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So and this setup that you have here in the Docker Compose, it actually sets up for you the provide stack and Nethermind. And that stack that you have there allows you to actually has the transactional orchestration, right? And the private key management.
Yeah, it just puts everything into environment variables.
Yeah. And the key management, yeah. So this is an important part normally of the how to interact with the infrastructure. If you enterprise, the key management is a problem and provides some stuff.
Of course.
And again, this is the components being like injected into Nethermind to manage the keys. Then the other direction, as you mentioned, it's where Nethermind exposes the RPC endpoints for provide to ask questions, for the baseline components to ask questions about the progress of the main node. So you can actually verify if others.
Anything that a normal Ethereum client would do, you can just ask it to with the same RPCs, or I guess extended RPCs.
Yeah, so those RPCs are like, they're wrappers around the standard behaviors of Ethereum. So you could use any Ethereum node if you write the same wrappers to extract the data from the baseline tree. So the baseline tree itself is just a smart contract.
Yeah.
And it generates events that are informing you that the baseline processes are moving forward. So there are some new data points added. And you listen to those data points. And then when you want to make a new commitment, add more data, push the process forward from perspective of your enterprise, then you will need to build proofs and verify them with the baseline tree. And again, Nethermind actually maintains that tree, all the historical tree structure, and allows you to build those proofs, verify them, and publish to the network. So you could build that around an Ethereum node, but you would have to have this like baseline tree management capability there. Because the smart contract only stores so-called frontiers of the frontier of the Merkle tree. So just the far right path of tree nodes that allow you to verify the path to the root. And Nethermind maintains like the historical tree structure and allows you to go back in time and see the proofs verification. So.
Okay, so this is the functionality. This is why we're using Nethermind, and that's just to provide that functionality on top of what Ethereum normally provides.
Yes, so these plus like any enterprise support, and Nethermind is built into the stack. Yeah, it expands the normal, but in general, Nethermind can act also as any standard Ethereum client when you want to connect to the Ethereum mainnet. Same way as you use other Ethereum clients.
What is like the gas usage of trying to verify a proof on chain?
Because
like, isn't that what? Is it actually so? Like when Baseline verifies a proof, like that is happening on chain in the verifier contract, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so like,
it'll be depending on your particular use case. It's like so. First of all, there'll be tree, the verifier calls, and maybe a few 100,000 gas, and this is part of the development. So like that's why we first of all you'll have the baseline calls with the mainnet as it is now. The block capacity that is there's like 12 million gas, so you can think of the number of processes that you could fit into a single block. And then you can expand into various layer 2 solutions and you still use mainnet for this verification point. Does it answer your question? Like there's a few 100,000 gas.
Okay. Gas as in like today?
Oh, so I'm not sure. Like make assumption that when you ask this question already like know those numbers, but let me go a bit
Yeah, I mean, I understand.
It's also to others who can listen to recording in the future.
Yeah.
So obviously yeah.
No, I think that's helpful. So a few 100,000 gas, that's like, trying to think of how much money that is right now. Sorry, I'm just trying to put this all into perspective in my head.
Of the gas price times the gas limit, the gas usage, right?
Yeah, so right now, gas price, yeah, okay.
I think it should be around between 20 and 50 gwei now.
Yeah, it's 26 gwei right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, that is cool. I don't know how much that is. Yeah, so a few
Yes,
hundred.
it will be around $2, $1 to $2.
Yeah, okay, that's not bad. It's not as bad as I thought it would be.
So then, like with provide payment, it's all about finding whether they want to like rush it, or it's more about you not having to decide yourself how to price those transactions, acquire ease to pay for transactions. And also, like depending on the time of the day, you will have the fluctuations of the gas prices. So by just being a bit strategic, I mean, it depends on the business processes. If you have some batch processes that can wait for processing, obviously they can wait for the best time of the day for execution.
Yeah,
some other processes may require to be a bit more real time during the business hours. But I'm pretty sure that like initially most of the baseline processes that we'll be talking about will be having more like of this like reconciliation layer overnight when it batches the things, verifies if everything looks good, and transitions forward. Well, it's probably worth to discuss with the broader baseline community how they envision their particular business processes, how active they will be, what the numbers are. So I think John was mentioning the number of 10 million entries daily would cover practically all the needs of the enterprises currently. And then when you can make those calculations, like daily you have a few thousand blocks on Ethereum, right? One block is produced every 15 seconds, more or less, on average, every 14 seconds. And then you have 86,000 seconds, so you end up with like around 6,000 blocks a day. And out of the 6,000 blocks, you have each of those blocks is now with 12 million gas, right?
Yeah.
So then if you calculate like the single interactions, that's like 200,000, then you make further calculations like, okay, at most around 50 in a block. And obviously you don't expect the entire capacity of Ethereum to be available for baseline. But then you add various like layers, extensions, and Ethereum is going forward with Ethereum 2 just
you can always launch a separate like net just for baseline. Like it'll still be a public network. It doesn't need to be like it doesn't need to be a part of whatever's happening on Ethereum itself.
So I think the main advantage of baseline is actually using mainnet, because with private chains they tend to.
Oh, sorry. I'm not saying use a private chain. I'm saying it like every company like say there's a future where the entire Fortune 500 is using baseline. Like they're all using a single net. That's what I'm not saying like each one start building private nets. I'm just saying like it can be a separate net from the net that is used by other Ethereum, like Uniswap, Tether, USDC, like all of that stuff.
Can you?
That's what I was asking. Yeah. So
can you rephrase it, please? Yeah.
yeah. So like if you're using Ethereum mainnet, right? Like the band, or just the transaction throughput is being shared with all other Ethereum applications.
Yes. Yes.
Right. So like, is there? So like, is the reason you want it, or we wanted to use mainnet specifically because we want all of those other applications to gain composability with whatever business processes that these people are building?
This is one thing, but the other thing mostly is when you push things on the Ethereum mainnet, then you have a very strong notary power of Ethereum mainnet. It's very secure and very stable in a way that it has perfectly great liveness, right? So if you'd like to push it to some side chains, then you lose a few of those very, very strong properties of Ethereum.
Yeah. So in a future where the entire Fortune 500 is doing all of their enterprisey things, they could have their own net if they were as a consortium running stuff, right? Like if they had all of these properties, they could be running.
It would be much harder. I feel like the power of mainnet is just like that. It doesn't discriminate. It doesn't really give any advantage to the stronger ones. It doesn't allow them to enforce the behavior for the smaller players. And then the democratization of you're not joining consortia chain when someone can keep you outside or require you to do the paperwork or require you to do any complex integrations. You say that mainnet is there, it's waiting for you, and if you want to join Baseline, you can just do that without having to ask.
I'm thinking about scale, because Ethereum already has big scale problems. But,
so you can look at Ethereum in two ways. Now, whether does it have scaling problems or not. I mean, I would say it's a bit like with internet. It's like whatever you scale internet, it will never be enough. I mean, we have some ideas of, okay, so why are we talking now about 5G? I mean, we made internet so much faster. Why do we need 5G? Because people have new ideas what else we can do there. I mean, some crazy IoT reporting from devices, maybe cars streaming some crazy amount of data, diagnostic data to improve AI, and so on and so on. It's like, it will always be insatiable. And the same thing for Ethereum scale. You will have more and more processes joining the blockchain networks, and the scalability of blockchain will be it will be progressing over years and allowing for more and more and more things happening. So you need to judge the value of the processes at the beginning that you push to Ethereum mainnet. First, you reconcile the most critical processes, the things that will open new businesses for you just because you don't have to just kickstart the long-term integration projects. So they can be totally unavailable for some smaller integrators that want to interact with your company.
Sure. Yeah.
And then over time, the barrier of entry, the cost will keep decreasing. And when you say about the problem is scalability now, even if it will be 10, 100 times more, it will be still a problem with scalability because as long as demand is there, and I think the demand will be growing, it will always be not enough. You have to pay for that bandwidth. Just the question whether scalability is enough for already introducing some processes, because that's the question we ask now. Can you actually do something useful on mainnet with your business processes, and would that be prevented by the scalability issues of Ethereum? I would say not anymore. You should be able with Baseline to already move to Ethereum mainnet some critical processes and be ready to embrace the progress of scalability solutions, layer 2 and so on. And I'm pretty sure on some other sessions here on Baseline Summit, you see some of these solutions being discussed, proposed. and they will just push you forward. If you started with it, if you know how to solve a single process, then later you'll be able to look what other processes are reasonable with the lowered prices of lower cost of entry, lower cost of implementation. I mean, the question is totally valid, but I think that at the same time, yeah, there is a reason why people said, okay, we go to mainnet, we invest in mainnet, we promote mainnet for enterprises. I mean, you don't do that if you don't believe that that mainnet is ready for that.
Okay.
Great. I mean, thank you for this question. And I'm super happy to hear that you're actually launching Docker and experimenting with it. So even if this workshop ends, feel free to reach out to the team here, and like whether it's you know, if in our teams, like if you want to set up Docker and set up infrastructure, or whether Kyle or our DevOps people can help you. If you just want to discuss the Ethereum, then I'll be happy to help here. Marek was building those extensions for Provide if you want to launch Provide and see how that integrates with whatever processes you work with. And I see also some other people joined here in the workshop video. Kevin Turner. Sorry, like I keep calling people names and seeing if someone actually be encouraged to ask questions.
I don't have any questions. I've just been hanging out trying to learn what everybody's doing with this.
So Kevin, do you have experience with blockchain, with Baseline? You work in the space or just learning?
I used to work for a company called Flurry, who here in North Carolina, they developed a blockchain-based database. But that's mostly, I mean, I've had a number of chats with John just at different meetups and things. So I know about blockchain. I'm intrigued by this idea more than anything, just based on what John and I have talked about in his dislike for private permission blockchains. So.
Yeah, I mean, you see, I myself, I work on the Ethereum in the more like open space of Ethereum, right? So coming to enterprise, because we have .NET Client, but we're very, very active and just Ethereum protocol engineering. And from the very beginning, I was saying the same thing. It's private blockchain has some capability to teach you how to do the things, how to experiment, and maybe do the things within your company if some processes are really broken and you want to slowly move them to some, it's more like a transition tool. So you have very disconnected processes in your company, use blockchain as like a very rigid solution to just make sure that everyone is synchronized, and then you remove it and replace it with something more efficient. And when you actually try to cross the boundary between two different companies, you may never be able to remove that layer of integration that requires blockchain. And no other blockchain approach will be better than to use mainnet. A consortium blockchain or private chains, they simply will erode over time.
Sure. No, absolutely.
Well, and I saw in the process of trying to convince
I guess, like,
people to
it
buy
doesn't matter if it's consortium or not. I mean, yeah, I think the thing that I think we're both trying to get at is, having more things on a single chain allows everyone to benefit from everything that's there. The stake, well, if assuming a proof of stake world, not, there's more stake, there's more security.
Yeah, and I saw how difficult it was trying to sell a private permission blockchain idea, how difficult it is just to get people to agree to even start to think about the rules, or, like, I don't think the blockchain, private blockchain is a bit of a barrier to accomplishing some of what they wanted to accomplish just technically, but an even bigger problem is getting all of the people to agree on some set of rules, even before you start talking about the technology.
Sure.
So at least when you have some technology like baselining allows you to sort of get around some of that human problem that comes in with attempting to create those process rules, because you can hide a lot more of your process in a baseline system than you can in a private permission, just like everyone's been talking about. But at least that also overcomes that initial hurdle of having to get a bunch of people to agree to something.
Yeah, I think that rigidness of mainnet is actually a very big advantage here. You simply cannot change the rules, because enterprise might be big, but Ethereum is bigger than that. So it means that even baseline will not be able to change the rules.
Ethereum is how much market cap right now? Like 100?
It must be around $50 billion, I think, but it's not only the valuation of the Ethereum itself, but like the valuation of the assets that are already running on Ethereum. So this is probably a few times more than that. And just the number of developers, various participants with different requirements, different use cases. So
sure. Yeah, it just seems like it's still really early in the space. Like it's not that much value compared to business at large.
Yeah, so it's all about identifying what exactly makes sense to move there. I mean, what to start with. What I'm saying is it's already mature enough to move some of the things, but you need to know exactly what to start with. What are the critical processes that you can use to really save money, to really make things more efficient, that are so expensive if not done with this reconciliation layer, that immediately will benefit your enterprise. So this is the place to go first. And I think many enterprises will be able to identify those processes that were a massive headache, and are unsolvable in any other way.
Yeah, but I would say in the process of trying to sell, it wasn't the same, but it was something sort of similar. I think, now granted, I've not been listening to everything, super close, but one thing that I think I don't hear enough of is very specific dollar-based problems that exist right now that could be solved with this. There's a lot of presumptive problems and a lot of things that seem like problems, but I'm not sure that I've heard enough. This specific thing is costing us $10 million a year that wouldn't cost us that if we did it with baseline or did it with any other kind of technology solution. It's not just blockchain or not just baseline, but it's easy to envision all these scenarios where you think that this plugs in and it helps. But if you ask the people who actually have to spend money, how much is this costing you that you feel is wasted and would warrant spending money on to fix, it's way harder to get those people in those positions to come up with a number that makes sense to provide a solution with. And I think that's what I would really like to see. That's what I'm really trying to find for myself is what is that problem that we know there's 10 companies that have a $2 million problem, right? Not 10 companies that the CEOs or CIOs are enthusiastic about the future of blockchain and are willing to invest before they really know what problem it's going to solve, because there are some of those too. But in my time selling it, I didn't run across that many places where a CIO or someone in that position said, I know exactly how this is going to save me money. A lot of them were interested and they were willing to explore a little bit about if it could save them money or make them money, but it was pretty hard to get to that one number that everybody agreed to.
Yeah, there's some data in an IDC report that looks at business processes and kind of, the cost of exceptions and the cost of manual processing and some of that stuff. But, like any of those analyst reports, mileage will vary. So it is important to work with your clients to develop an ROI, Kevin. You're absolutely right. One of our beliefs, and it's a little early to do the math on this, is that, the total cost of ownership for a baseline integration system, if you will, is orders of magnitude lower than a traditional EAI system, because the upfront costs are lower and it's faster the first transaction, and then you're just paying by transaction as opposed to, a lot of the overhead and operational cost. But a lot of that at this point is pretty academic because we haven't had a chance to measure it, right? So, as some of these systems come online and go into production and we're given the opportunity to measure this in real time and get, real figures and hard data, we can baseline it essentially, so that people could understand, what they might expect, right? Or how to uncover where to find those costs and how to measure those costs within their existing processes so that you can build an ROI.
That's a big part of it is, do they even know what there's, how do they figure out their costs today versus doing something else, whatever that is, whether it's baseline or just any other technology? Yeah, oftentimes,
These costs are hidden in existing operational costs that, the IT guys might not even be aware of or frankly care about, right?
Yeah.
So, you might need to, try to get into the CFO's office or, a delegate from their division to help you get to the right sort of financial data that you need, right? Like how much are you paying to process these orders? I'm just making this up as I go, right? Over a 1-year period of time. How much of that cost is due to exceptions? I'm not even sure they'll be able to tease that out, frankly.
Yeah, to me, it's
it just has
what
to
I
be.
thought was the most difficult thing to face was the people problem and the specific dollar problem.
Right. Sebastian, you were going to say?
Yeah, I think, I don't really have too much experience with like this whole enterprise or like the notion of like these really, of like trying to, I don't want to say sell this, but like, improve transactions between very large businesses.
Mm-hmm.
But in any case, I think, if we can get them into the same fold as the open networks, then that is good. And I think, and I really like what I think that was Kevin was saying, because I think it's really important to emphasize that.
For sure.
Like just to emphasize that it doesn't matter whether or not we can actually, build this stuff. Because I think there's a lot of, I don't want to say naive optimism, but like I like to call myself a skeptical optimist in this space. If that makes sense.
It absolutely does. And
So,
I think that's a wise position to take.
But
yeah, and it's not that I don't think the savings are there. I just think it'll be interesting to see how people solve the problem of getting to the numbers, just like you said.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if we have to get to the numbers, because ultimately we just have to get them to use it, right? Which, that can be, and I think a lot of it will have to come to getting to the numbers. Maybe, I don't really know how these companies really make purchase decisions. I know generally, there's going to be some kind of like board that has to vote and like, there's going to be presentations say, here's why we should do this. And then it'll take like 3 weeks to decide whether or not you want to wear red on Tuesday. But like, or like, that's like the kind of thing. But like, I guess what I'm trying to, what I'm trying to say is like, if we just make it so easy for them to do it. What exactly, and also like, will this involve like, you know, will Baseline have to actually like contract, like be a contractor to actually go to these companies and integrate? Because who knows what they're running, right? Like for example, you know, IBM, like some stuff from IBM, I'm sure they're still running stuff like databases from like the 1960s for very back office things, maybe like, you know, like asset recovery. So like if they have like, you know, they're leasing tons of laptops to some company and they want to make sure they all come back and they want to tabulate, you know, which ones are still in good shape and we can lease out again, which ones do we have to recycle. And I like something super back office like that. I would not be surprised if they're using something so old that that few people in productive condition actually remember how to use.
Yeah, a lot of banks and insurance companies, a lot of early adopters of computing technology still have, you know, systems that are running on COBOL and Fortran and, you know, mainframes and, you know, old technology. And they work well, right? And they work as expected. And, you know, at this point, the cost of them has been amortized into their operations that it's just sunk, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And I think to some extent, you know, if we're going to try to so that's one aspect. I think more what I was trying to say is that integrating with those systems, I think will require a lot of like custom work.
So Provide and Unibright, two great members of our community. You've probably seen Stefan and Kyle sometime through this.
Kyle.
Track, for sure. You know, they're working with the Coke One North America Bottling Consortium right now to extend a Fabric implementation to a larger group of bottlers leveraging Baseline. You know, they started that project, oh golly, a month ago, maybe, and they plan to be in production in, you know, Q1. You know, so maybe that's an angle as well, right? The time to implement could be shorter, but we'll find out as we start to collect the data.
And can I say something here, gentlemen?
Please, Anton.
Yeah, I mean, Sebastian did brought a really interesting topic here, because a lot of Alex, I mean, Nick, you know this quite well. I mean, especially in the banking, insurance, and financial sector, there are a lot of old stuff still running, and I used to call this "do not touch" department.
Exactly.
Because when you kind of visit some kind of I mean, really like basements with a lot of computers and I mean kind of legacy technology running in there, and when you ask kind of the head of IT what's in there, and he's just saying, I don't know, just don't touch this. This is kind of an old IBM mainframe running for like I don't know, 40, 50 years or so, and they are really struggling to find out literally people who are still alive who know how this tech works. and for them it's really, I mean, it's really painful to transition into something new, even so that they might believe in emerging tech, in blockchain, or in advanced technology. It's really painful to almost like stop this machine and looking to kind of almost copy and paste this process into something rather new. Whilst others, for example, like the example with Kona and with Coke, they're better positions because their tech stack is much newer, because they have been rather the late adopters of technology, if this makes sense. They have jumped into like the modern ERP systems like SAP or Oracle and things like that. So for them, it's much easier to really look into how they can improve the boring world of SAP, or how they can enhance the functionality of this awful and dull ERP systems, which are not made to work with other solutions out there. So yeah, I mean, Sebastian did brought in a really key topic here, how possibly, for example, Baseline could look into almost like bridge this gap between the legacy tech stack and almost the future-proof models.
Yeah, so you can evolve off of that old stuff. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think Anton definitely phrased it a lot better than I did, because I think how to say, but like in some modern, I don't want to say modern sense, but like, you know, if you want to build a startup that provides some kind of SaaS, right? You know, like if you want to provide integration with other things, usually what people will do is they'll build like a REST API, and then they'll have a mechanism where you can sign up for an account and get a key, right? Or maybe they'll, or maybe, you know, or maybe they'll build a client library that you can use with Node.js, and just due to the sheer number of businesses that might use Node.js, that'll be useful. But I think it's not that simple for integrating with these kinds of systems. Like you have no idea what protocols these are using. They have no idea, whatever. And so like anything that any you know, client stub that ends up being used with baseline to actually do the synchronization with another party, we'll have to somehow be able to link into whatever the heck is running there. I think there will be a lot of work in figuring out how to do that. And honestly, I'm almost like, it's almost to the point where I think like, you know, Provide or something like that, or like, you know, some company that literally just does that as a service, will have to be doing that.
It's a big piece of Unibright's model is systems integration, right? And this is just a new tool in their toolbox.
And on the upside, I guess it's all about process mapping, isn't it, gentlemen? So yeah, if you find out someone who is still alive, who knows how this almost like racks run, and what's the logic behind it, and if someone can map this, then it's a piece of cake for someone else to come in and say, hey, I mean, we'll create almost like something that will run in parallel for some time to see if everything would go smoothly, and at some point we'll just get rid of this.
Yeah. Interesting. Have we exhausted this topic? Technically this is and I'm air quoting when I say this. Let me turn my video on so you can see me. The new features session. The intent of this session was really to talk to the maintainers and session attendees to identify a list of potential new features or enhancements to the baseline protocol or tooling. Let me share my screen here real quick, and I'll show you where we're keeping this. You can see the ideas. This is the second session like this that we've run. And you can see here, I'm just in the notes for breakout 2. And down on the second page, I've got this little running list of, you know, things that would be nice to add to the baseline protocol or to the tools. The intent is to take this list back to the technical steering committee and the maintainers, have them review it, maybe prioritize it, and maybe start building it into the backlog and the work streams. As you can see, we've got a number of things. Many of them came out of the zero knowledge discussions, like a coding or scripting language for ZK circuits that can be compiled into reusable, interoperable code depending on which zero knowledge engine you're using. Almost like a higher order kind of zero knowledge ZK circuit dev environment, if you will. You know, you can read these yourselves. I don't need to read them all to you. But does this group have any ideas or any thoughts on what we might want to consider for new features or enhancements to baseline? Jonathan Levy, I see you out there. Hope you're well. Oh, he was there. He's just on mute. All right. Brian, you've been in a lot of these conversations. Have you heard any? Kevin, were you going to jump in?
I was just going to say, I won't have anything to add. This is outside of my level of knowledge of the product. So
it's all fine. I've heard a number of things in other sessions. We're going to have to go around to the different session leaders and aggregate them. A lot of them came out of the phone book, for example. They've got a good list of hackathon projects that we're going to start to prioritize and target. Brian, did you have thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm still synthesizing from discussions yesterday and today, but a lot of active discussions around the structures that we have for protecting privacy. So what we do with CA, I think actually maybe it's already written there now that I'm reading what's on the screen. So yeah, that's been, and then like understanding Because the other thread was the standard. So I know it's not really an enhancement. I guess it'd be an enhancement to the standard. Or as we think about new features or enhancements, like where does that push the standard development, and in what way, and how to think about.
So our MO so far has been to develop code, get it working, and then, write the standard based on our learnings there. At this point, I think the code and the coding is running ahead of the standards effort. At some point in time, it may catch up, but we don't yet have everything in the standards that is in the code, right? I mean, there's a lot of good work in the code. The question marks remain. Is that just could it be that way? Should it be that way? Must it be that way? That kind of thing, right? Still needs to be determined.
Yeah, I mean, the code as it stands is, like a proof of concept and reference implementation. And yeah, it is a particular point of view.
Yep.
And there are other valid ones, and that's where the standard comes in to kind of help be an overlay, but understanding what the boundaries are for what is baselining.
Right.
What is a baseline system? What does that mean? What's the value of the standard? We want to have some kind of opinion such that the standard has teeth to it. Well, not sorry, teeth's the wrong word. Structure, I guess, some meat, that's what I meant. You don't want it to be so generic that you're basically describing, modern computing. Like, it should have a network connection, and it should have a way to compute privately, and it should have a way to exchange data and a way to structure data. It's like, okay, you're just describing like how computers work. That's
right.
Not standard. I mean, anyway, so.
No, I get your point. It needs to be specific enough to set direction.
And have an opinion
Yeah.
about what we think will be beneficial to the businesses.
And specific enough to also encourage interoperability, right? So if someone builds a baseline architected application in one company or in one network, and they want to integrate it with another, they don't have to re-architect the whole thing. If they adhere to enough of the standard, like ODBC or JDBC, right, it should relatively work.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
ODBC and JDBC, I'm really dating myself now. All right, well, we can go back to another topic. If you have more ideas, this is an open document. Feel free to jump in there. We do have our closing session at 4 o'clock Eastern time, so at the top of the hour. And I see that there's chat here I got to check on. What should we talk about, gang? All right. Leave it to me to come in and kill the conversation.
Yeah. What was the topic? I could talk about
new features.
The features. Oh, the features.
New features, yeah. And like I said, in other sessions that are more committed to certain areas, like the phone book, I know Evan and Atalo and the team have collected a number of things that we'll add to the list. I'm sure Andreas in his scaling session has a plethora of things to add to this list. Work step IDs and work group IDs and things like that. So I've already heard them. I just haven't captured them yet on this doc.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to see more examples, but that's not a feature. I'd like to see more use cases.
It's an enhancement request.
Yeah.
I'll put in there.
So it's like something I've been struggling with as I'm working on this other reference implementation is a use case that properly embodies the baseline protocol in such a way that it reflects the best features of it. And like that, I'm finding that there needs to be a certain level of complexity of the business relationships in order to validate, to justify like the creation of a lot of this mechanism. And the smart contracts, or what even goes into a ZKP circuit and how you reflect business logic in this other language.
Yeah.
So it'd be great to see other people or hear about people trying to do that and what roadblock walls are hitting. And I don't know if there was some enhancement we could make to the community, or how we work with the community, not the people. I meant a place where we could all discuss those particular challenges
Let me ask you this, the audience that's here, how have you found the summit? And if we are going to do this again, should we do it annually, twice a year, quarterly? What are your thoughts?
I think the hackathon will bring some answers. So we'll see the activity there. We'll see what projects will be started and what's the appetite of the participants to start discussing the ideas that will appear there. We've seen that on the Ethereum mainnet as well, outside of the enterprise world. There's hackathons that were running every 3 or 6 months at the time. This started so many huge projects.
Yeah.
Like some of these projects are like the unicorns of the Ethereum world.
That's
and
right.
They just started with like 3-4 people working around the table and experiment with some small idea. When you look at the beginnings of some of the Ethereum projects, they were really, really humble beginnings. They like a few $1,000 hackathon win, and it's something like $1 billion total value locked. So we will see that as well in baseline, I'm pretty sure. And this will actually guide the conversations on next summits, because we'll have this implementation stage, new ideas, new features, and then we'll come back to the table when we standardize it, we move forward, we expand.
I agree. And I have enjoyed watching some of the hackathons like ETH Denver and DevCon and even other, other ones that may not be as well known. Some great things have come out of them. A lot of the things that you're seeing in the DeFi space, I remember seeing, the beginning seeds of them in many hackathons. It's really cool. It's a beautiful ecosystem.
People use the same platform for the hackathon as what you did for this?
I'm not sure what platform Gitcoin uses. They have their own portal and they link into GitHub a lot. I'm not sure exactly how we'll run it, but we'll check into that.
Oh, okay.
Sebastian, did you have something to add?
Or I don't know what exactly you had, questions you had about Gitcoin. I've like participated in a bunch of those hackathons. So like usually what it is, it's just like a website, just like anything else. And you have your account, and you like when you make a hackathon, you just you'll like specify some prizes or some some contest. Like it'll be like build something that does this.
Yeah.
Right. And then whoever wins that gets that bounty, or build something that does this other thing. Right. Like they'll usually have multiple prizes, and they'll put like let's say like we'll pay you like 1,000 DAI if you manage to win this. Right. And then the idea is just in your profile, you have an Ethereum address, and then that's how everything happens. So it's not like it has its own blockchain or anything. It's just like, it's just like DevPost plus Ethereum integrations.
Gotcha. Cool. Awesome. Well, we've got about 36 minutes until the closing session. You guys have anything on your mind you want to discuss? That was a great conversation we were having earlier around cost of ownership and getting to the point where we can measure that and have discussions with business leadership around the value of a baseline approach versus a traditional approach. How we look at legacy systems and how we help companies evolve. Perhaps not ripping out those legacy systems, but adding to them, layering on top of them, and giving them a path to a more kind of agile infrastructure going forward. What else? Got any plans for the weekend?
We'll be baselining Friday with Monday.
Nice. I plan to do that with a little bit of bourbon myself.
Studying for some exams next week. That's basically what I will be doing.
Beautiful. What are you studying?
So so I should actually introduce myself. So I'm actually a student at Carnegie Mellon right now. I'm studying computer engineering, or specifically electrical computer engineering, but most of what I do is like system software.
Mm-hmm.
So I have next
next week, and I have 2 exams and a distributed systems course I'm taking and a network performance.
Right on.
Courses.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah. Yeah, perhaps. A lot of it is just like internalizing the algorithm so much so that, because like half the test is just, oh, like, can you be Nagel's algorithm? Yeah, or something like that.
Well, good luck with that. We've got a lot of distributed systems folks in this community. Andreas Freund being one of the most vocal, but Simon Morris is part of our club as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's why I'm interested in getting somewhat involved.
Yeah, awesome.
So far as I have time, but yeah, because this is the kind of thing I want to be doing, is like the actual distributed systems stuff.
It's a great space.
Recently, there were mentions of those PhD students reaching out and doing a lot of analysis of various synchronization mechanisms, blockchains, Ethereum, and so on. And like people from the community mentioned, there's just a lot of work done on the research side at universities, and I wonder, you already see Baseline going that direction, like Baseline, and maybe preparing some kind of tools and products that will help students to get onboarded and understand what the processes are, how to build it, how to run it, like big hackathons that are closer to universities.
Yeah, where they can get credits and a recognition within their own colleges and their own universities. Yeah, for sure.
Maybe we should build like a Baseline circuit for recognizing the achievements across universities. Or
it's not a bad idea. That's a great idea, Thomas. So we've got a lot of Duke participation in the Baseline community because some of their, innovation, I can't remember what they're called, innovation teams or innovation leadership participates quite frequently. John has spoken there. John speaks at a number of different universities all the time. The blockchain at Berkeley folks are definitely kind of engaged. They've got a great blockchain program. It's a student-run program at Berkeley it's got 2 sides. It's got both a business side and a technical side. It was the first time that I've seen a university organize it that way. Yeah, a lot of great work coming out of the schools. Thanks for making it, Sebastian. I know you've got to study for exams and all, but spending the last 2 days with us is hopefully it's been valuable.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think more than anything, the connections are the most valuable thing from these events. I think getting work done and stuff is great, but like doing that and the amount of work you'll get in 2 days is minimal compared to the connections.
Yeah, it's 2 or 3 weeks from now when you come across something that you need to, consult with somebody on, and you're like, wow, who can I ask about that? And you're like, oh, I just met so-and-so 2 weeks ago at the Baseline Summit. They've been doing this for years. I'll reach out to them, right?
Precisely, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one thing with the virtual format versus, the traditional meet space format. You got to be more conscious about your networking, right? In traditional on-prem type stuff, you meet around the cafeteria or the buffet line or, drinks afterwards or what have you, dinners afterwards, that kind of stuff. But you need to do it more consciously in a virtual environment.
Yeah, you can kind of just like hear people talking and then just kind of wander over and join in. And
when I worked at Oracle, man, I can't tell you how many opportunities I found by going to great timely conferences and just going to the bar at night and buying a round of drinks for random people. It sounds silly, but it's hard to do in the virtual world.
Yeah, sure is.
And I don't have that Oracle budget anymore. So they used to be, pride themselves in that.
Yeah. Although in some respects, I think in the virtual environment, like if you are like deliberate about it, I don't want to say deliberate in like the,
but consciously do it, right?
Yeah. So if you do it, one of the things that's nice about virtual is that your reach is much larger. Like you can talk to far more people in a virtual event than you can, just and that's just due to like, how many people can you fit in a room? How many people can you actually pay attention to?
Yeah.
Right on.
Well,
I'm gonna step out, hit the facilities, unless you had something else you needed, Brian.
well, no, I was gonna see if anybody would be willing to give me some feedback on this showcase thing I'm working on for baseline.
Yeah, pull it up. You've got a good audience here.
Here we got this good group of people, small amount of time left, and so it gives me some constraints. And I guess I'm looking for. So what I've been trying to do, what I tend to try to do with these technologies is like come up with just real simple, real world use cases that have a story behind them to help people understand the context of like what the technology is and what the participants want to get out of this interaction and how like the technology supports it. So I've been working kind of just in scratching out like the ideas at this point. So it's just very much in the idea phase of I'm calling it a showcase because it's not a reference implementation, like because I want it to both be like an actual visual, you know, like a web app in this case, a React front end, or DApp, a pair of dApps, and then like some setup scripts and things. I actually really literally deploy it to probably multiple clouds. But to be also like something that people can look at for when they're considering baseline or thinking about baseline as it's currently, there's a lot of flux, but like as it currently stands and in terms of the technology, to be like a way to connect the dots and be like, okay, well, here's this context where these two people want to exchange data, do this business transaction, and I can walk from what I understand about that all the way through zero knowledge proofs, all the way through, you know, the on-chain setup that's required beforehand, the signatures, and the reconciling at the end, you know, that kind of thing. So I've come up with this, and this is a work in progress, so feel free to tell me it's silly or advice on how to make it more baselining or not. It's a welcome, so nothing's off limits here. The idea was like that there are these two parties who want to basically sign a contract, and trying to think of this concept of what it would be embodied in a zero knowledge circuit, right? That's used for representing business logic, so business workflow. So you have a particular document, piece of data that's signed by one person and then signed by another person, and then the workflow is done. So I even distill it down to maybe just the document. The workflow is there's a thing, someone signs it, and you're done. I guess so if we say maybe that's too simple, we take it one step and say you have to have this document. Well, person one signs it, then person two signs that signature, and then you're done, right? So like you look at it as a circuit, and you know, locally you're doing computation. There's things that's happening in zero knowledge proof, and there's a commitment stored on chain. And the scenario was like there's this person named Alice, and of course using the Alice and Bob stuff. There's Alice works in this, like I try to find a context that I don't know seemed reasonable. So there's a music venue. Oh, this is COVID time, so no one's booking shows at music venues, so maybe it's not appropriate. But you know, Alice works at a music venue and books talents. Bob has artists. He represents them and who they want to perform in venues. There's always some kind of contractual agreement to get that to happen. And kind of like jumping into the story between Bob and Alice after they've negotiated the details and they're ready to sign like a talent agreement or whatever the document is, to have one of Bob's artists perform at Alice's music venue. And one of the key things that I think is important for a baseline demo is to think beyond just like one company. I think a lot of projects, especially, it's tough for me because I tend to think of it as like a singular company, a singular product. And like baseline really shines when there's more than one. Really, so almost like this demo from the start comes up with these set of actors, right? So there's Alice and Bob. They both work at different companies and both have, like, in this future world I'm imagining where this is happening, they have, are you familiar with DocuSign? It's like a company that handles legal agreements and signing between folks. Like imagine that maybe not everybody uses DocuSign. They use multiple different document signing services, and everybody kind of has their own that they pick, and they pick those based on different, maybe some have a service that's for free, maybe some charge you a monthly service fee, or maybe some are a la carte, you know, like that kind of thing. So it's a world where there's two individuals, they both use these two services, but we need to have them both use those services and agree on this workflow of, Alice using DocuBoss, creates this artifact on chain, and then uses a standard library ZKP circuit that represents this workflow, and then sends that privately over, in this case, I'll show you the diagram here. Maybe we'll actually jump here. So this is kind of the visual workflow. Here's some of the preconditions. So it's like, in a world where like you need to have this auditable record of contracts, and individuals want freedom to choose a signing SaaS platform, so they don't always have to, like, the way it works now is if I'm working with an agent and they use DocuSign, they're sending me the DocuSign, I got to sign up for DocuSign, all my information is now in DocuSign, and DocuSign's holding. Nothing against DocuSign, they're great. I know this is a recording live, but I mean, this is a sort of a semi-fictional world. We're like, let's say maybe I'm not comfortable with it. Maybe I want my own service, right? It also requires that in this world where someone has set up the logic and deployed it on mainnet, so we've got the main Shield contractor management workflow contract, and the verifier circuit has been coded. The circuit's been coded, and the verifier contract's been deployed, hooked up to that management Shield contract. So in this scenario, Alice is on the computer, visits the DocuBoss website, drops in the PDF of the actual agreement. It initiates this new like chain signing request on that service, or she uploads the document on similarly. Add the recipient of Bob, and then kind of signs the document on chain and then pays, right? And I was thinking about this step as like, well, actually, we can come back to that, but like, what we could potentially do is, at this point, like Alice is, say, the person who wants to get this contract done because she benefits from this the most, but she's willing to pay for the transactions that Bob is going to have to do for his signing, right? But she could like pre-fund any on-chain transactions through either some kind of gas token that's embedded into the smart contract, or maybe sponsor transactions through something like Infura transaction manager, that kind of thing. That's kind of a little side idea there. But the ultimate artifact that Alice gets is like a zip file, more or less, you can imagine, like with a JSON object and the actual original document and everything kind of packed in there. And so in lieu of using Nats or Whisper or any other like online red messaging, it uses email. So you got this payload, you just basically like, because Alice and Bob have already exchanged information, they know each other, previously, so they send each other emails all the time, but they, now want this extra layer of like on-chain durability of their legal agreements, so they both have some kind of legal coverage, let's say, and have some anchoring to the durable ledger blockchain. They don't necessarily want to use anything different, so like just basically grab that off the web app or the dApp that's generating this package, drop it in an email thread, and say, here's the contract, sign it, get it back to me. So that, Bob gets that email. Let's say Alice is using Gmail and Bob's using Outlook. That's totally fine. He downloads the attachment and then goes to his signing website or dApp and drag and drops that file in there. And I'll ungzip the package and inspect the contents and look at the structure and be like, oh, okay, well, here's the private data, here's the on-chain contract, here's where we are in the workflow. It'll make a couple requests online on-chain to figure out like, well, okay, there are some on-chain actions that happen kind of up here in the sign and pay that kind of prime the management contract to say like, okay, well, here's where we are. So we need another signature, and we're waiting on that. So that's what happens here when Bob drops in this payload. You can basically present to Bob like a UI that is like, oh great, here's this chain, here's this document, here's the information pulled from the chain. We know we're at this state. Your job now is to sign this. So click here and apply your signature, and this is where I put in like little Alice is pretty much prepaid for the transaction, so you don't have to use any ETH. And we'll just deduct from what's stored in the main management contract. And then it'll basically download another artifact that will represent the second step of the proof. So you'll have a very similar artifact up here that you do have down here, but it'll now have Bob's signature. And again, you can download it and reply. But also, if Alice was curious, you could log on to the DocuBoss site and see the workflow, right? Because she has the private information enough to know what's on chain, the commitment for the original document, and that the state has changed. So she can know right away, because DocuBoss has a nice little add-in, is monitoring all on-chain transactions for all of your documents, so they know when the state changes. So as soon as Bob signs that, and she's debited for or rather the contract's debited for the transaction, right away she knows, okay, deal's done, we can move forward. But just to kind of complete the cycle as you might in a normal use case, Bob sends back the document, and then because that actually contains the proof, right? So this is the actual proof that you could then re-upload to DocuBoss and verify and complete the workflow. So she could go and do that. That was important. So, any questions? Well, everybody's gone.
I'm still here, Brian. I was listening.
It's hard to see the participants because I bored everybody to death.
It's me and Anton and Kiko chat support still here. They're very loyal. Okay, so after Bob signs it and emails back to Alice is when the commitment gets pushed on chain, or are you actually using on chain commitments here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So after Alice receives the email from Bob is when she, I guess the verify and complete workflow is like pushing the commitment on chain basically. Or do Alice and Bob have kind of a separate, I guess, baseline system in this case, or is it all, they just have their pre-existing signature services like DocuBoss, and then their email client, and they don't have any other additional baseline services besides that?
Yeah, that would be it.
Okay.
And they wouldn't even really know they're using baseline, and just they know they would need like a durable legal agreement with an on-chain anchor. I don't know. I guess that's the part in the scenario where I'm like, how do I justify this somehow in a story that it's like, oh well, it's a good thing they're doing it through mainnet because blank. Because you don't need to even use ZKP for this. You could just, you don't even use mainnet for this. And this is not exactly a problem that maybe needs to be solved. That's why it's sort of in a world where maybe people don't want to all use the same, all DocuSign contracts. I don't know. This is again the challenge.
Yeah. So on the signature step, what I guess what key would they be using to sign with, do you think? Would they create would they have some sort of wallet like an Ethereum?
Yeah, they would. I was trying to do it with like MetaMask only, but they would need probably like some other wallet, like the DocuBoss site would need to know, like, in the case of Alice, like her signing key, and I guess ideally I'd want MetaMask to handle all the like literal signatures, and maybe DocuBoss like also has a wallet that could be used for some parts of the transaction, but then also maybe the zero knowledge keys that need to be stored too.
Yeah, it'd be cool if like the DocuBoss in this scenario was compatible with MetaMask, so you still could control all of your own keys and didn't have to entrust DocuBoss to like create a key pair and sign for you on your behalf.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you still need to, I guess, pay DocuBoss or something, or somehow you have to have an account there. So it couldn't quite be. Well, I don't want to say couldn't, because like, if DocuBoss could provide these services and like have an ad-supported site, so it's like you visit with MetaMask, and it does require computation. Still, someone's doing the computing for the zero knowledge to compute the witness for the zero knowledge proof, and that requires CPU. So they have to make up for that somehow. So it's like they either need to charge, or they need to do ads, or some other revenue share. Maybe there's, I don't know.
Okay, so yeah, maybe this additional baseline feature or blockchain layer, or whatever it is, would be an option when you're in. Alice has her account within DocuBoss, and then she could choose to like add on that baseline feature to particular documents or signatures.
Mm-hmm.
And then when she's in her DocuBoss account, looking at the screen and previous agreements, she could, I guess, do some sort of query and be like, hey, can you check the on-chain verification, or show me the artifacts that prove that this is there's some sort of proof out there on a decentralized network.
Yeah, and that's like, why does anybody care that they have that? That's the bit. So I guess maybe they would care, thinking about for like a token. Maybe if there was some.
I think I could see it being useful. I guess it's tough if you're like, if you have your DocuBoss account and you're relying on them, you're doing your normal signatures through there, but you're also relying on them to show you the proof that there's an artifact put on chain. It's like you're still having to put a lot of trust in them. If there was a separate third party like baseline query service or something, like, hey, can you check, I don't know, like some sort of little GUI you could use and click a couple buttons and say, hey, check this spot here, and outside of DocuBoss, show me that there is a proof put on chain here. Maybe that would instill a little more confidence in the in Alice, that her agreement was like, there's some immutability put there in the blockchain. But if she's having to trust DocuBoss for all those steps, then it might not provide the value we're looking for.
Yeah, that's true. But I wonder if also if in addition to like what is done here to generate and sign, maybe there's some links to the smart contract.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong in that thinking, because if DocuBoss was giving you back like transaction hashes and the shield contract address and that sort of thing, like you can always separately go to Etherscan and look that up on your own if you didn't fully trust them.
Yeah. Still, I think maybe having a generic inspector tool that could fire up to verify.
Yeah.
Yeah. That isn't something that, I guess maybe let's think about in this scenario, like how much do you trust DocuBoss? Like in the story, I was thinking like this would be something that you would just use all the time for all your legal documents, and it could store them, it could have templates, it could provide some kind of auditing service, like it could be like each individual company. DocuBoss and the other company was super sig. They could each do different kind of things to help you with your process. but like the workflow is the shared on like neither one could enforce, neither company could like force the other to adhere to a particular workflow because neither one, they're both just following what is written in the management contract.
Yeah. The one other thing here maybe is you would have to, I guess both systems there, Alice's and Bob's, would both have to be able to use the same type of key pair to do their signatures, right? Like they'd have to be on the same elliptic curve. I guess that could either be Ethereum or whatever ZK signature you're trying to verify.
Yeah, it would. That'd have to be some kind of metadata that went along with it.
Okay.
I think that would tell you. This is kind of how I was thinking, because like the other party is Charlie. I didn't mention that person because you know, she would have to go and actually deploy the registry smart contract and the workflow. And I had in here like the verifier as well, but when I sat down, I was like, I don't actually know if I need a verifier. Because you really could do, if it's just signing, you don't really need, like a smart contract can just do that. So if you hash the document, then you, person one signs the hash, and then person two signs the hash of the hash, signed hash. The on-chain component could just like, you know, recover the signature and compare to the public identities of each participant, and you obscured the document and you're not using it off-chain computation. But if you did want to use a ZKP, you could, just with the more computational intensive.
Okay. Yeah, so you could potentially strip out all the ZK stuff and replace the messenger with emailing.
Mm-hmm. But then it's like, is that baselining, or is that just using mainnet as a way to sign documents, which is already done? It's like, I think I went a little too far with like pulling pieces out of baseline.
Yeah, no, it's still an interesting thought experiment, I think.
Yeah, I just don't know if this is like the right level of a story for showing how baseline's a good thing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe you leave in the ZK part, but still use the concept of emailing and passing around like the proof and signatures. So you're making it a lot more manual, since you don't have an automated messenger that knows, you know, the language you're speaking and different message types, but you have this file that you know is important and provides proof, and you can store it however you choose to.
Mm-hmm. The other part was like what to put in the circuit. So I was looking at what's in
Yeah, I wonder, what do you think, is a ZK circuit valuable if all it's doing is, you know, under zero knowledge, it's checking for your and my signature?
Right. I don't know, because that's the question I had for these examples. Like if you look at this, I think maybe we talked about this yesterday. If you look at these contracts, or sorry, wait, no, it's not. I think it is Advantage, but I think it's also in here. Nope. What is it? Here's some base example here. Oh, goodness.
Are you looking for the circuit source code?
Looking for the circuits.
Yeah, if you go to lib circuits.
Okay, sorry, yeah.
Oh yeah, he might have moved
down to the wrong level. Like this guy. I wish there was formatting, but yeah, if you look at what this does, it just is like, okay, there's a public key, the buyer and the supplier, You compress them, and then you have some. I'm not sure what this call data documents. Here's the line where it's like. Yeah, or maybe this was. You verify the signature of the buyer. You verify the signature of the supplier, and you've calculated, I guess, the Merkle-Tree root here to figure out the commitment, and then
Okay, that's interesting. So you're passing
Oh,
the
yeah.
sibling path.
yeah. So I mean, this kind of thing where it's just the verifying these two pieces. What do you get out of doing this? You have the same for this one.
So if the alternative is you and I can just sign a hash with our Ethereum addresses and push that on chain, then we're exposing our Ethereum addresses. So we could, I guess, if we were both using, well, I'll just leave it there. If we both sign it using our Ethereum addresses and push that hash on chain, then our Ethereum address, I guess, is public at that point, or people can see who signed it, so that potentially if you reuse that address, they could start to gain some knowledge about your activity. If we use our baby Jub signing keys and use the on-chain verification under zero knowledge, then those signatures are blind to any third party. So it provides a little more privacy there. I don't know if it's enough to justify all the complexity of baseline.
Yeah, because I guess in this, if Alice's wallet obviously is the same, or I mean, maybe she's not rotating, or I guess you could use an HD wallet and just use different accounts, but then you're kind of managing that business. But yeah, so if you were using.
Yeah, the issue with owning Ether and having each account own enough Ether to pay for transactions, if you're hopping addresses every transaction, becomes a pretty big pain. Even if you're comfortable owning ETH, you have to keep transferring enough into the account you want to use for the next transaction, so that it can pay for the gas, right?
Right. So then if you were using then ZKP, going back to that, it's like then if you didn't, then whoever knew about the smart contract would be able to look at, let's say, Alice and her on-chain activity and say, oh, well, I see she does about one deal a week or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Maybe that would be.
The other thing is, in order to prevent anyone else from messing with our on-tree Merkle-Tree and pushing up commitments just to I don't know, potentially mess up our business process, is without the zero knowledge, without the ZKP component, you'd have to whitelist Ethereum addresses that could push commitments into the Merkle-Tree. Or
so
if there was no ZKP component on chain, then how do you prevent, me and you have a Merkle-Tree that we're pushing commitments to? How do we prevent someone else from pushing just random hashes into our Merkle-Tree?
Right. So the verifier then would at least verify that they're correct?
Yeah, the verifier is like the gatekeeper to allowing a new commitment to be pushed into the Merkle-Tree. So yeah, if you and I know how to, for our zero knowledge circuit we created, we know how to generate a valid proof, which is what then enables us to push a new commitment into the Merkle-Tree.
Okay, there we go. So those are two good things. So maybe, wait, here's the login. person going and signing up. And I was even thinking of like the Docu Boss or DocuSign could like manage your account on the registry, this registry smart contract. Anyway, yeah, like, so I guess that maybe I will bring back the ZK circuit, and then just make it very similar to what's going on here, where we're just got a document input, because it didn't have like a hash of the actual document. It's got the public key and the. I see. Just curious.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's there may be a little more simplified circuit for this example. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the Radish one, because that one I spent more time looking at. No, this is not it. Well, I probably should hop over to the other session.
Okay.
Anyway, thanks for your feedback. Thanks
Yeah.
for listening. Did you hear that bell?
Yeah. Well, I couldn't tell. Yeah. Okay. Closing plenary begins shortly. All right. Yeah. I guess I'll see you in that one as well.
No.
Yeah.
Kevin, we got to stop meeting like this.
Sure, now it's just you and I. It's even more frightening.
And Kyle.
No, it's Kyle joined. Okay.
Yeah. It's not that bad. Come on.
Oh, hey guys. Yeah, it's not too bad. I'm just here. You know, I'm just showing up. Whatever that means.
Moral support for Lucas and Karthik, right?
No. I just remember that was a play on John's joke about how I just
Kevin, it's not meeting like this. Oh, I got to turn my audio off.
Sure, now it's just you and I. It's even.
The streams are working.
White delay.
Yeah, well, it takes time for it to go from Zoom to YouTube, and then they put it through whatever processing they do. So there is a 30-second delay.
That's cool technology, though. I didn't know that was even a thing.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. I mean, John is really the master of all that stuff, right? Sets it all up and has it running. Hey, Karthik. Hey, Lucas.
Hey, Nick. How's it going?
Hey, how's it going, Nick?
Good.
Good stuff.
Yeah, let's give it a few, maybe 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, or maybe just 3 minutes or something.
Yeah, no worries.
Cal, will you be able to share?
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, thanks, man.
$452 people is our final registration tally, by the way.
Oh wow, that's good.
Yeah.
We're gonna need a bigger bus.
Yeah, exactly. A double decker.
Do we actually know how many of those 452 actually showed up?
I'll be able to tell once I connect with Jane on Monday. At the high water mark yesterday, we had something like 160 people in the session, in the conference at one time.
Oh, good.
So that's pretty good.
Yeah, we just need to figure out the individual Pico chat account.
Yeah, so we've got all the docs are in a single folder, or most of them, I should say. The diagrams, if you use the same diagrams.net that I set up, it should be in that folder already. But we'll troubleshoot that stuff. We'll pull it all together.
Coolio.
Just a quick check. Can you guys see my screen at the moment?
Yes,
and is
sir.
it the right? And is it the right one? Okay, cool.
Baseline.
Yes, all good.
All right, cool.
For the win.
Indeed. All right. Lucas and Karthik, we can get started whenever you guys want. We can give it another minute or two, or we can get going now. Whatever.
Let's get going. I think.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think we're enough. Hello everyone. My name's Lucas, and I'm going to be co-presenting the concept of baseline bridges with Kyle and Karthik. I'm one of the founding members, really, of the baseline protocol. I was in the initial discussions, and I've been here for a while now. So what we're going to be talking today is a bit of a continuation of the talk that we gave yesterday regarding CKP circuit improvements, and more specifically, we're going to be trying to explain or trying to figure out as a group how we can connect, and how we can communicate information between work groups. So Kyle, Karthik, if you want to give yourselves an intro, and then we can start on the slides.
Sure, Karthik, go ahead.
Yep. Hello, everyone. This is Karthik. I work along with Lucas at BY and been working with the Baseline community for a few months now. As Lucas was mentioning, yesterday's conversation on ZK circuit improvements was primarily featuring around our experience in general with using some of the existing ZKP tooling out there and the methods of construction of circuits and how that could be improved. Today, as a follow-up, as Lucas mentioned, we'll be going into how we can bridge between multiple work groups. Happy to be here and be in this discussion.
Cool. Kyle Thomas, founder of Provide, been working in sort of an architect role for the Baseline protocol for along with Karthik and Lucas for going on 9 months, or I don't know, going on a year. It's getting close. It's getting up there. We have established a few issues in the GitHub repo for this sort of next work item. I'll share that link in the Zoom chat. And yeah, excited to for this talk. It's going to be interesting. And with that said, Lucas, let's get rolling on that.
Yeah, sure. If you can move on to the next slide.
Yeah, did you see it? Do you see it change?
Nope, I do not.
Oh, hold on.
Not yet.
I'll reshare. It was changed.
Yeah, you might want to hit the breakout link, Kyle. There you go. We see the
yeah,
base slide.
Yeah, let's see. Do you see it changing now?
Yep, that's perfect.
Okay, cool. I can
Awesome.
Stop.
Awesome. Thanks. So again, we're going to be talking about bridges, how we can communicate information between work groups and what that means. But I think it's important, even though you guys might already know this, I think it's important to just very quickly revisit the assumptions about baseline that we currently know. And if you disagree with any of this, of course, feel free to jump in and we can have a discussion about them. But what we are basing the concept of bridges on is on the fact that baseline processes are governed by a series of steps that are checked against a verifier and are unique to each work group, right? So in very simple terms, each step will generate a proof or a series of proofs that will be checked against a verifier. And if the verifier says that those steps are well formed and are correct, you'll be able to move on to the next step. And every work group has its own unique set of these proofs and these steps that are unique to themselves. So they don't share them with other work groups. So every time that a proof is verified, that proof is stored in a Merkle tree. And that Merkle tree is usually known as the shield contract. And while this is stored, as well as the verifier, of course, while these are stored on the mainnet and are public, the use of them is really limited to the people in the work group. Other people can use them to verify proofs if they have access to the actual proof, but really the functionality is meant for the people within the work group. Of course, the contracts are stored on chain and are individual to each work group. And I know this sounds a bit counterintuitive, but even though the purpose of baseline is to have work groups exist with a single source of truth or without silos. Each work group in itself is currently a silo compared to other work groups. This is part of the privacy design. Obviously, we don't want companies from outside the work group to have access to our information in any shape, way, or form, to better protect the privacy and the business intelligence of the companies. But the fact remains that they exist within their own silo. Of course, any organization with the previous permissions can join a given work group and be given visibility over a series of steps, or participate in a series of steps following the design of the work group steps. But in a very broad sense, work groups function individually of each other and do not interact with each other. So that'd be the next slide. Actually, can you bring it back? Because I think there's a question.
Yes, Andreas.
Yeah. So what's not set here, but what's really the root cause is because you have a trusted setup for each work group.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, of course. So
right, you don't need that. You can do just one for all.
Yeah, there's limitations to that inherent to the technology. Karthik, do correct me if I'm wrong, but the issue with current implementations or current widespread implementations of CKP is that there is not enough abstraction, or there's not universality on the circuits. Meaning that if you want to add circuits, you would have to redeploy that trusted setup every time that you want to add a step, so that abstraction and that reusability of the contracts for all the work groups, while possible to do, is still not let me say it's currently state of the art. And it's not well tested enough to function in an enterprise environment.
Yeah, there's no enterprise scale to it. Yeah, that's how I would frame it.
But yeah,
you're running
that's
a few $100 million through that right now. So depends on what you want to talk about, right? So
yeah,
right. So I think, but I think everything. So my only statement here is the issue of moving a state from one or from one account to the next, right? It's really what you're trying to do. Is the inherent limitation is because you need to redo you have two separate trusted setups. If you don't have that, then that's not an issue.
That is correct. Yes.
Right. So
that is correct.
I just want to be very clear that's the root cause, and as soon as you can work with an extensible trusted setup, you can that is no longer an issue.
Yeah.
That or
sure.
make the trusted setup more scalable in some way. While that because the new technologies that are coming, Andreas, that we've been looking into are quite state of the art as well. And there's going to be anyway. I'll just say that there's challenges to with this new technology in general, and making it scalable is one of our goals here.
Right. I'm just saying, yeah. I'm just saying that it's an inherent problem to the fact that there is a non-extensible trusted setup, that you have to repeat that for every work group currently, which is a current implementation choice.
Yep. Yeah. As mentioned here, it's due to the current architecture. It's not something that cannot be revisited in the future. And you know, I just want to add that while you're absolutely right, no question, it is also important to understand that trusted setups do have their limitations. I know there's research being done about this, but as it stands, if 3 people carry out a multi-party computation to do a trusted setup, if a 4th person wants to join the baseline protocol and they don't trust the 3 initial people, the trusted setup would also have to be done again. So there's limitations. Obviously, they can be worked around.
Is this a business? Is this a business opportunity? I mean, imagine not just for work group, but maybe a consortium of work groups. Suddenly consortiums become a thing again, but what a consortium does is pay somebody to be the responsible party for running the common setup and
right. I think it's privacy as a service, you know, John. I think it's something that we've talked about.
Privacy, but yeah, privacy as a service. But I mean, literally just being the one that the single throat to choke and say, like, we're really good at not screwing this up, and that's the only thing we do, and you're going to pay us some money for that, so that we can afford to not be bad guys about it.
You know, like sort of a computationally intensive and expensive process a lot quicker if you use some elastic infrastructure, you know, to complete the trusted setup. Also, I think there could be some inherent value around having service providers
after it's run, and that one party can extend that trusted setup. So it's not as if you have to like redo the whole thing.
Right. I think that's my understanding from the recent one of the recent Ethereum-based privacy-based trusted setup that Ethereum conducted, where they had a phase 1 and phase 2 can be a rolling basis, where you can keep joining based on the fact that that particular fork was operating on the polynomial commitment scheme.
Yeah, I mean, you're extending it, right? So that's just it. That's the only thing. So it's trivially extensible if you're, and depending on the group you're using, the group for the polynomials, that is,
right,
which the polynomials are defined, you can do away with a trusted setup.
Yeah, I think from a business point of view, definitely could be taken as an opportunity for, say, the notion of onboarding. Whenever a new party needs to be onboarded to a given work group or a set of work groups, or however that bridge may be, that sort of extension of trusted setup as part of the privacy as a service feature could be an opportunity.
Right.
So back to the concept of bridges. Again, as I mentioned, with the current architecture, work groups can't interact with each other, and you know, for work groups to share information or to share steps, or to share information within the steps, they would have to communicate that offline, or alternatively, you know, merge both processes into a single baseline process. So the way that it works, you know, if you look at the diagram, is each work group works with its own verifier, its own Merkle tree. They're all on the mainnet, but they don't really have any communication with each other. So they exist independently of each other, even though they have a single source of truth internally. So if you can move to the next slide, Kyle.
Yeah, I think it's also of interest or of note to mention that each participant in each work group does have its own copy of the Merkle tree, and the Merkle tree that's on chain is a much smaller representation.
Yeah, absolutely. So what is bridging? What are we trying to achieve with bridging? Baseline bridges are just an atomic piece of code that will manage the exit conditions from a baseline working group into an intermediary contract. So it can later be picked up or bought by a third party that doesn't belong to the organization that it originated from. So in simpler words, you're allowed to tokenize a given step, and based on some pre-established exit conditions and the information of the step, you will wrap that in a proof, and you will create a generic token. It could be ERC 1155, or it could be an ERC 721. You'll verify that those proofs have been correctly wrapped, and you'll store that into the Merkle tree contract. So a single smart contract with generic tokens that store a proof in the metadata, and that can be potentially picked up by other people. So you're basically creating a communication channel in the form of a shield contract that stands in the middle of the two work groups that want to communicate with each other. So the question then is, where are we bridging really? It's fairly straightforward what we're trying to do. There will be a bridge outside of a work group, and there will be a bridge into a work group. So to bridge out of a work group, what you have to do is just determine a series of exit conditions for any given step. So you could tokenize a PO, you could tokenize an invoice, you could tokenize an MSA for whatever business reason that you can come up with. All you're going to need to carry out that tokenization is ensure that you have determined a series of exit conditions in which all the participants that are involved within that step agree to that token leaving the work group. And once those exit conditions are made or are verified, obviously through zero knowledge proof, the exit condition will be verified. The contents of the step will also be put into a proof and will be verified. And once we have those two proofs, we will wrap that into another proof that will contain both of them. And when we verify that proof has correctly wrapped the other two proofs, we will push that into a shield contract or a Merkle tree contract that everyone, that any other work group can access. So yeah, it's basically just batching a proof of the exit conditions and the authenticity of the contents of the step. And basically after that, we would want to, as the second work group, we would potentially be interested in bringing that token into our own baseline work group. So we would need a process to take that token from the shield contract that we're sharing with the other work group and bringing it over into our work group. But we need to ensure that the contents of that are correct, right? And that what we're bringing in is not going to mess with our own work group, that the information is not incorrect. So the first thing that we have to do, right, to leave a track on the chain of the exchange and kind of work around the double spend problem within the shielded contract that we're sharing with the other work group, is to build a receipt token. In that token, we're just going to build a proof that we want to take over, or we want to buy or acquire another token. We'll reference that token by ID, And then we will determine the conditions required to import a proof as the input for a step in our workflow. So the same way that we have exit conditions for the bridge out, we will have input conditions for a token to enter our ecosystem. Those will very likely include to check that the batch proof contains 2 elements, and then directions or instructions to check those 2 elements against the shield contract, against the verifier of the work group that they come from. So we would be able to verify the contents before they actually arrive into our work group. And then once we have that carried out, we would push that receipt into the shared shield contract, and we would carry out an atomic transfer of the receipt token and the step token. So if work group A has a step token and work group B has a receipt token, they would just switch the ownerships, and work group A would have the receipt token and work group B would have the actual step token, which they would be able to transfer with the bridge into their work group.
It's probably worth noting also that some of the like the verification, the delivery of the actual data, the records happens out of band or off chain.
Yeah. So yeah, this is a bit of an overview of how the bridging would work. We would have we have predefined here the visibility bounds of each work group, and work group 1 on step 3 decides that they want to sell that token, or they want that token to be used as an input for work group 2, with which they happen to collaborate. They would create a proof for the exit conditions, a proof for the steps, and they would wrap that proof and pass it as the metadata of an ERC721 token. The verifier would ensure that the contents are correct and would push it to the shield contract. And then work group 2 on their side would build a receipt proof mentioning the ID of the token. And once both tokens are in the shield contract, they could carry out an atomic swap using French case under nightfall, which is basically completely private atomic swaps within a shield contract. And the ownership would be switched. And once that happens, the work group 1 would have a token with a receipt, and work group 2 would have a token with a step data, which then they would be able to import into their work group steps to carry out whatever processes they require with that information.
Hey, Lucas, could you talk more about, so this is it a single shield contract for both work groups in this point, or no, it's still different?
Yep. So each work group would still have its own set
shield
of contracts.
Yeah.
But
Okay,
then
so
in the middle, they would
you got another
communicate
one.
through the shield. Yeah.
This is how we talk about like exiting or finalizing a workflow, John.
Yeah, it looks metaphorically like a join table. Yeah, got it.
Yeah, kind of.
Not at all like
for
that,
that.
but metaphorically so.
A join table, very nice.
I'm old. So I still remember I had to help shut down a company that had 10 years of bad join table decisions. So I'm so tired right now. What was my question? Oh yeah. So can you talk more about, and I was busy, kind of shutting down the other sessions and all that. I didn't get all this clearly. Talk about exit conditions, just in case I'm not the only one that needs more on that in terms of context. When I think of exit conditions, I think of plasmas and token transfers and cross-chain in terms of, I need to exit because I'm not sure, like, because I want my tokens out or something. But in this case, we don't have any of that. So what is it? What's an exit condition case in this?
Sure. So metaphorically, it's not very different. You can look at, or I look at work groups as their own little blockchain, where they have their own rules and they're governed by their own business processes. So really, what you're trying to say here is, I just want to define a series of rules so that no single actor can decide to finalize a workflow for me. So if there's 2 people involved in the procurement process, I just want to ensure that if we're exiting on the PO step, ensure that all of the POs have been mapped to their correct tier in the MSA, and that MSA comes from an appropriate RFQ. So basically, it would just be the process of going back to the entire process and ensuring that everything. Yeah.
Okay. So let me break it down and read it back. And so I'm trying to think. Yeah, I'm also trying to think of the workflow case. I like that better. Workflow case to me.
It's just generally consistent. It's generally consistent at some point in the workflow. In the case of like a 5-step procurement process, that would be
right. So say you've got 3 companies. I mean, the case here is we've got a workflow. We have a workflow running. You have a workflow running, and now we need to interop our workflows at some point. And this, of course, assumes that our data and our actual businesses make any sense at all.
Or you
joining
could just think
on that
of
workflow step, right?
We could think of this as more concrete, like where work group 2 is like an exchange.
I like to stay away from finance stuff. Let's say an insurance process.
Yeah, there you go.
Right, yeah. And a transfer of shipping goods or containers from a ship to a shipyard where the insurance workflow has to execute on both sides of that, right? So you say one group has worked out the bill of lading and all that stuff on the getting the ownership changed from workflow from the ship to the dock, right? And then now you got a freight forwarder, and now the ownership has changed. You actually have assets in there, so it's a little close to not what I wanted to talk about, but you get the idea, right? So I've got a process on one side, and maybe another process for insurance that has evolved separately, right? But now they have to work together because the insurance group and the logistics group have just been, there's been some partnership deal that's been forged, and they're already running these workflows. Would that be a real world kind of case?
Yeah. So I think.
And now we're assuming but hold on, we're assuming, of course, there's been a good enough standardization, or that we have good enough translators that inevitably the data structures, everything that these 2 groups have done, have some kind of connection point where the data in one thing and the logic in one thing makes any sense to the thing in the other thing, right? So I mean, you gotta have the same schema and blah blah blah.
That's not exactly right. That last part is not exactly right.
Well, for example, if I have a bill of lading that's going to be an input to an insurance process, and the format of that bill of lading in my database makes no sense to the insurance process, then we're done, right? Regardless of.
I feel like it's like if we stick with it, like I know it's finance, but if we stick with invoice and factoring, right? It's a lot more. It'll hit home maybe a little easier.
The reason I wanted to stay away from it, I'm cool with that, but I'm just trying to extract the. I have money changing John's part, right? I'm just talking about record changing.
I can, John, would you need the exit conditions? right, in this case, are that the bill of lading conforms to the expected template for the insurance contract.
Correct.
And
And
that
so you're
the-
saying if it doesn't, then it'll exit?
No.
No, it won't exit.
No, it won't exit. So what it does is it prove that the data the proof, the exit conditions or the proof for the exit says the format is correct.
Oh, okay. Oh,
B, the
this is-
data,
yeah, okay.
be the data in that piece is exactly what we told you it would be.
Right.
Right.
Well, okay. Because I mean, when you say exit conditions, I always I think about, you know, elegant failing, right, and just good programming. But that's not what this is really.
No,
I think maybe that's what's throwing.
No,
me.
what it is these are the conditions that you need the state of your document to fulfill such that it is usable in that other work group.
Okay, so I have, you know, 3 fields in my bill of lading. I've got the item, I've got the value of the item, right? You know, the assessed value of it.
Yeah, you got
and I've got the place it is, right? And now
Ship
it's just
to,
it
ship to,
just got off the
shipper,
ship,
right?
right? So the
Bill to,
workflow
ship
step
to,
says
biller,
if
shipper.
leave ship, then go talk to this other workflow and get the insurance sorted out. And I'm going to pass those 3 parameters, right? Yeah, the value, I'm oversimplifying.
It's
Yeah,
kind of like, hey,
if bill of lading completed, right? If that
Right.
if that it has, then you check the exit or you check the criteria. Does it have these 3 fields or 5 fields? Does it have this data in those 5 fields? Right? And then you're creating that proof and you're dumping that somewhere, and that proof is then used as input for the insurance contract, the document.
So instead of spending money setting up an entirely new integration bus to integrate these two new sets of partners, right? The shipping logistics group and the insurance group, right? That just cut some deal, right?
Yeah.
You now all you have to do is write a new Shield contract with some new circuits that govern the relay between work step number 12 and work step number 22 in the 2 different groups.
I think it's more generic. I think it could be
But
pretty
it's more
generic.
generic. Yeah,
Exactly. I would actually posit you can simplify that even further. I would posit that you don't even need the tokens there unless you actually want to tokenize something. I would posit you can just send it as a message with a proof over to participant in work group 2, and they just put it into their
I'm still going to have to ship that. I'm still going to have to, hopefully all of these groups are baseline so that I can still get that peer-to-peer message.
Well, yeah, the idea
what have you over to the appropriate insurance company, right?
Yeah, the idea is that they're both baseline work groups.
Yeah. So I'm still going to have to send that data over them, and they're still going to have to be able to read it.
Yes. So there's a couple of things that I want to interject in here. The first thing is, yes, you have to ensure obviously that the step that you're going to need is what's included in the actual step that you're receiving. But the actual format of that data is independent.
Well, it's independent, but I mean, like, you know, and Nick and I have lived through this for decades. I'm sure others on the call have as well. You know, one database calls it F name and the other database calls it first name. You know,
right,
you
but
have stuff to deal with.
That's why we have the bridges out and the bridges in. So in any step of that process, we can transform that data to make it what we need it to be. And given that these are atomic processes to the baseline, these are in theory, these are processes that you set up once the baseline is completed. So if you've got the exit conditions and you've got the entry conditions, you can set up a bridge at any given point in your works in the life cycle of the baseline process. So
Lucas, did you come up with this?
Yeah. Well, Kyle and I did, and Karthik, of course. This was like our thing.
You guys,
this was definitely not all me.
You just keep on the hits keep rolling with you guys. This is much more sophisticated than I had in mind when I was blurting out stuff about inner workflow connections.
So can I still ask, why do I need to go through a token if I
yes,
don't
you can.
if I don't intend to tokenize?
Yes, you can.
If I intend to tokenize, I totally get that. But if I don't intend to tokenize, so I have a bill of lading that goes into an insurance contract, no tokenization required.
So
that's overloaded, by the way. I mean, Andreas, I'm not sure you discussed that at length earlier, but I have to say, I don't think my brain has fully ingested your point there about why you wouldn't need to baseline unless you were to tokenize. I heard you, but
No, you baseline it. You don't need to anchor all of the data on chain.
Okay, yeah. You could just do the root.
A simple anchor hash would suffice.
Understood. Okay.
But
sorry, Lucas.
That's slightly different.
All right.
So the main reason I asked this very same question yesterday. What was the point of tokenizing this, and what was the point of even having it on the blockchain? We just send this information through an ads channel. Just get a person from the other workflow to join our work group and just communicate through there, and they'll use that information within their flow. And there's several reasons why you'd want it to go through a token. The first reason would be that you actually have an how would you call this, Kyle? You had a good word for it yesterday.
Which part?
When you like exit the baseline process.
Yeah, I may have called it like a termination of the process, or finality. It's like it's kind of like I don't recall.
Yeah, termination signal or whatever. So you're proving that you are sending that information over to a third party, and there's a record of that. On the other hand, it allows us to create a very abstract form and a very abstract contract that increases the anonymity set of that intermediary smart contract, which means anyone can use it. So if you go back, Kyle, to the previous slide, I think. Yeah, there you go. So as you can see, these contracts are going to be indistinguishable. These tokens are indistinguishable from each other. Obviously from their ID and so on, but they're not specific to the insurance process. They're not specific to financial process or procurement process. All the tokens that come into this contract are the exact same. And what this allows us to do is it allows us to create kind of like a quid pro quo, that whenever you want to receive information from a step, you have to acknowledge receipt publicly of that information. And if you do that through an offline communication channel, you can just claim that never happened, or that the information that you got was not the right one or whatever. And in this step, what you're doing is you're ensuring that you're sending a token and someone is giving you a receipt before they're able to access the information on that token, that they received the token that you intended to send. And while this might not necessarily be needed for something that's just information that doesn't want to be tokenized, it is very useful for other processes like like factoring of invoices or buying and selling POs, or I don't know, whatever. I don't know enough about
I
business
completely agree.
processes.
I completely agree that if you want to do that, actually you need to do one step in between, right? You need you need an actual financing, loan contract, investment contract, etc. That is the invoice or order or whatever it is you're utilizing as the underlying collateral goes in, and that contract then needs to be tokenized. Just from a compliance point of view, if you do it like this, you'll go to jail. But no, I mean,
right, fair. Yeah, that's
right,
fair. That's fair.
Right. So it's like the conceptual picture is right, but it's like you just need that to have the metadata in the token contract, the 721, verifiable. So you just need a pointer to the verification contract, the proof, and the input data for the proof. That needs to be in the metadata of the smart contract. So anybody can grab it and then verify it. That's all you need. If you want to trade that token, if you want to exchange that, right? You can utilize a shield contract or Aztec transaction, whatever you want to do, to then mask the exchange, that the selling of that token. If you want to, fine, right? Where I'm coming from is most of the transactions, I would posit 99.99% of all baseline transactions will have no bearings on tokenization whatsoever, or 99%. Let's be a bit more generous.
Conservative.
Yeah. So conservative would be 99.
I think that's probably right. I think that 1% matters a lot, but yeah, that
1% matters a lot, right?
Most document synchronization is not going to be an actual asset. It's just going to be information.
So really, what you need is what you need to move from work group 1 to work group 2, right? Is what you have in the left-hand corner. Is the exit condition proof and the step content proof. That serves as input to the other work group. So there's like one participant in the work group who dumps it in and says, you just need a pointer to the verifier contract that says, oh, by the way, here's the proof, here's the input data, here's the pointer to the contract, and then you generate the proof, you hand it over, and that's it. You don't need anything more.
I would posit that you do, because when you're sending over that information, you're sending over that information so how would you say, how would this work in terms of passing over this information to the second work group? How would you send over this proof to the second work group?
You send it.
Where would it go through?
So what do you say? So if you actually anchor this information on chain, let's assume for a second you would actually do that, or you can, or you don't even need to do that. You just need to you just need the anchoring hash, what have you not. But let's assume you're doing that, right? You have the proof on chain, right? Then you just need the pointer to where the data is stored, right? Where the data sits, where the proof sits, right? And which means the public data plus the proof. The CSR you just need to send that in the CRS. You just send that over the wire, together with a pointer to the contract, with a pointer to the verifier, right? And then that's the initiation step. You're sending that over plus whatever other thing you have, and saying it's like, I want to start that. Let's say this is the initiation, or you're putting it into step 2 as you have it here, right? You have your input data, you throw it in, you commit it first when you set it up, you commit it to the we need a proof for the correct input of the bill of lading.
All right, but where does that proof live then? Because here
that proof lives on chain.
That proof lives on chain, but it'll be part of the Merkle tree of the workgroup 1, which means that when it comes to workgroup 2, that proof could be falsified because they have no need or no they have no incentive to believe that workgroup 1 hasn't been tampered with. What if there's
but it's publicly verifiable, right? So I know that you computed
publicly verifiable over a
Right.
setup that I may not necessarily trust. So with this shield contract, this would be set up between the 2 parties for the purpose of exchanging this information. And
but unless you're doing it
proof,
but unless you're unmasking all the information, then I mean, it's you're wrapping a cryptographic proof that whose setup you don't trust in a cryptographic proof, right? So it's like either you're using the input data for this, the clear input data, into a zero knowledge proof that generates that you can say, by the way, if you were to trust this other setup, here's the reference key, right? Here's the public data, here's the proof. You can verify it. Oh, by the way, here's another proof. I used the same input data, right? And generated this proof for you, which, by the way, I passed over the wire to you because I gave you the bill of lading. Do you know? Because you're now in the work group. Right? So it's like you have 2 options. You have 2 trust points. Either you trust the setup, then you don't need to actually see the clear data. Or if you don't trust the setup, right, then you get the clear data plus the proof and the that you can have you can trust that the proof that is on chain can then be utilized towards other third parties if you need to call upon the insurance contract to be executed, for example, by a third party. Does that make sense? Because then the third party can rely on the fact that, yes, I signed the input data, even though you can't see it, and I signed and agreed to, yes, the origin of that input data is I have verified too. So from a liability point of view, this is what I would need to do. So I have 2 options. Either I just trust the input data that you're handing to me, which is fine. Why should I not trust you? We're doing business together, right? Or you know, right? Or you're pointing it to.
Yeah, I don't know if doing business together, if we trusted everyone we do business
no, but
together.
So here's the problem, right? You have the problem if you're talking about shipping stuff. You have the problem. It's like there was a group that did something, and here's the data. You never know whether the ship actually left the port, right? You don't know whether the container is actually on it. You don't even you don't know whether this batch of vaccine is actually on that. You don't.
all right. So the way that we had thought about this, Kyle, correct me if I'm wrong, but we had thought that for a bridging to work, you would need some company from workgroup 2 to join workgroup 1, right? And communicate over a NATS channel, right? And transfer the appropriate information to be able to verify the proofs contained within the shield contract.
You need to know where we need to know where they exist in the Merkle tree, for example.
Exactly. So
yeah, that's fine. You can send all that over. right? I mean, it's
Yeah.
the contract is on chain. I can just read it out, right?
Yeah,
if
but
I
if you
want to.
don't know if you don't know how to use the contents of the tree, though, it's worthless to you.
That's true, but that's you communicate. That's what the whole metadata is for. You're communicating actually where you're communicating the proof. You're communicating that, and you're communicating the position in the tree. So you just need to validate the Merkle branch, not the entire tree. Right? That's a
This might be slightly orthogonal.
That's a
but,
compact proof.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what the problem is.
Something you said about metadata there just kind of touched a chord with me. Is this not related somewhat to the practical issue, even with not across multiple workflows, but in a single workflow? There's this. I mean, like for example, what Kyle and team are doing with their clients, fairly deterministic, fairly manual. You're going to make sure that that database A and database B can communicate with each other in a sensible way, and that you're going to have a successful join, right, between these two things. And we talked in a couple other sessions about how would one do that in a slightly more automated way, like where I know going in that our whatever the equivalent values of a schema are going to be aligned, or that we have to that you're broadcasting what you can expect from me and what format.
Hey, John, you're breaking up a
would
little
that
bit.
be something that could go in the metadata?
John, you're breaking
I'm
up
sorry.
pretty bad.
I'll stop. I think you probably get the idea. I'll just stop. I think you get the idea.
I couldn't really hear it.
Yeah, we couldn't hear it.
We couldn't hear.
Yeah.
Pretty much the last minute and a half of you talking, we couldn't.
I don't know if you can hear me now. Don't worry about it.
No. It's
no. Please,
now we can hear
please.
You.
Okay, so I don't know how far I got. Yeah, I was driving. I promised to go get food. Metadata. Yeah, I mean, would that be the? I mean, could that not? Yeah, that could one not pack into the metadata the signaling of what I can accept and how I can accept it, so that we have you've got a record in your database. I'm going to be able to handle that record in this way. Right now, it's not an issue because you're basically hard coding. I'm sure Kyle, for example, is making very sure on a manual basis that company A and company B are going to work together correctly when they run the baseline. But what about when you want to speed that up, when you want to make that a little more automated? You want some kind of cross-system introspection.
Yeah, there's some we've been toying with some ideas around how to do robotic mapping of entities. Yeah, I think that's another conversation, and I think we should try to get back to the current slide.
I took a risk there. I thought you said metadata. I had a picture in my mind of how this was going. I was like, oh, maybe that's where you'd put it. And okay, I'll leave it alone from there. Thanks.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Yeah, my point is I believe you don't. The only thing that the chain gives you is the in this case is the time linearization aspect. If you for a record, but if that's on chain anyway, then it doesn't have to be tokenized at all, right? Tokenization is great and is wonderful and for anything you actually want to tokenize. And then yes, this is the right approach. But I would posit that for the vast majority of cross work group state sharing, right, or state interaction, you don't need that.
Bearing in mind that the minute you go tokenization, you have pierced the veil. You're exposed at that point. At least until you get back into another shield contract doing some other thing, right? The transit is going to be out in the clear.
Yeah, you can shield that too if you want to. That's a different.
You can't shield the business logic. It's gonna exist unless Alice gives Bob 50 or X gives Y Z. If it's something more sophisticated than that, you're giving something away.
All right, let's keep this on the rails.
Right.
It's three. No, that was all very good discussion. Not to be short with anyone.
No,
sorry,
that's good. We're at the end game, but probably want to get out of here. I certainly do.
It's all good. I just think there's some good slides to get through here that I want to be mindful of everyone's time.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's do this. Basically, the baselining goals that this achieves are silo elimination across work groups. We could argue for a bit longer whether this is the best way to do it when tokenization is not involved or not, but that's kind of what it's trying to achieve. Inserting a single source of truth as a communication platform for work groups, seamless work group collaboration or complementation of their business processes, where companies will be able to participate in different work groups, obviously not directly, but through the sharing of information within their work group as the input for another work group. And obviously, I think this is the biggest one here, is the ecosystem growth. So if we no longer have to create more complex work groups to model business interactions between companies, and we can just have companies use their own business processes and be able to punctually interact with other companies through this type of code, I think that is a very, very powerful way of growing the baseline ecosystem, because you're really cutting on the costs to develop these relationships on the blockchain. And I'd say, Karthik, this is you, because this looks too smart for me.
I don't know, it's all theoretical. As have been many things, I think. I'll just try to, in the limit of time we have, Lucas, Kyle have discussed exit conditions and how the notion of exit conditions applies both exit and entry conditions. And I think it has definitely been a great discussion so far around the real picture around it and how that translates up. This particular slide is trying to go more one level deeper into the smart contract architecture as to how this inter-work group shielding would occur. A notion here we are trying to define and go forward with is, or at least a proposed idea is that the notion of a membership of a work group. So the transition of membership as it involves from bridging in terms of from one work group to another involves some sort of a registration and deregistration mechanism, when, again, strictly speaking, under the constraints of privacy using and the notion of Merkle trees that we have been discussing so far. Trying to revisit the concept of commitments and nullifiers. The way the membership within a work group works for any form of business process, say agreement or purchase order or say any insurance claim or anything or any other financial process for that matter, financial services process for that matter. any membership of a certain, any proof or any commitment or any hash of that particular object that is being used for communication. That is the one that is essentially being, in the process of baselining, that is essentially being deposited in a Merkle tree. In the process, we do so by computing new roots and new leaves each time, and we are essentially committing a state. Today, as you know, as part of the version 0.1, it's there is in the baseline RPC. Kyle can speak to more. Kyle can definitely speak more towards it, wherein we can track as we are communicating a proof or an object to the other counterparty. We can use these methods, for example, the baseline RPC's method like track and get tracked, to peer or parse through the Merkle tree that is being stored in, like, I think in the implementation itself in BRI1, it's stored using another mind client into a local DB or distributed DB of sorts. But regardless, the idea is that when we are talking about proving membership, we prove the membership of a certain proof of a given object or a given data. So in that notion, in that sense, membership can be that of an entity to a work group, or a proof submitted by the entity that can be verified in that work group or outside that work group, outside that work group in a different work group for that matter. That is around computing or creating new states. Similarly, we have within the same principle, we have the update and delete of states. Typically, at least the way we try to handle this is in different implementations out there, is any update of a state or any update of an existing process can be seen as updating the hash of a previously stored object, and then depositing a new hash which represents the changed hash of that object. So essentially, update represents the new state or the new stamp of the process. And there's a process of nullification, which essentially results in quote unquote nulling out the earlier hash that was stored in the earlier root. So this process is currently how say baseline works within the notion of privacy and following those constraints of privacy. Extending the same concept to bridging, here, one way to think about it, or one could think of it as nullifiers that are typically being used to say in the context of spending commitments. So whenever we use nullifiers, they typically whenever the usage of nullifiers is done in any of these protocols, it's usually to spend or exit out of a shield contract. Even today in the shield, if you want to levy out a payment or exit out of a certain contract or exit out of the whole contracting mechanism with the shield contract, whether be it in some process like Zcash or other implementations like Nightfall and CeeLo and so on. The process of using nullifiers is usually to use in the context of spending already stored commitments in these Merkle trees. So in that principle, just trying to extend the idea is to say that to nullify is to reveal or exit out of a state of a commitment. This could be some proposed addition to an existing RPC method for that matter. So for example, could be terms have been met, payment can be issued. Now extending that to like inter-work group is to say that even nullifiers today that are maintained as say arrays in a shield contract can themselves be a shield contract of themselves, in the sense nullifier itself is another Merkle tree. The reason to have this separate Merkle tree is to prove that there is not just a registration into a new, say, Merkle tree that is maintained by a different working group, but also deregistration of that process or of that step from the current Merkle tree or the work group 1 from the originating group 1. So this was essentially this is essentially one of the thought processes around how bridging could work from an inter-work group perspective by having the notion of a common just like a common shield contract, having a pair of the having a nullifier pair up with that particular shield contract. So this is the particular idea of using how Merkle trees could be extended in the current context to levy the bridging principle.
Thanks, Karthik. Yeah, I think that's a pretty clever way to do it. So that second tree.
So elegant. I love it.
Yeah.
So good. So on bridges characteristics, things to keep in mind about bridges when we're talking about them are the exit conditions and the step content will be customizable. So what you decide that is required to exit from a given process or from a given step or workflow will always be up to the work group where these exit conditions live. And the step content, obviously what you are adding, the content that you're passing over to the other work group is always going to be customizable. And the overall architecture is generic. That's important to understand. The way that this was designed was so that the same contract could be used over and over again without having to take into account the type of process that was being baselined. It doesn't matter if it's insurance, if it's finance, if it's procurement, supply chain, whatever. All you're sending over is a proof composition of exit conditions and step content, and the actual exit conditions and step content will be verified off-chain through an ads channel. But what this allows us to do is to accept tokens that are constructed in the exact same way. So all the work groups have to worry about is there bridging and debridging conditions to release and accept that data. Tokenization is the result of the bridging process. So you tokenize stuff as a result of the bridging process. And what's good about this, even though it has now been established that it's not the main use case that we would see for it, is that once that token is in the intermediary shield contract, it can be withdrawn with a bridge. And bridges are not necessarily, they don't necessarily have to be tied to another work group. They are flexible enough that you can link it to a contract out in the open. So it doesn't have to necessarily link to a secondary work group. Sorry.
No, true. Yeah. No, I was just saying.
All right.
I mean, this enables a finalized a workflow to exit, a baseline workflow to exit, a single one.
Yeah.
And what happens at the after that is application specific.
Exactly. So at the end of that, you can disambiguate the actual proof. Through the channels, you can actually expose what the proof contained and add that to your token metadata, and just display it on a factoring contract or on a DeFi ecosystem or whatever. I don't know. You get the idea. Once that token is yours, you can do whatever you want with it. You can pass it off as information for one of your steps, or you can just use it to sell it somewhere else. It's essentially yours, and this is done. The whole concept of bridges has been developed to accommodate for any given step of the process to be tokenized and bridged. So if you want to exit like after an RFQ or whatever, you can technically do that. I don't see how that'd be useful, but you could technically, if you have set the exit conditions for that step, you could tokenize it. And you can also tokenize the whole workflow of a work group. So just just as a proof that the entire business process went smoothly, you can create a token of that and just exchange it with another work group for whatever reason you may think. So yeah, that's that. There's more slides though, but that's.
I think there's only one. I think there's only one more actually, and it just
right.
basically it just talks about how to run the BRI1 integration suite. So the effort that we discussed here or proposed here today, and awesome talk, Lucas. Thanks, Karthik, as well. You know, all of that is being embodied in the BRI1 reference implementation. You can run it right now. Some code was just merged to master a few days ago that upgrades quite a bit of the functionality there. And also I want to share, well, there's another, 1 second here. There's another screen to share here that's different. There we go. So I guess, you know, the action item from this is, you know, this issue number 255 in GitHub, enable a finalized baseline workflow to exit. And I think over the next few weeks, it would be great to see some of this get some more meat on its bones based on the talk yesterday and today. And I would love to see BRI1, you know, implement this for the hackathon next month.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Kyle, that's the thing that's on, you know, like what parts of this can we bag up into issues that we can hand to the hackathon?
I think that's the one right there. If we could get that one captured and bountied, you know, I think Provide would be interested in chipping in on that one.
Well, yeah, right on. We'll be looking at all the issues over the weekend and next week, and we'll select.
Sure. But yeah,
we'll select
we
a few.
need to go through the TFC there. Sounds good.
All right,
cool. So that wraps this up. And again, thanks Lucas and Karthik and John. It was a great event. Nick, everyone.
One quick comment for everybody to think about over the weekend is if you make, so for example, you factor an invoice, right? The value of the token is dependent on the state of that document, right? If the payment is not done in full but in installments, right? There are a lot of invoices that work like that, where they're paid in you know, different products are paid at different times based on delivery, based on completion of a service, etc. And that's especially true if you're thinking like construction or something like that. So there needs to be a way to update the state, right? So you have an exit, but they're actually state updates, which are relevant to the token itself. So that needs to be done continuously until the underlying asset for the token is quote unquote spent. It's no longer becomes no longer relevant. Otherwise, you have no way to value the asset if you don't have the subsequent state updates. So that's another thing that you need to do, and that you need to continuously do if you want to successfully tokenize.
Right on. You might have to bring that up again next week. I'm not sure I processed it all. I've got no brain power left, but thank you for that. And also thank you everybody for the time you spent. I think this is the last word. Who wants to, everybody say word, and that'll be the last word.
Thanks everybody. Have a great weekend.
Word.
Baseline.
Word.
Bye everyone. Have a good one. Bye bye.
Baseline.
Oh, that's David Youngblood. How are you?
That's him.
I'm speaking to you right now.
What's up, Josh? What's up, man? Yeah, I was just laughing about your comment. Yeah.
That's hilarious. I just gotta
small
tell
world.
my friend real quick.
Yeah.
How's your day, man?
Good, man. If you give me like 2 seconds. I gotta replace this battery again.
Yeah.
Keeps dying. Right, should be good.
Check.
Check, 1 2, check.
Yeah, man, this is was a super cool experience today. I had no idea about Baseline. I've had an idea about all of you guys individually about itself. Had no idea there was an open source kind of consortium going on. Didn't sleep yesterday. Was too excited. Went over
I'm
a
on
lot
fumes.
of a lot of the GitHub, and then I found it out from like following a paper trail of just LinkedIn posts, and I was like, wait, what? And then I went kind of followed it, found the GitHub, found like everyone's individual contributors. I was like, wait, this is literally every company. I was like, everyone who means something is contributing right now, and what are they doing?
Yeah, all the people that matter, right?
Yeah, and then I saw you guys become one unified entity, and I was like, wait, that's huge. That there's something going on, and then I just kept diving and diving, and then went to pretty much everyone's who was just speaking's GitHub and saw that there was some crazy stuff going on, and now it's here. So I went and signed up, and you guys are gonna do some amazing work, and I hopefully, well, I mean, since it's open source, I know I will be a part of it. Hopefully, I can contribute something as good as you guys are.
That's great, man. I mean, and it's pretty whelming, right? It doesn't have to be overwhelming, but it's definitely whelming. And I'm drinking from, I don't even think the fire hose counts. Like it's the hydrant itself or something. Somebody broke it off or ran over it, and trying to drink from that. Let's see. Sorry, my everybody just got off, so they're blowing us up on Slack.
No problem.
Let's see. But yeah, so it's whelming. It doesn't have to be overwhelming. It's I'm newer to blockchain, not new to databases and integrations and APIs and all that stuff, right? So
and that's kind of the same as my background too. I come from information security, new to blockchain. I got a little discouraged when it came with Solidity and Ethereum. I didn't really understand. It was like whoever made PHP, right?
Right.
Why'd you do that, dude?
Yeah, what's going on here?
Wait, you mean I need to use it to connect everything? All my forms? So I did get a little discouraged, and then once some of the other ecosystems started producing with like C or Java, that's when I kind of came back and started learning. But it's still a huge difference from what I'm used to. I come from Cisco background. I went to a Cisco academy, then traversed into compliance and risk, which seems like something that I didn't know was actually like stopping and halting some possible like amazing production. As I forget who I was talking to earlier, but I was like, no, there's no way that this is actually a standard that is industry used, doesn't include the technology that should be industry used. If that makes sense.
It does. That's kind of the whole point in all of this, right? Which is the standardization and governance body and logic for, like, Baseline is cool because it's like a principle or a cluster of values, right? That should help govern the way business uses, blockchain technology, right? And how to incorporate it. So to me, it's neat. Like Baseline in and of itself is super neat because it's like a law of nature, right? It's bigger than any one thing. So what we're doing is, as our founder, you've probably heard his name once or twice, Kyle Thomas, the founder of Provide, wrote the kind of the pre-beta in the Radish series, and then the Alice and Bob use case for what integration looks like to leverage the governing body of baseline in an enterprise application, right, or in an enterprise use case. So I'm still learning what all those little intricate things really mean. But conceptually, I've got it. I can, certainly happy to answer any questions you have, but also make sure you're introduced to people that can answer any more questions. So
that would be super helpful, and we'll traverse this newfound nature together, dude. I'm super excited.
Heck yeah, dude.
I'm gonna send you my contact info personally on the LinkedIn chat that we have going on right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Have you been able to? Because I'm not sure. Are you also going into different breakouts the whole day? Like, have you visited all of them, and were you able to see all of them?
Yeah. So maybe this camera will let you. I can flip it around. I gotta turn off my virtual background, maybe. Yeah, the camera's not gonna work.
That's okay.
I got 2 computers, a cell phone, and 3 monitors going. I've been trying to be a part of anything and everything all day long.
Been soaking up the information. I woke up late, and it was like almost like a panic, a horror, like was thrown over me. I was like, "What?
I missed it all."
But then I see you guys still going here, and then like I said, you guys are promoting such an amazing community. The fact that I can speak with you right here after 10 high-level executives just got off the same stream, and we're having a personal conversation. Like the groundbreaking technology was not talked about. In itself says a lot of things, and I think personally there was no, and maybe you guys did this for a reason to kind of maybe disrupt, but there was no coverage to the fact that like in terms of Canada, I'm not sure if you guys did advertise in Canada, but no one over here knew. And then yesterday I was spamming channels. I was like, did you guys hear about this? Did you hear about this and not tell me? John, did you hear about this and not tell me? He's like, what is that? And I was like, I don't know, we gotta watch it. And then there was a bunch of us tuning in, and all my friends were at work. I also had 2 phones and was typing and telling everyone. I was like, I can't, you guys just gotta watch it.
Yeah, it's fortunately I've had the exposure because of Provide, and so I've been in the baseline community, for 3 months ish, give or take. But the presence right now stands mostly, the tech valley hotspots, right? So Silicon Valley, Atlanta, New York, Germany is pretty big. So there's a European presence and an American presence. Also branches to India and China, because China's DeFi movement, trying to change the world and the fiat. There's like a whole bridge side group of fanboys, so to speak, that are in that. So we're not really about the DeFi so much as the enterprise adoption.
And that's what's really, I think, what's wrong with the verse right now, is because I have friends who care about their bandwidth, care about their data being confidential, care about all these specific use cases that they have, but they're only looking at the tokenization side of making money on the blockchain and not really looking at technology, or like the fact that it's a protocol, we need this, it's going to be working, and they're getting really hung up on the other side. So I do agree strong.
Yeah. So what are your particular use cases you think right now, right? Because
I was just thinking, even like sorry to interrupt you, even like there was a local, this just happened like a week ago, there was a local dentist that had all her files encrypted and ransomware kind of, and if she would have just had them encrypted, just like from the drop use case that you guys did, that she would have been protected. And she sent them Bitcoin and they didn't unencrypt them.
Oh man, so she was cyber hacked, and the what is it called? I can't even, my brain's not working anymore. It's the ransomware kind of thing.
Yep,
that they did. So, and obviously you're in cybersecurity, so you and or your clients all are fighting or facing that now.
Yep. And so I just started this year myself, just because the coronavirus. I was working in Michigan and I live in Canada. I'm dual, but I can't. They closed the bridge. So my specific company, we weren't. What do you say? What's the word? Exempted travelers. But like my mom, for example, still lives over there. I just got my grandma moved here like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. She's staying with me because she fractured her vertebrae, and that's the only reason why they let her come. But I didn't see my mom or grandma for like probably a year.
Man, that
Just
sucks.
across from us, yeah. So it's just really crazy. And then my brother, he does physiotherapy and is kind of being a life coach, and I do information security. And we're like, how is it that the two most vulnerable things, or kind of like our psyche and our computers, go to poop right when right when the world does? And so
Right.
it's like there's a huge market here. So we just started brainstorming and brainstorming and brainstorming, and now it's at the point that I want responsibility and I want to learn new technology. And then yesterday was like a dream come true, and then today is a dream come true, being able to speak with you guys one-on-one, and just even introduce yourself. Because right now I'm not sure if you've heard, I don't know, in Silicon Valley, like the job market is absolutely just filled with like disgruntled recruiters. And I don't know. It's
I
very weird.
experienced some of that. I was actually let go due to COVID, small company, downsized, fear of economy shift, and all that stuff back in March. And so I kind of did my own things as well in the interim, and then came across this opportunity back in August. So very grateful for it. It seems to be COVID proof, and it can help solve some of the problems COVID's creating. So that's even better.
Like code proof one.
Yeah. Well, there's actually a COVID-19 use case example built as one of the proof of concepts.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday.
Okay, cool.
So, Mr. Youngblood, I can't call you David. So
cool, man.
I'm not sure. I did tell you I take care of my grandma. She's yelling my name. I don't want to keep you here waiting if you guys take anything.
You're good, man.
Do you mind if we continue this conversation through LinkedIn?
Yeah,
I would
LinkedIn
really like to
and
continue talking.
Likely a call next week.
Yeah, for sure.
FaceTime. Sometimes it's better just kind of like what comes off the cuff versus what comes in a pre-baked text or written message. So I like that live action.
Yeah. Do you play video games?
Yeah.
I'll see you on there too.
Yeah, probably. What are you on right now?
On my side screen, I always have WoW open. We're running a tournament, one of like the first 5vs5 tournaments since it closed down, and I was like super thankful to be able to get my license granted from Blizzard. I didn't think it was gonna happen.
Well, congratulations there.
Yeah,
I'm a console gamer, so may or may not see you.
Yeah, you'll see me. We have both.
Okay, cool.